Spent the last 3 weeks sneaking around because it seemed to be the only thing we're good at. The realization that soon we'll have to tell Dean and our parents the truth. The fact that Tyler's been lying to me about being okay. It's all been building up since the moment I arrived in New York, and now it's surfacing all at once. I can't deal with it. Tears well in my eyes and break free only moments later, and I sink against the floor as I press my hands to my face, trying my best to hold back my sniffing. My attempt is useless, however, and soon I'm sobbing on the floor by Tyler's feet. I hear him breathing as I weep, but other than that, there's silence. After a while, Tyler gently calls my name. I don't look up, though. I only cry harder at the sound of his voice, feeble and weak. Seconds after, I feel his hands on my body. Carefully, he wraps his arms around me and pulls me up with him as he gets to his feet. He doesn't let go. He pulls my body close against his, squeezing me tight as I bury my face into his flannel shirt. He just stands there holding me. And that's enough. "I'm sorry," he whispers, resting his chin on the top of my head. "I should have told you." I don't reply. I feel too hurt to even attempt to. I don't know what more I can say to him. I can only hope that he sincerely is sorry for doing this again, for resorting to the one thing we were all convinced he would never go back to. Tyler suddenly moves his hand to my face, tilting my chin up with his thumb as he looks down into my swollen eyes, his expression utterly sincere. He even looks pained as he whispers more firmly, "I'm sorry." He holds my face there, tilted up to his, and I can see the way his eyes rest on my lips. I don't move. I wait. He does, too. He's trying to sense whether I'm going to pull away or not, but when I don't, he closes his eyes and brushes his lips against mine. It's so soft and so gentle at first, just the mere touch of our lips, but it quickly deepens. I cup his face in my hands as he kisses me faster, both of us fueled by all of our emotions combined. It changes from soft and slow to fast and furious every few seconds, a mixture of our anger and our sadness. And soon I'm sinking into him again, forgetting everything that's just happened. With his lips never leaving mine, Tyler bends down slightly, sliding his hands under my thighs and lifting me up off the ground. I immediately wrap my legs tightly around his waist and loop my arms loosely around his neck, kissing him back just as hard and just as deep. He starts to walk, squeezing my ass as he carries me out of the bathroom, through the kitchen, across the living room. Roughly, I grab his hair and tilt his head to one side, and I move my lips to his neck, leaving a row of soft but deep kisses along his skin. He groans my name in response. We inevitably end up in his room. Of course we do. Tearing his lips away from mine, he kicks the door shut behind us and places me down on the soft mattress of the bed. He looks down at me, eyes smoldering, and I blink back up at him with an anxious smile on my lips. And this time, when I reach up for the belt of his jeans, he doesn't stop me. Because this time, I'm not drunk. This time, there are no interruptions. This time, we're ready. I push him back a step and drop to my knees in front of him, pulling off my tank top and throwing it to the side. As I glance up at him again from beneath my eyelashes, I can see him swallowing as his glossy eyes encourage me to continue. So I do. My hands tremble only slightly as I unbutton his jeans, hooking my index fingers around the belt loops and pulling them down alongside his boxers. My eyes widen. I don't remember much from 2 years ago, from that night of the beach party, the night he told me the truth. I remember it wasn't the greatest, but I expected that. Being my first time, I doubt I was impressive. Now, though, it's been 2 years, and one can gain a lot of experience in that time. And so I get to work, showing Tyler just exactly what I've picked up over the past couple years. From one technique to another, the variation takes him aback, and I feel extremely satisfied each time he groans. His eyes are closed, and he's got one hand pressed to the wall, the other holding my hair. I feel so dominant, but before I know it, he's reaching for my hands and pulling me up from the ground, crashing his lips straight back to mine without hesitation. It's rather messy, the two of us. We always are. Messy situations are all we ever get ourselves into, and this is no exception. Tyler's so focused on kissing me that he spends a good while fumbling with the clasp of my bra, struggling so much that I end up laughing as I momentarily pull away from him and do it myself. He looks a little sheepish as he steps out of his jeans at the same time. And once I've tossed my bra over his shoulder, he places both hands on my waist and pulls my body back against his. He runs his hands over me, his thumbs softly skimming the skin just below my breasts as he trails his lips down my neck to my shoulder and to my collarbone. I bite back a sigh of pleasure and focus on kicking off my chucks and stepping out of my shorts. His lips capture mine once more as he drops one hand to my ass, and I move my hands to the buttons of his flannel shirt, trying my best to undo them as fast as I can, all while kissing him. In the end, I'm just as useless as he is with clasps, so he undoes his shirt himself. The moment he slips it off his back and drops it to the floor, I run both my hands down his chest. His skin is hot, and I can feel his heart pounding hard against his ribcage. Mine is too. And where Tyler's hand is on my body right now, I'm pretty sure he can feel it. Gently, but with a sense of eagerness, Tyler pushes me onto the bed, and I allow myself to fall back, landing softly on the mattress. He doesn't join me at first, though. He turns back around, grabbing his jeans and fishing around inside the pockets for his wallet, growing more panicked the longer he searches. I know what he's searching for, but I call him back over with a nervous laugh, and I inform him that he's got nothing to worry about. I've got that side of things under control. Mom insisted. I can see the relief on Tyler's face as he throws his jeans and his wallet back onto the floor, biting his lip as he comes over to join me. My skin feels like it's on fire, and I can't tell if it's the sunburn or his touch, but either way, I don't mind. I grab Tyler's hair, tightening my grip as he runs both his hands down my body without leaving a single inch of my skin untouched. He moves his lips to the edge of my jaw as he slips his hand inside my panties, and I close my eyes and focus on my breathing. I can't help but tug on his hair as I throw my head back into the pillows, my back arching. He stops after a while, glancing up at me with wide eyes as though to ask if I'm ready, and so I nod. I couldn't remember the way he moved and the way he felt until now. I couldn't remember the way our hips rolled together. I couldn't remember the way our breathing was never in sync, but rapid and uneven. I couldn't remember any of those things until right now that it's happening again. Only this time, Tyler's not afraid to be rougher than I recall him being the first time. Alternating between rhythms, one hand squeezing mine and the other gripping my hip, his body sweats against mine. It takes my breath away, and it's so sensational that I think I might smile the entire time, even when I'm letting out soft moans. I can't help it. It's all just so Tyler. That's the best part about it. It feels so scandalous, so wrong, which only makes it all the more exhilarating. It's a complete adrenaline rush. The worst thing is, that I know it shouldn't be happening. Not yet. Not while I'm still with Dean. Tyler, on the other hand, has accepted the fact that Dean's going to get hurt at the end of this. He's accepted the fact that we're going to tell our parents the truth when we get home. I, however, haven't quite. I like to believe that I have. I try to convince myself that I'm ready to tackle it all, to deal with everything straight on, but there's still that panic and apprehension inside of me somewhere. I still feel guilty for loving Tyler. I still feel ashamed. It doesn't feel fair. I think we'll forever be each other's biggest secret. Chapter 19. I don't call Dean at all the next week. I can't bring myself to hear his voice. Every time he tries to call, I let it go to voicemail as I stare at the screen, gnawing at my lip and feeling like the worst human being ever to walk this earth. It's not solely because of Saturday night, either. It's also because of Sunday afternoon, and Tuesday morning, and last night. Tyler and I had a lot to catch up on. 2 years' worth. Each time both Snake and Emily were out of the apartment, we might have taken advantage of the privacy. So much advantage, in fact, that Tyler's been making jokes about whether or not we should tell the two of them to avoid the couch on the left of the coffee table. He receives nothing but a glare from me each time he brings it up. It's not that we plan it or anything, it just keeps happening. I'm not complaining about it either. It's the middle of the night when Tyler wakes me up. I'm completely bare, wrapped up in his comforter and feeling completely exhausted from the workout we shared only a few hours ago. I'm perfectly happy basking in the warmth of his sheets, but I force my eyes open anyway. Tyler's standing by the side of the bed, hovering over me in the darkness, and I'm a little surprised to discover that he's pulled on clothes, a pair of jeans and a navy hoodie. "What time is it?" I groan, squeezing my eyes shut again and burying my face into the pillows. I can hear sirens outside, but that's nothing unusual. New York never shuts the hell up. Ever. 3, Tyler says quietly. I sense him shift away from me, and I wonder if he might possibly be sleepwalking or something. But the second he starts tossing my clothes at me, I realize he's not. "Get dressed." I roll back over and prop my body up on my elbows, squinting down at the clothes Tyler's thrown at me. The exact same as his, jeans and a hoodie. He even tosses my bra over, and it promptly hits me in the face. "Shit, sorry," he says, but he's holding back a laugh as he approaches me again. I only roll my eyes. "I've got a surprise for you." "A surprise?" I murmur wearily. Something about his tone makes me feel rather alarmed. Surprises are never good. It could be anything. And at 3 a.m.? That's even more worrying. Rubbing at my eyes, I sit up even further, and I don't even bother to cover myself with the comforter. By now, it feels like Tyler sees me naked more often than he sees me in clothes. He leans over to flick on one of the bedside lamps, and as it lights up his face, I see that he's smiling smugly. Bending down by the edge of the bed, his eyes are level with mine as his lips pull up into a wide grin, and he reaches into his pocket for something before holding it up in front of my face. It's the keys to his car. "All yours." I part my lips, blinking in surprise. Being offered the chance to drive an Audi R8 in the middle of the night was the last thing I expected. I study the car keys, and the Audi keyring shines in the light. Gently, I reach out to grasp them, a small smile growing on my lips. "Even though you don't trust me?" "I must be crazy, right?" he says quietly, smirking. He gets to his feet, reaches for my free hand, and pulls me out of the bed. He steadies me on my feet and looks down at me.
But it's New York. We don't do anything less than crazy in this city.
Now wide awake, excitement rushes over me. The thought of driving Tyler's car, the possibilities of what that engine can do, fills me with euphoria. I've never been all that into cars, but Tyler's is an exception. Quickly, I reach for my clothes and pull them on, rummaging around the room for my Chucks afterwards. The same Chucks I've worn for 4 weeks straight now. They seem to be the only shoes I ever wear now, and they're not as white as they were to begin with.
One scratch on my baby and you're gonna get it,
Tyler says once I'm dressed, but he's smiling. He throws an arm over my shoulder and leads me over to the door, opening it without a single sound and walking me through the living room. Through the darkness, I can make out Snake's outline on the couch. His couch, thankfully. He's fast asleep and snoring softly, so Tyler and I creep our way over to the apartment door as silently as we can. We make it out into the lobby without waking him, and Tyler lets go of me while he locks up. The building is silent, and neither of us talk in fear of waking people up as we pass their apartments and head into the elevator. I jingle the keys in my hand, and I sense Tyler watching me from the corner of his eye. I hope I don't get arrested for this. Once we leave the building and step outside into 74th Street, I realize New York is still busy. Admittedly, the traffic and flow of people on the sidewalk is substantially less hectic than during the day, but for 3 a.m. there are still a lot of cars on the roads. Cabs, mostly. It's hardly warm out, but it's not cold. Parked against the curb on the other side of the street, Tyler's car awaits me. I eye it with excitement building up inside of me again and swiftly unlock it. To my surprise, however, Tyler snatches the keys from my hand and darts across the road. He throws open the driver's door and looks back at me with a glint in his eyes. My eyebrows are raised, demanding an explanation.
What, you thought I was gonna let you drive around Manhattan?
Tyler laughs into the night air as he slides into the vehicle, and just before he shuts the door behind him, he adds,
No way in hell.
Folding my arms across my chest in irritation, I force myself over to the car and slip into the passenger seat. I glare at him, disgruntled. Where can I drive it, then?
Jersey City.
Tyler shoots back as he starts up the engine. It purrs smoothly to life, and a chill runs down my spine. Jersey City?
Yeah,
He says.
the Target parking lot.
The dashboard glows orange in the darkness, the numbers on the speedometer lighting up. The music and climate controls ahead of the center console also light up, and I lean forward to adjust the heating before sinking back into my seat. And as Tyler edges out of his confined parking spot, I pull on my seatbelt. It's a good thing I do, because the moment we pull around the corner onto 2nd Avenue, he floors it straight until we hit a set of traffic lights. I listen as he revs up the engine, waiting. Glancing sideways at me, he smiles, clenching his jaw before narrowing his eyes on the road ahead. We're the first at the lights. In front of us, the road is clear. Tyler's fingers tighten around the gear shift, his other hand firmly gripping the steering wheel. The red flashes to amber, and he slams his foot down on the gas. There's a tremendous screeching of tires as the car catapults down the avenue. The speed is so forceful that it throws my body back against the seat. The engine roars behind us, the exhaust pipe spluttering fumes in our wake. Usually, I would rebuke reckless driving, but right now, at 3 a.m. in the middle of Manhattan, I'm loving it. As Tyler shoves the gear shift towards 6th, his eyes flicker at me, and there's a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. His eyes zero back in on the road, and as the car continues to increase in speed, I find myself gripping onto the seat with one hand and my seatbelt with the other. I glance over at the speedometer and find that we're flying along at double the speed limit, and Tyler only slows down when we reach the end of the traffic flow ahead of us, caught up in more traffic lights. No more opportunities open up for reckless driving after that, only because the streets aren't clear enough for it. We're stuck trailing along behind a truck, and we only get away from it when we turn right onto Houston Street. We continue to head west across Manhattan until we enter a tunnel, just like the Lincoln Tunnel I crossed the first day I arrived in the city. Only this time, Tyler tells me this is the Holland Tunnel. We're out of it within a couple of minutes, though, and only moments after entering Jersey City, Tyler's pulling into the Target parking lot. The store is closed, and not only is the lot huge, it's also empty. It's perfect. Cutting off the engine right in the center of the parking lot, Tyler exhales into the sudden silence, his eyes scouring the area through the windshield. It seems to meet with his approval, and he turns to face me.
Knock yourself out.
We both push open our doors and step outside the car at the same time. Nervously, I glance down at the asphalt as I walk around it, my body brushing against Tyler's as we pass each other. Now that the time is here to actually drive his car, I feel a little anxious. I'm worried I'll wreck it, but at the same time, I'm eager to show Tyler what I've got. I slide into the driver's side as Tyler slips into the passenger seat, and I swallow as I adjust the seat, pulling myself closer to the steering wheel so that my feet can actually reach the pedals. As Tyler watches me contentedly, I start up the engine again. I study the lot quickly once more, getting my bearings and figuring out how much room I have as we pull on our seatbelts. I haven't driven stick shift in a while, and I'm so used to driving automatic that to begin with it takes me a short while to get back into the habit of not only using my left foot to operate the clutch pedal, but also working with gears. The car jolts forward and stalls on my first attempt at starting it up.
You're right.
Tyler says, laughing from my side.
You're amazing at driving manual.
Shut up, I mutter, but I don't even glance at him. I'm so focused on starting up the engine again that I totally tune out the sound of his laughter. He can mock my driving skills all he wants. I'll prove him wrong. This time, I ensure I'm in my manual mindset. I put the car into first, my foot pressed down on the clutch pedal as I slowly begin to rev up the engine, and once I'm satisfied with how loud it's roaring, I slam my foot on the gas. The vehicle bursts forward, hurtling down the asphalt across the lot. It's so powerful that it momentarily scares the crap out of me, but I only grip the steering wheel tighter and step on the gas even more. Within a matter of seconds, the car's already flying at 60, and from the corner of my eye, I see Tyler's eyebrows rising as he glances between me and the road. Braking and changing down a couple gears as we approach the edge of the lot, I spin the wheel around to the right, and the car swerves, tires screeching. I race back across the lot again, even faster this time as I work my way back up to sixth gear, and there's something so enthralling about driving stick shift that I end up grinning the entire time. It gives me so much more control. How fast does this thing go? I yell over the noise of the engine. My eyes never leave the road, and I promptly fly around the corner of the store, forgetting to change gear. The car almost spins straight across the sidewalk, but thankfully it holds its grip, as do both Tyler and I inside the car. Tyler grabs onto the handle above the door, and I can do nothing but squeeze the steering wheel even tighter until my knuckles turn white.
Don't push it,
He warns me. You don't have enough space to build up to anything faster than 90. 90 it is, then. I flash him a smirk before setting my eyes back ahead, and I come to a halt by the far edge of the lot once I've turned the car back around to face the opposite direction. There's quite a bit of distance between here and the other end of the lot. I'll be able to make it. Fuck. Tyler murmurs as he listens to me rev up the engine once again. He knows exactly what I'm doing.
baby. If it's the last thing you do, Don't fucking forget to brake.
If you don't trust me, I fire back, smirking, you can get out of the car. I nod to the door and rev the engine even more, so loud that it vibrates in my ears. Tyler's eyebrows quirk up, but he doesn't even flinch, doesn't even think about getting out. Instead, he tightens one hand around his seatbelt, places the other on my thigh, and in a husky voice he demands,
"Floor it."
So I do. I slam on the accelerator and the car takes off so fast that both our bodies fly back against the seats, and Tyler starts laughing again as the speed continues to increase. He squeezes my thigh, and it's so distracting that I have to quite literally force myself to ignore him as I glance rapidly between the parking lot and the speedometer. 60. I press the gas straight down until my foot's touching the floor. 70, 80, 90. But I don't stop. That's what Tyler's expecting me to do. Stopping is the easy way out. I like the risks, so I do the opposite of what I should do. I keep my foot on the gas. 100.
"Eden."
Tyler says warily, firmly. His grip on his seatbelt tightens. 110.
"Eden."
The second I hit that mark, I move my foot to the brake pedal, depressing it as fast and as hard as I can as the tires tear across the asphalt. I lock my arms tight against the wheel as my body flies forward, and I suddenly start to panic as I realize how little room there is left between here and the edge of the lot, so I squeeze my eyes shut. It feels like it takes forever for the car to finally skid to a halt. I'm breathing heavily by the time it does, and once I establish that we've stopped, I slowly open my eyes and glance out the windshield. We're only inches from the sidewalk. When I glance to my right, Tyler's staring at me in disbelief. His eyes are wide and his lips are parted, and the only thing he can bring himself to say is,
"Damn, Eden."
I'm not finished yet, I point out with a smile, and now he really does look panicked. Letting go of my thigh, he sinks back against the seat and heaves a sigh of relief that he's still alive. I pull off the hair tie on my wrist and gather my hair up into a high ponytail, out of my way. And, feeling fueled by adrenaline, I pull off my hoodie and my shirt. The car's heated up by now anyway. I toss them onto Tyler's lap, and I roll my eyes as he smirks back at me. It's like he's never seen me in my bra before. I reach back for the wheel, and calmly and slowly I drive back to the center of the lot and come to a complete stop. Breathing deeply, I concentrate hard. I've only successfully done this once before. I'm adamant that I'm going to do it again to impress Tyler, but I know there's a high risk that it'll go pathetically wrong and I'll end up looking like a fool. But it's worth a shot. Tyler's focusing on me hard as he tries to figure out what I'm doing, and as I slowly rev up the engine for the final time, I turn the wheel completely around to full lock, and I hold it there.
"No way,"
He says once he realizes what my next move is.
"You're gonna owe me new tires after this."
And he's right. I will owe him new tires after this, because I'm about to burn the hell out of them. The engine revved enough. I hit the accelerator and floor it. The car spirals to the right, the tires burning against the ground, screeching. I laugh as the car continues to swerve, and when I glance in the rearview mirror, I smile proudly as clouds of smoke engulf the vehicle. As swirling loops appear on the ground, I decide to quit burning any more rubber, and I hit the brakes. We sit in silence for a few seconds, my heart beating rapidly from excitement, and we wait for the smoke to clear. Okay, I'm done, I announce. I can't wipe the smirk off my lips.
"Where the hell did you learn how to do that?"
Dean's dad showed me, I admit. It was back in March, and we spent hours on it until I finally got it right. Tyler furrows his eyebrows at me as though he doesn't believe a single word I'm saying.
Hugh taught you to spin donuts?
Yeah, I say with a shrug. I still feel rather smug about my impressive skills, however. Tyler most definitely wasn't expecting it. He was about to replace the tires on his truck, so he let Dean and me wreck the old ones first. He says.
All right, switch.
As he steps out of the car and walks around the hood to the driver's side, I climb over the center console and nestle myself into the passenger seat. I don't bother to pull my shirt or my hoodie back on, but I do tug on my seatbelt. We've got the half-hour ride home now. But in Tyler's mind, the stunt show isn't quite over yet. He shuts the car door behind him, pulling on his seatbelt and glancing in the rearview mirror as he intensely studies the area behind us. He doesn't give me any warning whatsoever, and just as I'm narrowing my eyes at him suspiciously, he puts the car in reverse and steps on the gas. He cranes his neck to look back over his shoulder, his eyes zeroed in on the road behind us as he stares out the rear windshield. The car begins to pick up speed as we fly backward in a straight line, and as Tyler quickly turns back around to face the front, he murmurs, "Hold on." The second he says this, he slams on the brakes, spinning the wheel in a full circle. The car spins around 180 degrees to the right, and the instant we're facing the direction we just reversed in, Tyler slams the gear shift up into first. The momentum from reversing at such speed is transferred quickly, and we're suddenly driving along the same straight line, only now we're no longer backward. Tyler brakes just as we reach the exit of the parking lot. I blink at him and reach up to switch on the overhead light. It makes the emerald in his eyes seem even brighter. "Since when could you do J-turns?"
Since when did you know what J-turns are?
Tyler shoots back, right before he grasps my face in his hands and presses his lips to mine again. It doesn't feel like the middle of the night, and it doesn't feel like we just did all of this a few hours ago. I'm kissing him back, and it all feels so familiar now that I can't help but smile against his lips. I like that none of this feels foreign anymore. I like that it just feels normal. Not wrong. Normal. Gripping onto Tyler's hoodie, I sit up on my knees and pull him toward me, pressing my chest to his. The space available is limited, but we persevere, and although cramped, it doesn't prevent Tyler from brushing his hands over my skin, grabbing my hips.
I'm starting to wish my car had a back seat, he murmurs against my jaw with a slight laugh.
With the roll of my eyes and a seductive smile, I whisper, "We can improvise." The engine's still running, but neither of us seem to pay any attention. I reach back up to turn off the overhead light again while Tyler's hand rests on the clasp of my bra. He's getting better, a lot less fumbling, and just as he's about to unclasp it, my phone rings. It vibrates in the back pocket of my jeans, and I freeze. I share a rather perplexed glance with Tyler as I pull back from him, reaching for the device. I'm taken aback when I see Rachel's name flashing across the screen. Tyler slumps back in his seat in defeat as he runs a hand through his hair, resting the other on the steering wheel.
Goddamn, Eden.
"It's not my fault," I apologize. I don't know what Rachel could possibly be calling for at this hour, and slightly irritated by the interruption, I answer the call sounding a lot more grouchy than I'd like. "What?" "Whoa, Eden, you sound like such a moody-ass New Yorker," Rachel's voice chirps back. "I haven't spoken to you in forever, and you answer my call like that?" "Rachel," I say slowly, "you realize it's almost 4 here, right? As in the middle of the night?" "Oh my God, no way!" she explodes, letting out a small gasp. Rachel often forgets the time difference. The first week I got here, she almost always called me when it was after midnight in New York. No matter how many times I remind her of the 3-hour difference, she never seems to remember. "I totally forgot. It's barely 1 here yet. Did I wake you up?" No, I'm awake. Tyler fixes me with an impatient glare, and I shrug back at him. I can't just hang up on her. Okay, so I have to talk to you about Tuesday. Hurry up, he mouths. I wave him away with my hand, crossing my legs on the seat and pressing my phone harder against my ear. What do you need to talk to me about? Tuesday is when Rachel and Megan arrive in New York for Meg's belated birthday trip. They'll be here for 5 days, and I can't wait to see them. Right now, however, my thoughts aren't exactly focused on my friends coming to the city. They're focused on Tyler and the fact that he's glowering at me. It's rather distracting. We're staying at the Lowell Hotel, Rachel informs me, voice clear and confident. I never expect anything less of her. I'm looking at the map right now, and it's on the intersection of 63rd Street and Madison Avenue. You got any idea where that is? I tried to picture the grid layout of the borough. Madison Avenue, I'm pretty sure, is only 3 blocks west from Tyler's apartment. 63rd Street is 11 blocks south. Tyler's apartment is on 74th Street, north of your hotel. So we're close, she asks. I guess. Great. Here's what I need you to do. Pausing, she takes a deep breath while I sigh away from the phone. Knowing Rachel, I shouldn't be too surprised by any requests she makes. They're often unrealistic. This one, however, isn't. On Tuesday night, can you come by our hotel? Tyler, too. I'll text you the room number when we check in and whatever. We really want to see you guys. Sure, we'll come by. Out of the corner of my eye, Tyler sits upright and arches his eyebrows, questioning my plural use. He wants to know what I'm dragging him into. I'll explain later. Rachel, it's really late. Oh, God, yeah, sorry, Eden. She apologizes. And for once, she sounds genuinely sincere. Usually her apologies have to be forced out of her. Night, babe. I hang up the call and sigh, but then I begin to smile. I make a point of shutting my phone off completely, throwing it to the floor and stretching over the center console to run my fingertips along the edge of Tyler's jaw. He doesn't look impressed to start with, but the second I glance up at him as innocently as I can from beneath my eyelashes, he seems to forgive me for interrupting our moment, because he reaches for me and picks up exactly where we left off. He doesn't bother to ask what we're doing on Tuesday. Chapter 20. It's just after 8 on Tuesday evening when Tyler and I make our way to the Lowell on 63rd and Madison. The sun is slowly starting to dip behind the buildings of Manhattan as Tyler drives south along Park Avenue. He's wearing a pair of black shades as he drives, with one hand on the wheel and the other toying at his hair, his elbow propped up against the door. I think they're punking us, he murmurs after a while. The Lowell? Give me a break. I glance over at him. What? Come on. He scoffs, and despite the fact that I can't see behind his shades, I can tell he's rolling his eyes. Rachel and Megan are college students. You think they can afford that place? I mean, Megan's just got back from Europe. She's probably only got $10 to her name. Tyler, you were a 16-year-old high school student when you bought this car with that big old trust fund of yours. I remind him, and then to prove my point, I add, you really think 16-year-olds can afford cars like these? I'm just saying, he says, ignoring my comment. It only takes us 10 minutes to reach 63rd Street, and Tyler reverses into a free spot in one swift maneuver right in front of the Santa Fe Opera. My parking skills aren't on a par with his. I'm still getting used to his ability to park in less than 6 seconds. While I step out of the car, Tyler throws his sunglasses onto the dashboard right before slamming the car door behind him, and I can't help but arch my eyebrows as I follow him along 63rd Street. I'm not sure what his problem is. The Lowell is only a few buildings down, just off the corner of Madison Avenue. With red bricking and gold-plated doors and a gorgeous white canopy,
I stare at it from outside for a while before Tyler groans and pulls me inside by my wrist. A doorman greets us and holds open the door, welcoming us to the hotel and wishing us a great evening. I get the impression that Tyler doesn't particularly want to be here when he sighs. Right now, he's either anti-luxury hotels or anti-Rachel and Megan. The lobby is small but inviting, with plenty of seating, and Tyler and I briskly whisk past the front desk and head for the elevator. Rachel and Megan's suite is on the 10th floor, so that's exactly where we head. Tyler folds his arms across his chest and leans back against the hand railing. "What's your problem?" I ask finally. "Why am I here?" he replies without missing a beat. I furrow my eyebrows, perplexed at his question. "They're your friends." "Eden," he says, "I don't think I've spoken to Rachel more than 6 times in the space of a year, and I haven't spoken to Megan at all. Neither of you, admit it." I shrug. He's right, in a way. Megan doesn't particularly make much effort to talk to any of us anymore. It's almost like she was glad to leave LA. The only time I really got the chance to talk to her was when she occasionally came home. Even I don't feel as close to her as I used to be. Okay, sure. Megan's a little more difficult to stay in touch with, I admit. "Come on," Tyler says with a harsh laugh. "She clearly doesn't want to deal with any of us anymore. She's all about Utah and that Jared guy. Are they married yet? Because they sure as hell act like they are."
"Jesus, Tyler."
"Look," he says quietly, "I just think it's awkward. I'm not friends with them anymore. It's just what happens."
The elevator comes to a smooth stop and the door pings open, cutting our conversation short. I'm not sure I would have mustered up a reply anyway. Tyler still looks moody as hell, and he doesn't even attempt to hide it as we head along the 10th floor. I pull out my phone again as we walk, double-checking Rachel's texts to ensure I've got the details right, and then draw Tyler to a halt outside the correct door. I rap my knuckles against it. As we wait, my eyes drift to Tyler. He's staring at the door, expression now nonchalant, and I can't help but study every inch of his face. His tanned complexion and his dark tousled hair that he blames on his Hispanic genes, his vibrant emerald eyes that alternate between dull and bright, his perfectly defined jaw with just the right amount of stubble. All of that is mine.
"What?"
He says, catching my stare. Those green eyes gaze into mine. I can't even begin to hide my smile, and as my lips curve further up into a sheepish grin, I just shrug. "Nothing." The door unlocks then. It swings open so fast it creates a breeze, and before I've even had the chance to look up, I'm being yanked over the threshold and into someone's arms. I recognize the perfume and the shampoo scent in a heartbeat. It's Rachel's, and it has been for as long as I can remember. Her long hair gets in my face as she hugs me tight, all while squealing, and I can do nothing but laugh against her shoulder. It really is good to see her. It reminds me of my life back in Santa Monica. The past 4 weeks, I'd almost forgotten about it entirely. "God, Rachel," I murmur, "are you trying to break my arm?" Still laughing, I manage to wrangle my way out of her firm hold and then take a step back so that I can study her. Her hair is a few shades darker than I remember and has clearly had several inches trimmed off, but I don't mention it. I remember Dean said that she wasn't all that impressed with it. Other than that, she's my same old best friend who's wearing a huge grin. "I've missed you." "I've missed you too," I say. I hadn't realized that I had until now. I've just been so distracted by everything else going on, and now I'm starting to feel guilty. "Tyler?" Rachel's eyes widen as she stares at him for a moment, and I honestly can't blame her. He looks like he's aged half a decade in the time that he's been gone. He's lingering awkwardly at the door, but Rachel steps around me to pull him into a hug, too. It's only brief,
and once she draws away from him, she pulls him into the suite by his arm and clicks the door shut.
I can't believe it's been a year.
Yeah, it's crazy, Tyler says. There's a small smile on his lips now, and I can't figure out if it's genuine or fake. Either way, he no longer looks uncomfortable. While they talk, I take a minute or so to check out the suite. It's huge, and it looks like there are separate bedrooms, a bathroom, and a kitchenette. It's all hardwood flooring with oriental rugs, and it all feels rather elegant and vintage, yet somehow modern at the same time. There's some impressive artwork on the walls, but I don't stare at it for long before I walk back over to Tyler's side.
So, is the subway safe? Rachel asks him, eyes wide. We won't get shot or anything.
Don't worry about the subway, Tyler says. I can tell he wants to roll his eyes at her, but he refrains. Just don't look like a tourist and you'll be fine. I glance around the suite again. Something's missing. It takes me a second to realize, and when I do, I flash my eyes over to Rachel and interrupt their conversation.
Where's Megan?
Slowly, Rachel glances over. She almost smiles, but she bites it back and shrugs rather nonchalantly instead.
She brought back some virus with her from Europe. She literally couldn't stop throwing up, so she didn't come.
So you came all the way over here on your own? The words had barely left my lips when someone throws their arms over my shoulders and Tyler's, grabbing us tightly. I flinch at the abruptness of it, and before I even get the chance to turn around, a voice is murmuring, "Hey, New Yorkers." My heart stops. Not because of the momentary scare, but because of the voice. It's one I recognize all too well. It's Dean's. Shrugging his arm off me, I spin around at the exact same time Tyler does, and I'm exactly right. Dean's standing in front of me. There's a huge grin plastered on his face, and his dark eyes are sparkling as he steps toward me, wrapping his arms around me and hugging me tightly against his chest. I feel so numb that I can't even hug him back. I just stand there, my lips parted in disbelief and my eyes wide. Over Dean's shoulder, Tyler's staring back at me, his face as pale as mine. We're both thinking the exact same thing. I wish this wasn't happening right now. "Surprise," Dean whispers. His voice sends a chill down my spine as he buries his face into my hair, and it all feels so foreign now. I'm not used to Dean. I'm used to Tyler. Dean shouldn't be here. He shouldn't be in New York with Tyler and me. He's supposed to be in Santa Monica. I'm supposed to have 2 more weeks to figure out what I'm going to do about him. I'm not ready to deal with this now. Dean being here could ruin everything. When he finally lets go, he stares down at me in awe, shaking his head as he smiles, wide and sincere. It hurts to see it. "God, I've missed you so much," he says, and he presses his lips against mine. I'm taken aback at first, so surprised that I can't even bring myself to pull away. I used to feel something when I kissed Dean, but now I feel nothing. I don't experience any sort of rush. Dean kisses me softly but frantically, like he's trying to remind himself of what he's been missing, but I can't return his energy. I don't want to. To me, the kiss feels lifeless. I try to shoot Tyler an apologetic glance. His body has stiffened and his eyes have hardened, and he's staring fiercely at us with a cold expression on his face. Out of nowhere, he grabs Dean's shoulder and pulls him back a step, breaking our kiss. I'm thankful. "Hey, man, are you forgetting about your best friend?" Tyler asks, and by the time Dean turns around to face him, he's got a smile on his lips. I can see straight through it, though. I can see the furious glint in his eyes. I can still see the way the muscle in his jaw has tightened. Dean, however,
can't see anything but the smile on his best friend's face.
Geez, what happened to your voice? New York City, roommate from Boston, Tyler says dryly. Tends to mess up your accent.
Laughing, Dean draws him into a half hug while they thump each other's back, and when Dean steps back, Tyler asks,
So, why are you here?
He doesn't bother to hide the harsh tone of his voice, just folds his arms across his chest and raises his eyebrows at him, awaiting an answer.
Filling in for Megan?
Dean says. He's wearing a pale blue shirt and dark jeans, and he stuffs his hands into the front pockets.
It was really last minute. I thought my dad wouldn't let me take the time off work, but he told me to go for it. Rachel's idea.
Both Tyler and I fire our eyes at Rachel at the exact same moment. She's watching the scene unfold with a beaming grin spread across her face. Right now, neither Tyler nor I are impressed. Inviting Dean to New York? That's quite literally the worst thing she could have done. Tyler, I brought you your best friend. Eden, I brought you your boyfriend, she states, grin stretching even wider. Am I the greatest best friend in the world or what? I can't even bring myself to reply to her. I know her intentions were good, but she has absolutely no idea what she's just done. She's made everything so much more complicated. I doubt either Rachel or Dean notice it, but to Tyler and me, the tension in the room is starting to feel unbearable. I shoot him a panicked glance, and he closes his eyes, running a hand back through his hair. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to do. And as Dean joins me by my side again, throwing his arm around me and pressing a soft kiss to my cheek, I begin to feel even worse. Are we supposed to tell him the truth now that he's here in New York? Or do we wait like we'd planned? That's the hard part, knowing when to hurt Dean. It's inevitable that we will. It's just a matter of when and where. Not here, that's for sure. Not right now. But soon, perhaps. And if I thought it couldn't get any worse than this, then God, I'm so wrong. The bathroom door swings open, drawing the attention of all four of us, and as I furrow my eyebrows in confusion, I hear a voice gush. Guys, the tub is amazing! Another voice I recognize. A voice I never thought I'd have to hear again. A voice that belongs to someone I haven't spoken to in 2 years. And just as the color in my face begins to drain once again, she steps out of the bathroom with her hair thrown up into a messy bun and nothing but a white towel wrapped around her tiny body. She stops when she spots us, and her eyes flicker between Tyler and me for a moment, and then, so slowly that it becomes almost painful, Tiffany smiles. Why didn't anyone tell me that my favorite pair of step-siblings had arrived? Chapter 21. I'm convinced that none of this is really happening. It can't possibly be happening. Dean can't be in New York. Tiffany can't be standing opposite me, wearing a seemingly innocent smile. Only I know her better than that. And I know that behind that innocence there's deviousness. That's all Tiffany is, and that's all she ever has been. Manipulative, controlling, and willing to defy everyone and everything in order to get what she wants. In her mind, her way is the only way. And she's standing in the same room as both Tyler and me. She's standing across from the two people she knows she can get the better of, the two people who are desperately trying their best to hide a secret only she knows about.
Are you kidding me?
Tyler hisses, his voice slicing through the thick atmosphere. He's shifted his glare from Dean to Tiffany, and he shakes his head in disbelief. Rachel heaves a sigh as she folds her arms and leans back against the arm of one of the vintage chairs. She kicks at the rug and fixes Tyler with a hard look. Can't you guys grow up already? You broke up, whatever. That was 2 years ago.
Get over it. Are you being serious right now, Rachel? Tyler blinks back at her, his eyes widening. He laughs, so stunned by the situation that I think laughing is the only thing he can do. Fuck this, I'm out. Throwing his arms up in defeat, he turns around and strides straight for the door, pulling it open so forcefully that the hinges squeak. I'll wait for you in the car, Eden. He throws over his shoulder and promptly slams the suite door shut. There's a tremendous echo. So, moving to New York clearly hasn't fixed his anger issues, Rachel says after a moment of silence. She's making a joke, of course, but I don't find it funny. In fact, I find it totally disrespectful. So rude that I can't help but glare at her. Why is he always such an asshole? Tiffany adds, voice sweet and soft, as though she's deeply offended. He's got serious issues. So aggressive. He clearly gets it from his dad. I'm about to say something, about to open my mouth, to call Tiffany out for saying what she just said, but surprisingly, Dean beats me to it. Guys, really? He asks, dropping his arm from around my shoulders to around my waist. Give him a break. He's a bit dramatic, though, Rachel murmurs. Don't you think so? Storming out like that? Same old Tyler, I guess. I can't blame him, I say, as I throw a pointed glance at Tiffany. I'm not even going to attempt to hide my contempt for her. Rachel is slowly aggravating me, too. Same old Tyler? They're only seeing him right now. Of course he's going to get mad when Tiffany turns up out of absolutely nowhere. Neither Rachel nor Tiffany have really seen him. The Tyler who's always laughing those hearty laughs and smiling at random moments throughout the day. They haven't seen the new Tyler yet. Sure, he's still a work in progress, but he's getting there. He's a lot happier than he ever was before, and their insults are pissing me off. I'm always going to defend him. Not you, too, Rachel groans, tilting her head back and closing her eyes. God, Eden, Tiffany says. I thought maybe now that you'd graduated, you'd have matured. She flutters her eyelashes at me from the bathroom door and holds onto her towel, pursing her lips. What's your problem with me, Tiffany? I demand, losing my temper as I shrug Dean's grip off me and make a move for her. Why have you always been so... Dean grabs me from behind again, pulling me back against his body as he stops me from lunging toward her. Tiffany, he says, don't be a bitch. Shut the hell up, Dean, she orders. Her voice has lost its gentleness and now it sounds sharp. Fixing the two of us with a fierce glare, she storms into one of the bedrooms and slams the door behind her. I glance back at Dean as his hold on me loosens, and he just shrugs at me as though it's no big deal. He's defended both Tyler and me, and it only makes me feel even guiltier than I already did. Dean's just like that, always there for people. Soon I'll be throwing it all back in his face. It's difficult to think about, so I focus my attention elsewhere. She's a bit dramatic, though, don't you think so? I throw at Rachel, quoting her earlier words about Tyler. I step away from Dean and fold my arms across my chest, raising my eyebrows at her. What the hell is she even doing here? Rachel stands up from the chair, sighing as she walks over. She brings with her a waft of her perfume again. She was always going to be coming, Eden. I just didn't mention it to you because I didn't want you complaining about it for months. Can't you guys just let all of this go? Let it go, I echo. Seriously? Look, I get it, she says. You hate her because of what she did to Tyler, and she hates you because you took his side, but that was years ago. Don't you think you're being a little childish? Can't you just forgive and forget? Tiffany has. She's ready to be friends with you again. Both of you. I want to laugh just like Tyler did in disbelief. Rachel has no idea what really went down 2 summers ago. Sometimes I wish she knew. But she doesn't, so I can only grit my teeth and stop myself from telling her the truth. I'm never going to be her friend, Rachel. Never.
Don't worry about it,
Dean says from behind me, and I flinch. I'm not used to hearing his voice. The fact that he's here is still taking me by surprise. He puts a hand on my shoulder and steps by my side, offering me a smile of reassurance.
You don't have to be friends with her.
Come on, Dean, Rachel murmurs. You have to admit that makes it awkward for the rest of us.
I don't find anything awkward,
Dean states, expression calm as he shifts his gaze back to her. I can sense that he's lying, but I know he's only trying to fight my corner, so I remain still beneath his touch.
Nothing's awkward unless you make it awkward, which is exactly what you're doing right now.
Rachel presses her lips together. All I'm trying to do is bring everyone back together, she says, but she sounds a little sad. She says nothing more, though, and turns and heads for the same bedroom as Tiffany, leaving Dean and I alone. He turns his face to me, looking a little deflated. I don't think any of this has turned out the way they'd planned.
Maybe it was a bad idea asking you and Tyler to come over here,
he mumbles.
We wanted to surprise you guys, and I just had to see you tonight. I couldn't wait until tomorrow.
Well, here I am, I say half-heartedly. I laugh, but it's not genuine. I'm starting to feel sick. I can't handle both Dean and Tiffany being in New York. It's too much to cope with all at once.
And people say the skyline is the most beautiful thing in New York,
he says, lips curving into a smile as he raises his eyebrows at me. That's when I notice he's shaved that awful stubble he'd been growing. I roll my eyes and push his shoulder. God, Dean, really?
I just had to,
he says. His wide grin reaches his eyes as he places his hands on my shoulder, his gaze mirroring mine.
In the month that you've been gone, I've thought of so many corny phrases I can throw at you.
He kisses me then, and because we're alone this time, he runs his hands down my body, from my shoulders to my waist. He kisses me like it's the first time. I find it hard to kiss him back with enthusiasm. How can I? I try, though, because I'm not ready to raise any suspicions yet. I'm trying to act normal. I'm trying to act as though I'm not in love with his best friend, and I'm trying to act as though I'm not going to be telling him the truth very, very soon. I'm the one to pull away when kissing him becomes unbearable. Shrugging, I frown and glance over to the door. Dean, I should go, I say quietly. Tyler's waiting in the car.
Yeah, that's okay,
He says. Finally, he releases his grip on my body and steps back. He's still smiling.
Us three are gonna head out for something to eat anyway. See the city, I guess. But tomorrow, we're hanging out, okay?
I don't think that'll go down well with Tyler, and I find myself stammering that I have plans already tomorrow, but Dean just looks confused. I don't know what to do. Am I supposed to continue to act normal around him, or am I supposed to give him the cold shoulder so that he knows something's up? I can't tell which will hurt him less, so I end up agreeing to a date tomorrow night instead. All of this is too much to take in, and as I'm sharing a goodbye with Dean and yelling bye to Rachel through the bedroom door, I realize that my hands are shaking. I get the hell out of the hotel suite as fast as I can without looking like I'm desperate to leave, and I don't wait for the elevator. I'm in too much of a rush to get as far away as I can from both Dean and Tiffany, so I take the stairs, jogging down all 10 flights of them at an uneven pace before striding through the main lobby. I burst through the main doors before the doorman even has a chance to open them for me, and he arches an eyebrow at me as I jog past him. Thankfully, Tyler's car is still parked by the sidewalk, still outside the Santa Fe Opera. The engine is running, and I promptly throw open the passenger door and slip inside, yanking the door shut behind me. Breathing heavily, I immediately glance at Tyler. His body is stiff against the seat, both hands gripping the steering wheel so tight his knuckles have paled, his arms rigid. He doesn't even look back at me, only clenches his jaw as he continues to stare out the windshield. As he parts his lips to speak, all he can say is, "What the fuck do we do now?" "I don't know," I say. Groaning, I throw my head down against the dashboard and run my hands through my hair. I squeeze my eyes shut as I try to process everything that's just occurred, but it all feels like a messy blur. I can't piece anything together. Slowly, I lift my head back up and turn to face him. "Tyler, should we tell him? I mean, it's the right thing to do, isn't it?" "We have to tell him," he says, but he's talking much more slowly now, and his voice is much calmer. He shifts his stare to mine, worry within our eyes. "I know we were going to wait until we got home to tell him, but he's here now, and we've got to do the right thing for once." "When?" "What?" I swallow the lump that's rising in my throat. "When will we tell him?" Tyler shrugs. "We can tell him tomorrow. Hell, we can walk back in there and tell him right now, but that means we're going to ruin his trip to New York because he'll be going through hell. Or," he says, "we can wait until their last day. Tell him the night before they leave. At least that way he'll be able to enjoy New York, and he won't have to be around us for long before he can hop on a plane and get the hell away from us. Get it?" "You want me to pretend everything is fine for 5 days?" Nervously, I interlock my hands in my lap. I love Dean. That's why this is so hard. I'm not going to break up with him because I don't want to be with him. I'm going to break up with him because I've found my way back to Tyler. Because it's unfair on Dean to have a girlfriend who's in love with someone else. Just act a little different so that he knows something's up, Tyler tells me, but he's frowning as he starts up the engine. God, he's really gonna hate us, isn't he? Could you see the way he was looking at you? Looking at us, I correct. I reach for my seatbelt and click it on, letting out a sigh I didn't know I was holding in. He looked so happy to see us. Actually, forget Dean for a sec, Tyler says, as he pulls out of the spot and heads onto Madison Avenue. His tone turns bitter once more. Why is Tiffany here? Favorite pair of step-siblings? The fuck is that all about? She knows she hates us. It's just me she hates, actually, I say, with the smallest of laughs as I settle back against the seat, watching Tyler as he drives. You know, 'cause I totally stole her boyfriend and all. Tyler glances sideways at me as he laughs, too, his expression softening up. One hand on the wheel, he reaches over the center console with the other, taking my hand in his. He intertwines his fingers with mine, his skin soft and warm, just like it always is. I can't even begin to tell you how thankful I am that you did. Chapter 22. The next day, both Tyler and I are on edge. We can't help it. It's so nerve-wracking knowing that Dean's within such close proximity. We have to be extra cautious again, monitoring what we say and ensuring we never look at each other for too long. We're back to being nothing more than step-siblings again. And although we're trying to act as normal and as innocent as we can, Tyler's finding it difficult to hide his aggravation at the fact that Dean's about to pick me up any second. He's been brewing himself some coffee over in the kitchen as I pace the living room, awaiting the sound of a knock against the door, and eventually Emily picks up on the tension. She pauses the TV, much to Snake's annoyance, and cranes her neck to look at us, her eyes flickering back and forth between Tyler and me.
What's the matter?
Eden's got a date, Tyler says. His eyes are zeroed in on me, and he stirs his coffee without even glancing down. His jaw is tight. Her boyfriend surprised her last night by turning up in the city. Did I mention my psycho ex is here too? Because she is.
Tiffany?
Emily asks. I stop pacing the living room to throw Tyler a curious glance, an eyebrow raised. He must have told Emily about Tiffany. In fact, I think he must have told her just about everything about his life. She always seems to know the smallest of details. Yeah, Tyler says stiffly. He turns away from us and focuses on his coffee, and it gives Emily the chance to turn her attention back to me.
Eden, I didn't know you had a boyfriend, she says, eyes studying me intensely. It makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, who cares?
Snake mutters. He tries to lean over her to grab the remote for the TV, but she presses a hand to his chest and holds him back, her eyes never leaving mine. We've been together for over 1.5 years, I say quietly. 1.5 years. That's how much of Dean's life I've wasted. His name's Dean. As if right on cue, there's a knock at the door. All of us glance over at once, but Tyler and I are quick to flash our eyes back to each other. He stops dithering with the coffee, his hands pausing mid-air, and I gnaw at the inside of my cheek. I don't particularly want to see Dean tonight, but if I don't, he'll know immediately that something's wrong. I'm not ready to tell him yet. I can sense everyone's eyes on me as I turn for the door, smoothing out my skater skirt on my way over. Slowly, I fiddle with the locks and swing open the door. And of course, I'm greeted by Dean. He breathes a sigh of relief the moment he runs his eyes over me, a smile on his lips. Oh, thank God we got the right apartment. We? Right then, Rachel and Tiffany appear at the door behind him, slightly out of breath as though they'd climbed up all 12 flights of stairs. My grip on the door tightens as Tiffany smiles at me, eyes wide. What are you guys doing here? Tyler calls from the kitchen. And when I glance over my shoulder, I see he's abandoned his coffee on the worktop and is making his way over. He's stuffed his hands into his pockets, but it doesn't stop me from noticing the way they're balled into fists. We wanted to see your apartment, Rachel tells him, voice cheerful. However, it quickly falters and she shrugs a little sheepishly. And also because last night sucked. We want to talk to you. Tyler glances between Rachel and Tiffany for a long moment. His eyes rest on Tiffany longer than they do on Rachel, and I can quite literally see the way he's fighting the urge to refuse them entry. He eventually takes a step back from the door. Fine, come on in, he mutters. Rachel leads the way into the center of the apartment, Tiffany close behind her. As Tyler shrugs at me, I frown back and turn to reach for Dean's shirt, pulling him over the threshold and kicking the door shut behind us all. Both Snake and Emily get to their feet, awkwardly studying our fellow West Coast guests. Snake's gaze never leaves Rachel, and Emily's never leaves Tiffany. All right, Tyler says. He briefly runs over the introductions, stating everyone's names and summarizing everyone as briefly as possible. Snake's the roommate from Boston, Emily's the Brit he toured with, Rachel's a friend, Tiffany's just Tiffany. Dean is nothing more than the guy I'm dating. Tyler doesn't mention that once upon a time they were best friends. There's no point. That friendship is going to end within the next 4 days. Snake makes a beeline across the room for Rachel once the awkward greetings are over with, and I try to shoot him a warning glance, but either he doesn't catch it or he chooses to blatantly ignore it. His gray eyes are set on her, and as he holds out his hand, he reintroduces himself. This time, surprisingly, as Stephen. Rolling my eyes, I glance over to Tiffany.
She's studying Emily intensely from a few feet away, and I watch anxiously as Emily closes the gap between them, her expression nonchalant. "So, you're Tiffany." "What's that supposed to mean?" Tiffany narrows her eyes, taken aback by the tone of Emily's voice. If only Emily lived in Santa Monica, she'd know not to mess with Tiffany Parkinson. But unfortunately, she doesn't, so she's not aware of this basic rule of survival. She keeps on going. "Oh, nothing," she says with a curt shrug. "I've just heard a lot about you, that's all." "Really?" Tiffany's face lights up at the thought of it, like she thrives on the idea of her name being tossed around in everyone else's conversations. Most of the time, the words that follow after her name are not flattering. Emily smiles, but it's not genuine. For the first time, she seems like she's got her guard up. She's usually more vulnerable, soft-spoken, and quiet. Not today. "Sure have. Don't worry, though. I'm certain everything I've heard is entirely accurate." I don't get to hear what kind of bullshit Tiffany musters up next, because my attention is drawn to Tyler as he steps closer to Dean and me. He's smiling. Sincere? I don't think so. "So, Dean, how about I give you the grand tour?" he suggests. Dean shakes his head at the offer as he says, "I think we're just gonna head out. I don't want to waste any more time." "Nah, man, come on, let me show you around." Tyler throws his arm around him, pulling him away from me as he tightens his grip on his shoulder. I don't think Dean would be able to get away from him even if he tried. "Come check out the view first. We're facing 3rd Avenue. He leads Dean across the room and gently pushes him in front of the windows, holding him there. As Dean looks out to the street below, Tyler throws me a cunning smile, and I can only roll my eyes in return. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot Tiffany heading over to join them. She barges her body in between theirs, throwing an arm over their shoulders. Tyler promptly shrugs her off. "So, what are we looking at?" she asks. On the opposite side of the living room, Snake's still talking to Rachel. She's twirling strands of her hair around her fingertips, her lips parted slightly as she listens to whatever the hell it is that Snake talks to girls about. The entire thing just confuses me. I don't know why, but my life in Santa Monica has felt completely separate to my summer in New York. The two were never meant to collide. Now that they have, I'm endlessly feeling nauseous. For the past month, New York has felt like a safe haven. It's like I've been able to completely shut off my life back home. Forget about our parents, forget about our friends, forget about Dean. The best part of it all is that New York has made me forget that Tyler's my stepbrother. Right up until now. Reality has hit us at full force, and God, it hurts. "Bloody hell," Emily murmurs under her breath as she pads across the carpet to me, folding her arms across her chest. She stands by my side and nods to Tiffany. She's exactly how I pictured her, walking in here like she's all this and all that. "You shot her down pretty quickly," I say. I glance sideways at Emily, studying the way she's glaring at Tiffany from afar. I keep my voice low. What was all of that about? Emily shrugs and shifts her stare to me, her eyes softening a little. "Tyler told me all about her," she says. By the windows, Tyler's pointing out stores and cafes on 3rd Avenue, all the while continuing to ignore Tiffany's persistence as she pushes herself closer against him. "What she did was awful," Emily adds. "I can't stand girls like her. Besides, I stick up for my mates." "Watch yourself," I murmur quietly, my eyes never leaving Tiffany. She's got one hand on the back of Tyler's shoulder blade, the other on her hip. Her wrath isn't something you want to suffer. Emily steps forward and turns around slightly so that she's directly facing me. She laughs and asks,
speaking from experience.
Indeed. Dealing with Tiffany was hell. It's hard to be around her now because of it all. She carries with her a sense of power, both in the way that she smiles and in the way that she talks. It's terrifying. Speaking of Tiffany, she must have decided to give up her efforts at trying to weasel her way into Tyler and Dean's conversation, because she spins around and waltzes toward Emily and me instead. She sighs as she approaches, her eyes set solely on me. She smiles, and, as always, it's fake and bitter. Eden? Outside. Right now. I don't even flinch, only remain where I am. No, I'm good. Tiffany doesn't take no for an answer, because she promptly grasps my wrist and roughly yanks me toward the door. I throw Emily a glance over my shoulder, and she shrugs back at me with wide eyes. I'm unwillingly pulled out into the lobby, and as Tiffany clicks the door shut behind us, she finally lets go. What do you want? I fold my arms across my chest, taking a step back as she spins around to face me. Further along the lobby, a guy is leaving his apartment. Tiffany waits in silence as he brushes past us, heading for the elevator. Once he's gone, her smile turns devious and her eyes grow narrower. The short answer? I'm starting to miss Tyler. It's so ridiculous that I laugh. I can't suppress it, and before I even realize it, I'm smiling at how unbelievable she sounds. Maybe it wouldn't sound so hilarious if their relationship had been honest and real. It wasn't. She can't miss someone she never loved. Still laughing, I ask, and what's the long answer? I'm starting to miss Tyler, and you're going to help me get him back. She shoots back at me without missing a beat. Folding her arms across her chest, her smile turns into a thin line. I stop laughing. Now it's just pitiful. She really is deluded. You know that's never going to happen, right? Why won't it? He's coming back to California. We're both single, and is it just me, or has your brother gotten so much hotter? She blows out a breath and dramatically fans her face, cheeks tinted with a rose hue. Go to hell, Tiffany. God, why are you so snappy? She gasps and moves her hand to her heart as though I've wounded her, but I only roll my eyes. She's always so dramatic. Wait, she says. For a second, she seems to drop the act she's putting on because she looks at me with a perplexed expression that is nothing but sincere. I can see the expression in her eyes shifting as she studies me, and the moment she's done thinking, she parts her lips and exhales. You're not still hooking up with him, are you? I'm so taken by surprise by the question that I don't reply. Even if I tried to deny it, she'd see straight through me. She always does. Blinking at her, I swallow the lump in my throat and then drop my eyes to the floor. Tiffany makes it sound so casual. We've never just been hooking up. It's always been more than that. Oh my God, Tiffany says quietly. The shock is evident in her tone. For once, she's neither taunting nor sneering. You are? I glance back up at her, but I quickly squeeze my eyes shut and press my hand to my face. My cheeks feel rather flushed, and all I can murmur through my hand is, "It's not that big of a deal." I know I'm lying to myself. I know it's a big deal. It always will be. Not that big of a deal? Tiffany echoes. She seems to get over the surprise of finding out that Tyler and I are still into each other pretty quickly, because now her voice is laced with the glee that she's trying so hard to hide. But Eden, you're dating Dean. Shaking my head, I turn around and start to walk back to the apartment door. I'm biting down hard on my lower lip and breathing so slowly to stop myself from crying. It hurts knowing that the one person who's aware of my relationship with Tyler is the one person who's cruel enough to tell everyone. I can tell she wants to. And the fact that she has yet to do so is the most nerve-wracking thing in the world. She's keeping our secret safe for a reason. And knowing Tiffany, it's definitely not because she's trying to be a good friend. "Wait!" Tiffany calls. I stop walking, but I don't turn around. I just keep my eyes shut and I listen. "Enjoy your date with Dean. Are you going to mention that you're cheating on him?" I grind my teeth together. I don't have to look at her to know that she's smiling right now. She's loving every second of this. I don't give her the satisfaction, however, of knowing that her words are infuriating me because I keep my mouth shut and start walking again. "Eden," she calls again once I reach the door to the apartment. I pause with my fingers tightened around the handle. I know I shouldn't listen to what she has to say, but I can't stop myself. "Have you gained a couple pounds since I last saw you?" Her words immediately hit me right where it hurts. It's a phrase I haven't heard in years, the type of phrase I used to hear back in Portland, and the type of phrase I used to fear more than anything. I thought I was finally over worrying about my weight, but a split second after the words leave Tiffany's mouth, every single ounce of self-esteem I've built up over the past few years disappears, and my pulse races as I fight back the tears that press at the corner of my eyes. Even if I wanted to say something to Tiffany, I couldn't. Even if I wanted to look back at her, I couldn't possibly bring myself to. Not anymore. I throw open the apartment door and get myself inside as fast as I can, slamming the door behind me and utilizing every lock possible. There's no way she's coming back in this apartment. Not after that. Breathing heavily, I notice how silent the apartment is, and when I slowly turn around, everyone is staring at me. Rachel and Snake have stopped talking. Emily's standing alone exactly where I left her, her eyebrows raised. Tyler and Dean are in the kitchen. Tyler with his coffee in hand and Dean with a defeated sort of expression on his face. It's Rachel I look at for the longest time. Tiffany didn't throw that remark at me by chance. It was intentional, and the only people in this room who could possibly have told her are Tyler, Dean, and Rachel. It's not hard to figure out who to blame. I don't intend to draw attention to myself, but I fear I might just burst into tears any second now in front of all of them, so I call Rachel's name as I head straight for the bathroom. I push past Dean and Tyler and shut the door behind me, only opening it a few seconds later when Rachel taps her knuckles against the wood. I reach out and pull her inside, and this time I lock the door. "What?" she asks immediately, confused. "Did you tell Tiffany?" "Tell Tiffany what?" "About." I take a deep breath and walk around her, leaning back against the sink before glancing up again. If I could see myself right now, I'm pretty sure I'd look devastated because that's exactly how I feel. "About me," I finish. "About why I work out." The creases of worry in Rachel's forehead deepen as she frowns. "I mean, I may have told her like forever ago," she admits quietly. "She asked me why you were such a running freak." "Rachel!" I groan and throw my head back, throwing my hands into my hair and staring at the ceiling. I'm starting to regret ever confiding in her. I'm starting to wish I hadn't told anyone at all. "Now she knows the best way to insult me," I murmur as I tilt my head back down to face Rachel. She guiltily runs her thumb over her lips and keeps quiet, unsure of what to say. "She just asked me if I'd gained a couple pounds. Have I?" I glance down at myself, scouring every inch of my body. Lately, I'd been happy. I'd finally found the perfect balance between eating healthy and working out without being too extreme about it all, without monitoring every single thing I ate. I no longer skipped meals. I no longer felt guilty for missing a run. Not a single thought has occurred to me in months regarding my weight, but now it's like everything hits me at once. I start trying to figure out how many slices of pizza I've eaten while I've been in New York. I try to count how many extra shots of caramel I've been adding to my lattes over the past year. I wonder if, perhaps, allowing myself to take it easier was a bad idea from the get-go.
Eden, you look absolutely fine, Rachel says. Her hands gently cup my jaw as she tilts my face back up and away from my body, fixing me with a pleading stare. Stop it, she says firmly. Taking a step back and dropping her hands to her sides, she sighs. Look, I'm going to talk to Tiffany. She knows making comments like that isn't cool, but please, don't get upset about it. Just go enjoy your date with Dean. I don't know how I'm supposed to do that now. I don't even want to leave the bathroom anymore, let alone go out in public with the guy I'm going to be breaking up with pretty soon. In a mood like this, I don't think I'll be able to keep up the act. There's a knock at the door and both Rachel and I glance over. Dean's voice vibrates through the wood.
Are you guys okay?
There's another knock, this time much gentler, and the voice that follows isn't Dean's, but Tyler's.
Eden?
She'll be out in a sec, Rachel calls back. When she turns to face me again, there's already a tear rolling its way down my cheek, and she rushes to wipe it away with her thumb. Hey, it's okay, she tells me softly. She wraps her arms around me then, pulling me into a warm, tight hug. I'm sorry, she says into my hair. You don't have to be friends with Tiffany. I won't mind. I sure hope you won't, I murmur, because it's never going to happen. Dean takes me out for dinner to a restaurant named Bella Blue, 4 blocks south on Lexington Avenue. It's small and Italian, which doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Dean's always been proud of his Italian roots, the same way Tyler's always been proud of his Hispanic genes, despite the fact that he gets them from his dad. We end up being late for our reservation by 20 minutes, partly due to Tyler purposely holding Dean up, and partly because I locked myself in the bathroom with Rachel. Before I walked back out again, I dried my eyes and let Rachel redo my eye makeup, much better than I'd originally done it. No one asked what had happened, and no one asked why Tiffany was locked out in the lobby. No one dared to. Rachel had returned to her conversation with Snake as I left with Dean. Tyler had scowled at me. Emily had kept staring at me intensely, her gaze not only curious but also suspicious. Out in the lobby, Tiffany was leaning against the wall with her arms folded across her chest and a smile on her lips as she told us to enjoy the evening. Dean had said thanks, apparently unaware of the scheming undertone to her voice, and I didn't so much as glare at her as she took the opportunity to enter the apartment again. I didn't have that confidence anymore to stand up to her. I just wanted to hide. At Bella Blue, however, the night is starting to get worse. I feel too guilty being here. On my first night in New York, I was in a situation exactly like this, seated at a table in the middle of a cozy Italian restaurant. Only then the restaurant was Pietrasanta, not Bella Blue, and I wasn't facing Dean. I was facing Tyler.
So, I swear,
Dean says, as he swallows another bite of his lobster ravioli.
I'm definitely going to college next fall. I know I said I was going to apply this year, but it's actually kind of nice working with my dad. No classes, no studying, just cool cars.
I pick at my Caesar salad with my fork, not entirely focused, my stare blank. I've been moving the croutons around for the past 10 minutes, barely eating any of it. I don't want to. Uh-huh.
And I know I was set on Berkeley, but I've been looking at the business programs in Illinois and...
What? My eyes flash up from my salad to meet Dean's gaze, warm and bright as ever.
Illinois,
he says again with a smile.
So that we're closer.
My stomach twists, and I try my best to keep my apprehension hidden.
We've both always been aware that I'm moving halfway across the country in 2 months, but we don't often bring it up in conversation. Neither of us wanted to. It was always hard to talk about, us being separated for 4 years. We'd have summers together, spring break, winter break, Thanksgiving. We'd see each other, but it would be different and it would be difficult. Now I'm not worried about moving away from Dean. In fact, I think by the time he leaves New York, he'll be glad I'm moving out of state. I don't think he'll ever want to see me again. But you've always wanted to get into Berkeley, I say quietly. I know, he says, but we'll be 2,000 miles apart if I choose to stay in California. He forks up another bite of his ravioli and takes a minute to swallow, reaching for his drink and taking a quick swig. Slowly, he leans forward. I've been looking into Northwestern, he tells me. The economics major there is meant to be great, and you want to know what the best part is? He pauses, not because he's expecting an answer, but because he wants to grin at me. It's in Evanston, only 20 miles away from the University of Chicago. I rest my eyes on the flower in the center of the table, taking in its brightness as I try to process what Dean's saying. He's willing to give up his dream college so that we don't have to be apart. That's just Dean. He's always been selfless, always been so considerate and willing to make sacrifices for the people he cares about. He could have started college last year, but he didn't because his dad always wanted him to work at the garage. I know he likes cars, but I also know how badly he wants to build a career in business. Yet he's putting it on hold for another year because he's living the Carter family tradition first. He's willing to apply for different schools because he doesn't want us to be thousands of miles apart. I think you should keep Berkeley on the cards, I say. But I'm not looking at him. I'm still looking at the flower, still thinking. What's the point? Dean asks. It's an amazing school. So is Northwestern, he points out. And it's right next to you. I glance up at him again now. Pushing my plate away from me, barely touched, I interlock my hands together on the table in front of me. But you've always said you didn't want to leave California. I think Dean expected me to be thrilled at the idea of him potentially moving to Illinois next year, because his smile has slowly begun to fade. He frowns. Eden, he says firmly, eyes crinkling at the corners as he locks his gaze with mine. I already have to go a year without you. It's almost a 30-hour drive, but I could take trips over to Chicago every month, and you'll be coming home for the holidays, and I could even get a second job so that I could come see you more often. But that's for a year. I don't think I can cope with that for 4. Dean. That's why, when I go to college next year, I want to be near you. He continues, ignoring me. He leans back in his seat, folding his arms across his chest as he grins again. Hey, imagine that. You'll be a sophomore, and I'll be a freshman. Talk about role reversal. If I was planning on staying with Dean, I think maybe I would be thrilled at the idea. However, it's so hard to hear him talk about our future plans together when I know that there is no future for us. And I don't think there's anything I can possibly say right now to change his mind regarding college. When Tyler and I tell him the truth, I think that'll change his mind. Then I'm sure he'll be keen on Berkeley again. He definitely won't want to be anywhere near me. Dean, I murmur. It hurts to look back at him, to see the way he looks at me with eyes bright and full of nothing but honesty and love. I wish I could look at him in the same way. He deserves that, and so much more. I do love him. Since we got together, there's never been a time when I haven't. It's just that my heart belongs to Tyler. Letting Dean go is the right thing to do.
I love you,
I say. My eyes never leave his. In fact, I'm not sure if I'm even blinking.
You know that, right?
Reaching across the table, he takes my hand in his, and as his smile reaches his eyes, he says, "Of course I do."
And in that moment, I can do nothing but hope that he truly does. Chapter 23. By the time I return from my run the following day, the decision is made that the girls and the guys are to hang out separately. I'm not sure who exactly made this decision. All I know is that I'm against it. Tyler, Snake, and Dean head off to some vintage car show just outside of the city, while the rest of us head out to Times Square. Again, I have no say in the matter, and when I try to object to the plans that have been arranged for me, I get absolutely nowhere. Even Emily is hesitant about spending the afternoon with Rachel and Tiffany. And so, for the several hours that we spend making our way around Times Square, Emily and I linger at the back. I can't even look at Tiffany, let alone talk to her, so I keep my distance at all times. Sometimes, when she and Rachel dart into stores, Emily and I don't even join them. We stand outside, musing to each other, hoping that neither of them will notice our absence. Besides, I visited Times Square a lot over the past 4 weeks, so the novelty is worn off by now. And it has for Emily, too. After all, she's lived in New York for over a year. For Rachel and Tiffany, however, Times Square is as fascinating and as mesmerizing to them as it was to me the very first time Tyler took me here. For that sole reason, I don't mind when they stop every so often to take pictures. Does she seriously walk like that, or do you think she does it on purpose? Emily asks under her breath as we follow our two companions along 43rd Street. The gap between us and them is slowly increasing, and Emily tilts her head to one side as she studies the way Tiffany walks. She struts like she's on a mission. On purpose. She never used to walk like that, I murmur back, careful not to be heard. I don't think it's possible that they could hear our conversation, even if they tried to, because Times Square is as loud and as buzzing as ever. You know, she was actually nice when I first met her, and then it all went to hell. What happened? Long story, I say. I don't think I could explain it, even if I tried to. So, Emily, Tyler broke up with her for me. Yeah, right. As if I could say that. And don't say you have time, because I really don't want to talk about it. I wasn't going to push it anyway, Emily says. And when I glance sideways at her, it suddenly occurs to me that I'm choosing to be with her instead of Rachel, my best friend. I feel guilty for disliking Emily to begin with, but that was before I knew there was nothing going on between her and Tyler. Now I'm starting to consider her a friend, and our mutual dislike of Tiffany is a surprisingly great way to bond. Only minutes later, Tiffany disappears into the Brooklyn diner while Rachel lingers at the door, waiting for us. It's almost 3 now, and we haven't had lunch yet, so we don't mind stopping. It gives us a break from dashing between stores. We're given a booth over in the far corner, right by the windows, but Tiffany's shopping bags take up half the space on their side. I sit by Emily, of course, and I ensure that I'm opposite Rachel. Tiffany's diagonal to me, which helps, because the only way I can see her is if I look out of the corner of my eye, which I don't. I set my eyes on the table, and nothing else, fumbling anxiously with my hands in my lap. All 3 of them take a while to study the menu, yet I don't bother to pick one up. Rachel notices after a couple minutes, and her eyes narrow at me over the rim of her menu in her hands, and she nudges me under the table with her foot. I promptly ignore it, shifting my gaze to the window to watch the flow of Times Square instead. The locals weave their way through the slow-paced tourists. The tourists don't even seem to notice that they're blocking the sidewalks as they come to a halt to study maps, to take pictures, to most likely ask their partners which direction they should head in next.
Even from inside, I can feel the locals' frustration. "So, you're from England?" I hear Tiffany ask Emily. I prop my elbow up on the table and rest my chin in my hand, still staring out onto 43rd Street. I do, however, keep listening. "Yeah?" Emily says, voice wary. "Just outside of London." "Were you living here before, or did you move over just to take part in the awareness tour thing?" "I came over for it," Emily says quietly, keeping her replies as short as possible. I don't think she's particularly in the mood for a conversation with Tiffany. I can't blame her. "So, you were abused?" My jaw falls open the moment the words leave Tiffany's lips. I'm so shocked that it's enough to make me spin my head around to look at her in disbelief. She's blinking at Emily, lips pressed firmly together as she awaits an answer. "Tiffany?" Rachel gasps, horrified. "That's so insensitive." "It was just a question," Tiffany says, as she throws Rachel a sideways glance. Her eyes settle back on Emily and she shrugs. "So, were you?" She doesn't have to answer that, I say stiffly, narrowing my eyes across the table straight at Tiffany. I don't want to draw her attention, but she's crossing the line. Tiffany's gaze flashes to mine. "Shouldn't you be choosing everything you're going to eat instead of butting into conversations?" "Tiffany," Rachel murmurs, biting her lip awkwardly as she offers me an apologetic glance. Tiffany just shrugs again as though she doesn't see what the problem is. My stomach twists again as I try to let her remark go over the top of my head, but it's difficult to ignore. It's hard to pretend that it doesn't hurt, that it doesn't make me feel even sicker than I already do. I don't want to sit around here and wait for our waitress to arrive, because that way I'll receive a frown from Rachel, and most likely a smile from Tiffany when I don't end up ordering anything, and I'd much rather avoid it completely. "Excuse me," I murmur, and Emily immediately gets to her feet to allow me to slip out of the booth. Rachel furrows her eyebrows at me suspiciously, questioning my departure, so I quickly say, "Restroom," and head off in search of them. They're over by the opposite side of the diner, and as I quickly slip through the door, I realize they're rather small. Only a couple stalls, couple sinks. Thankfully, there's no one else here, so I lean back against the wall by the hand dryers, heaving a long sigh. I don't want to go back out there. I don't want to face Tiffany again. I just want to get out of here, get back to the apartment, and find solace in Tyler. For a minute, I try to picture the layout of the diner, trying to work out if it's possible for me to get from the restrooms to the main exit without Rachel or Tiffany or Emily even noticing. But then I think more carefully about Emily, about the fact that she's sitting out there with two complete strangers, one of whom she already dislikes. Tiffany's picked up on that, and I'm now convinced that she's adamant on ridiculing Emily the same way she's trying to ridicule me. I'm wishing I asked Emily to come to the restroom with me. I'm wishing I hadn't left her. For Emily's sake alone, I know I'll eventually have to force myself to rejoin the group. Just not yet. In the meantime, I can only hope that Rachel will have her back if Tiffany makes any more inappropriate remarks. My peace in the restrooms doesn't last for long, though, because after 5 minutes, the door swings open. The person who walks through it is the one person I'm trying to get away from. "What's taking you so long?" Tiffany asks, folding her arms across her chest as she steps nearer to me. I don't even look her in the eye. I just barge past her, my body brushing against her as I make for the door. "Wait," she says. "What, Tiffany?" I snap, spinning around on the balls of my feet. I will never be able to tolerate her. "What?" "I was up late last night," she says calmly. "Thinking?" She begins to pace the restroom, walking back and forth between me and the hand dryers on the farthest wall, her hands on her hips. She's purposely trying to be dramatic, as always. I don't buy it, though. I just fold my arms across my chest and sigh as I wait for her to continue.
So, last night, while you were out with Dean, I spoke to Tyler. I apologized for what happened in the past. He was totally cool with it, she says.
I'm not entirely sure if she's lying or not, because Tyler certainly didn't mention any of that last night when I got back from my dinner with Dean. He never mentioned an apology or that he was cool with it.
I think I could have another shot with him, she says,
as she comes to a halt in front of me, her eyes meeting mine.
Of course, that's if you weren't in the way.
I get what she's hinting at almost immediately, and I can only laugh.
You really think he'll break things off with me so that he can be with you?
I roll my eyes at how pathetic it all sounds. That's the only thing that isn't terrifying about Tiffany, her ridiculous schemes. I think they're getting worse the older she gets.
God, you really are deluded. Of course I don't, she says.
Almost so slowly that it's agonizing, her lips curl up into a tight smile.
I know he won't do that. That's why I need you to do it.
Wait, I say. Her words no longer seem humorous. What?
End whatever is between you and him, she orders sharply.
Her eyes narrow as she taps her foot impatiently against the tiled flooring. I shake my head quickly. She must seriously be crazy if she thinks I'd ever do such a thing. That's not happening, I state, my voice firm despite how weak I feel in comparison with her.
I guess I'll give Dean a call then.
Reaching into her purse, she fishes out her phone. She takes a few seconds to tap around on the screen, and when she glances back up, she smiles at my horrified stare. She holds her phone up for me to see, and Dean's name is on the screen, his number already dialing. Don't! I scramble forward as I attempt to snatch the device from her hand. My heart has dropped into my stomach and I feel like I can't breathe. The blood throughout my body has thinned. The color has drained from my face. Tiffany smiles in such a way that she appears sinister as she stretches out her hand, holding me back. With her other hand, she holds her phone up in the air, as far out of my reach as she can keep it. She puts it on speaker, allowing the monotonous dial tone to echo around the restroom.
Cut it off with Tyler, and I won't tell Dean. Deal?
Fine, I yell. I have no other choice. Even my hands are trembling now, and my chest is heavy. Immediately, Tiffany pushes me back a step, and she ends the call before Dean has the chance to answer. I'm so numb that I can't even feel relieved about it.
So, here's what's going to happen,
she says with a wide grin, so malicious that it's hard to keep my eyes trained on her. Now I really do feel sick. Now I really do wish I'd escaped the diner when I had a chance to.
I need you to do it tonight. Say whatever you want to Tyler as long as you make it clear that your gross fling is off. After that, I need you to come and stay at our hotel.
What? My voice is a feeble whisper now. Not firm and strong like I wish it would be. It's just weak. Defeated.
You know, for dramatic effect.
Tiffany's grin stretches even wider, and I'm not sure how it's even possible for her to smile back at me, for her to enjoy how stunned and how petrified and how numb I really am. It's sadistic, really.
And besides,
she says with a nonchalant shrug,
I'm not stupid. You could tell Tyler all about this conversation, so I think it'd be best if you came and stayed with Dean. I've thought all of this through, so when it eventually occurs to you, and it will if it hasn't already, that you could just tell Dean the truth yourself before I can, Don't waste your time. I'll call your parents instead and let them know what's up. And I know you won't beat me to that because there's no way in hell you'll tell them the truth over a phone call. She suddenly seems a lot smarter than I've ever given her credit for. This scheme doesn't seem as comical as it did a few minutes ago. I'm being forced to decide who to hurt between Tyler, Dean, and my parents. She's got me cornered exactly the way she wants, with no other option but to do as she asks. You're blackmailing me? No, Tiffany says. Her grin finally turns into a smaller smile as she steps closer to me, her voice threatening. I'm just ensuring that you know what'll happen if you don't do me this favor. If you think it's going to work, it won't, I murmur, swallowing. He'll never go back to you. Oh, but Eden, she says, her features relaxing as she takes a step back and lets out the smallest of laughs. We both know how Tyler is with distractions, and ever so conveniently, I'll be there to distract him from you. I part my lips to argue back, but the door to the restrooms swings open once again, and this time it's Emily. She peers around the frame, her eyebrows arched. She glances between Tiffany and me rather suspiciously before asking, "What are you two doing?" "Just making a pact," Tiffany answers, stepping even closer to me and throwing her arm around my shoulders, squeezing my body tight against hers. I can sense her smiling as her cheek brushes against mine, but I'm still too paralyzed to react. I can't force a smile for Emily's sake. I can't frown. I can only attempt to breathe, totally zoned out as I stare at the sinks to my right. Tonight, I've got to hurt Tyler for the greater good, and I have never, ever felt so terrified. Chapter 24. Tyler's been wandering around the apartment for a while. He carries some of his clothes from his bedroom to the laundry room. He helps Snake replace the hinges on one of the cupboard doors in the kitchen. He cleans the coffee machine in silence, licking his lips in concentration, humming to himself every once in a while. The entire time I've been watching him from the couch, my stomach in knots as I figure out the best way to do what I need to do. Emily's been sitting beside me, flicking between TV channels and occasionally asking me if I'm okay. I keep telling her I'm absolutely fine, but the truth is I'm nowhere near it. It's not until Snake decides to head out on a late grocery shopping spree that I decide to just take a deep breath and get it all over with. Pushing myself up from the couch, Emily watches me curiously as I head across the living room, stopping at the kitchen counter. Tyler glances up from the coffee machine, smiling warmly at me.
What's up?
Come to the roof with me, I say quietly, not quite answering him the way he expects me to. His eyes light up and immediately he stops cleaning the coffee machine. I swallow hard when he smirks.
How come I've never thought of that before?
He whispers, leaning closer to me across the worktop so that Emily can't hear a single word we're saying. Tyler, this is serious. His expression shifts from flirtatious to worried in a heartbeat, and I turn for the door, trying not to let him see that I'm on the verge of crying already. I try my best to stay strong, despite how ready I am to break down over all of this. If I open my mouth, I might just scream, so I lead Tyler out of the apartment and up to the roof in silence. Thankfully, he doesn't attempt to ask any questions on the way up, even when we're standing in the elevator, several feet apart. It's long after sunset by now, almost nearing 10 p.m., and the sky is a darkening shade of blue as I push open the door to the roof and step out onto the terrace. I scour the area to check there's no one else here, and when I'm sure there isn't, I slowly make my way across the concrete.
From behind me, Tyler suddenly places his hands on my waist and nuzzles his nose into my cheek, murmuring against my ear, "Baby, is everything okay?" His voice only gives me chest pains, and a shiver runs down my spine. Twice. I turn my body around in his arms, my eyes crinkling with a mixture of both pain and confusion as I face him. I still can't believe I'm in this awful situation, and I don't know exactly what I'm going to say yet, but I do know that as I push Tyler's hands off my waist, the look in his eyes begins to mirror mine. "Tyler, I need you to listen to me really carefully." Nodding, he inhales a sharp breath. "I'm listening." It takes me a while to build up the courage to say what I'm planning on saying. It's the only logical excuse I can think of that would even begin to make sense to Tyler. The only excuse that could justify something like this. Even though my words aren't the truth, they have to be believable. Unable to look at Tyler any longer, I drop my eyes to the concrete, to his brown boots, and my heart tightly clenches as I dare myself to finally tell him, "I want to stay with Dean."
"What?"
I don't have to look at him to hear the shock in his voice, to hear the way it cracks at the end. It pains me to hear it. It hurts to know my words are the reason. "I don't want to do this anymore," I say. "I love Dean." Tyler's lips part as he registers my words. The moment he really absorbs them, his eyes immediately dilate with panic. Taking a step toward me, he gently reaches for my wrist. I even catch him glance down at his bicep at the tattoo of my name. He swallows hard and looks back up. "You said you wouldn't do this. You said you wouldn't change your mind." Closing my eyes, I pull my wrist away from him and take a step back, forcing myself to keep mustering up words, however much I don't want to. Seeing Dean again has made me realize that I want to stay with him, not you. He jerks his head to one side, exhaling a long breath as he walks away from me. Running his hands back through his hair, gripping tightly onto the ends, he tilts his face up to the sky and circles the terrace. When he looks back down again, he balls his hand into a fist and swings a punch through the air. "You can't do this to me again." Right then, my heart shatters. The pieces slice through my chest as my body trembles with guilt. I wouldn't dare to give up on us again, but it's out of my control. I have faith, however, that the moment Tiffany leaves New York, I'll be able to explain to him what's really going on. I have faith that he'll understand why I'm doing what I'm doing. "I'm sorry." Tears suddenly press at my waterlines, and when I meet Tyler's eyes, the emerald in his has faded so much that it makes my stomach tighten. He's shaking his head at me, and I realize I can't stay up here with him any longer. Turning from him, I try to blink back the tears as I head for the door.
"Eden, wait."
Tyler calls softly after me, his voice raspy. I hear his feet hitting the concrete as he rushes after me, and by the time I'm inside the building, he's right behind me, his voice pleading.
"Please, this isn't fair."
"I'm sorry," I splutter again, refusing to turn around as I keep on walking as fast as I can. I don't want to take the elevator because I don't want to be forced to talk to him in such a confined space, so I take the stairs. I end up jogging down them 2 steps at a time while Tyler runs behind me. It's as I'm turning the corner onto the 4th flight of stairs that he shoves his body in front of mine, grabbing my shoulders and stopping me from going any further.
"Why?"
he asks, voice still cracked, still raspy, still pained. I thought everything was fine between us. What's happened? Did I do something wrong? Tell me.
I can't even begin to muster up a reply. The truth is, everything was fine. Everything was fine until Tiffany arrived. Tyler hasn't done anything wrong, and there's no way I can lie and tell him that he has, so I slam my shoulder against his chest and barge him out of the way. I break into an even faster jog this time, my chucks pounding against the stairs as I try to tune out the sound of Tyler's voice as he relentlessly yells my name. His voice isn't coarse, though, nor is it firm and deep. It's because he's not angry. He's not furious, he's just hurt. That's all he is. Completely and entirely hurt. By the time I reach the 12th floor, I really am crying. The tears are flowing down my cheeks, and I don't even have the energy to wipe them away. My throat has tightened so much that it feels like I'm struggling to breathe. Tyler's breathing heavily and rapidly behind me, and as I reach the apartment door, I pray that it's still unlocked. I throw it open, and it completely startles Emily on the couch, because she jumps and spins her head around to stare at us in shock, her eyes wide and her lips parted. However, neither Tyler nor I pay her any attention, because I head straight into his room. I keep my face down in an attempt to hide the fact that I'm crying, but I think Emily notices anyway. I even try to slam Tyler's door behind me, but he presses his hands against it just in time, pushing it back open. "Eden," he whispers as he follows me into the room. He clicks the door shut behind him, keeping his voice low. When I glance at him through my blurred vision, I notice the corners of his eyes are slightly swollen. "What made you change your mind? Why Dean? Why not me? Just answer me that, please." "Because Dean isn't my stepbrother." I've stopped looking at him now. My heart is racing instead, my chest constricting as I move around the room, sliding open the closet doors and reaching up to grab my backpack from the top shelf. I start rummaging around inside the closet, yanking a few of my clothes off hangers and stuffing them inside the bag before moving past Tyler to the chest of drawers.
"What are you doing?"
Tyler whispers, his shoulders dropping as he stares at me, his forehead creasing. For the first time in years, his eyes appear almost lifeless again, just like the way they always used to be. "I'm going to stay at Dean's hotel." My voice sounds so pathetic. My words are more like a sob, and I'm not entirely sure if they're even intelligible. Either way, I continue to grab some more of my things, fumbling around by the wall socket as I fetch my phone charger. I pile everything into my backpack and zip it shut, swinging it over one shoulder. I straighten up.
"What can I do to stop you from doing this?"
Tyler asks, but it sounds like begging more than anything else. He steps toward me again, one hand cupping my jaw and the other grabbing my hand. He squeezes his fingers around mine so tightly that it momentarily hurts, and the heat from his skin is burning hot against my jaw.
"Is there anything I can do that'll change your fucking mind?"
With all my might, I pull my hand free from his. "No." That's when I leave. I grip the strap of my backpack as I run my opposite hand through my hair, wondering if there could have been a way to get around Tiffany. She was right. I could have told Dean the truth before she did, and that way she wouldn't have had anything to threaten me with. I was planning on telling Dean anyway, just not this soon. That would have been the only way to completely avoid doing what I've just done. Tiffany already thought that through. And if I'd told Dean, she'd have moved on to our parents. I'm not ready for that. Tyler doesn't try to follow me as I make my way out of his room and across the apartment. Even Emily doesn't question me as I pull open the door, stepping out into the lobby. I don't even care now that she can see me crying.
She looks worried, and all I can do is offer her a sad smile as I close the door behind me. I don't know what Tyler will tell her, but I do know that right now, I honestly couldn't care less if he told her the truth about what's happened, the truth about us. I just want to get away. I take the elevator this time, my lips quivering as I sob the entire way down, and even when I'm dragging myself outside the building and onto 74th Street, I still don't care. I don't care that I'm crying late at night on the streets of New York. All I know is that the night air feels relaxing as I breathe it in, and I squeeze my eyes shut for a few seconds as I slowly walk around the corner onto 3rd Avenue. My chest begins to relax, and even my trembling begins to calm. It's a 20-minute walk to the Lowell, straight down 3rd Avenue and across 63rd Street. I don't mind it, though. I like the space and the privacy, despite the fact that there's still a flow of pedestrians on the sidewalks and a trail of traffic on the roads. It feels nice to be alone for once. No Tyler, no Tiffany, no Dean and no Rachel and no Snake and no Emily, just me. I do receive some curious glances from people as they pass me, and I wonder if I look like some runaway misfit. Again, I don't care. What the general public of Manhattan think of me isn't my biggest concern right now. The night is colder than I remember it being up on the roof, so I stuff my hands into the front pocket of my hoodie when I reach 63rd Street, sighing with relief as I pass the Santa Fe Opera again. I've run out of tears by the time I reach the hotel, and they've already dried into my cheeks. Now my eyes just feel swollen and red, so I rub at them in an attempt to hide the fact that I've been crying. But I think I only end up making it worse because they begin to sting. There's a different doorman this time. A middle-aged man with graying hair who opens the door and wishes me a good night's sleep. I don't tell him I'm not even a guest here, and I certainly don't mention that tonight I doubt I'll be sleeping at all, let alone sleeping well. I just say thanks. I shuffle past the front desk and across the main lobby, tracing my way to the elevator as I try to remind myself of the route we took to get to the suite. I know it's on the 10th floor, so I push the button and wait as the elevator smoothly heads up. It's mirrored, so I stare at my reflection. My eyes look awful, and it's obvious that I've just been sobbing for what felt like 15 minutes straight. I know there's nothing I can do to hide this fact, and I'm pretty sure Tiffany will be thrilled when she sees me. In a last-ditch attempt to soothe away the swollenness, I dab at my eyes with the sleeves of my hoodie, right before giving up entirely. I head out of the elevator, focusing on keeping my breathing steady as I make my way along the 10th floor lobby to the correct suite. When I come across it, I stand outside of the door for a long while. I really don't want to go inside. I don't want to face Tiffany's satisfied smirks, and I don't want to face Dean. I think Rachel is the only one I'm not worried about seeing, but it does make me wonder how I'm supposed to explain myself to her and Dean. How do I explain why I've been crying? What reason do I give them for staying in their suite? I doubt Tiffany has filled them in on our arrangement. Once I've taken a few deep breaths, I finally knock on the door. It's after 10 by now, but I can still hear their TV. It doesn't take long for someone to answer, and as I listen to the locks being released, I brace myself for who it'll be. I'm seriously praying that it'll be Rachel, but it's not. It's Tiffany. It doesn't surprise me. "Eden!" she exclaims in surprise, but at the exact same time a glorious smile spreads across her face. She's draped in a silk dressing gown, which she holds closed with one hand as she holds the door open with the other. "What are you doing here?" I grip my teeth together and abruptly push past her. I can't deal with her act right now, of all times, and as I force myself into the center of the living area, I hear her close the door behind me. Dean jumps to his feet from one of the ugly vintage chairs, his eyebrows shooting up as he wonders why I'm here. He's wearing a pair of black sweats and a white t-shirt, and he immediately walks over to me. It doesn't take long for the concern to show on his face.
"What are you doing here?"
He asks, ducking down slightly so that he's smaller than me, allowing him to look up at me intensely from beneath his eyelashes.
"Eden, what's wrong?"
I reach for his hand, interlocking our fingers. I find comfort in his presence. Dean's always been able to put me at ease, even just with the sound of his voice. Always so caring, always so gentle. I step forward and bury my face into his chest, his shirt sticking to my damp eyes. "I had an argument with Tyler," I whisper, even though it's far from the truth. I'm also aware that Tiffany is watching us from a few feet away, but I ignore her by squeezing my eyes shut. "I thought I'd come and stay with you." It's not true. It's just an act. My grip on Dean, however, isn't. I really do keep hugging him, not to keep Tiffany happy, but because I need to. I need Dean right now. I need my boyfriend. He squeezes me even tighter, pressing his forehead to my temple as he breathes softly against my ear.
"I'm glad you came here,"
He says gently.
"You're more than welcome to stay with us. Right, Tiffany?"
He steps back, but he keeps his arm around me, holding me close. "Of course," Tiffany agrees, her voice sympathetic and laced with pity, as though she isn't behind all of this. "I can't believe you guys had a fight. You're usually so close." If I weren't so damaged inside, perhaps I'd have the energy to cuss at her. All I can do for now, though, is press my body closer again to Dean's. I wrap my arms around his back and inhale his scent. Usually he smells like grease and exhaust fumes, but now that he's 3,000 miles away from the garage, he just smells like plain soap.
"Please don't get upset,"
he tells me as he rubs his hand up and down my arm.
"Whatever happened will blow over."
"I just want to sleep," I murmur, still sensing Tiffany's watchful eyes. The TV is still echoing in the background, too, and in all honesty, I really do want to go to sleep. I want to fall asleep, and then I want to wake up and realize that none of this has really happened. I'll feel better in the morning. Less broken. Dean drops his hand and loosely interlinks it with mine again as he carefully leads me across the suite. He pushes open the door to one of the bedrooms, and when I throw a glance over my shoulder, Tiffany's mouth has twisted into another one of her infamous smiles. She mouths something, but I don't quite catch it, and I don't quite care to either. I squeeze Dean's hand harder as I turn back around, following him into the bedroom and clicking the door shut behind us. The room is large, with a huge king-size bed right in the center, and there's more complex artwork decorating the walls. His luggage is lying across the floor, and he quickly kicks it all to the side, letting go of my hand.
"Rachel and Tiff share the other room?"
He says.
"This is mine."
I nod. Swinging my backpack off my shoulder, I place it onto the bed and start to fumble with the zips. "Where is Rachel?"
"Already asleep?"
Shrugging, Dean moves around to one side of the bed and begins to adjust the pillows, throwing some to the side and pulling back the comforter. Everything is beige. He reaches for the hem of his t-shirt and swiftly pulls it off, folding it up carelessly and tossing it onto the single chair in the corner of the room. He looks worried again, his forehead creased with concern as he walks back over to me.
"Are you sure you're okay?"
I press my hand to his bare chest, attempting to offer him a small smile. "Yeah,
I'll be better in the morning. I just need to get some sleep.
I can tell by the way he frowns that he knows I'm lying, but he doesn't push it any further. And I'm glad, because I'd much rather not talk about it. I couldn't, even if I wanted to. I couldn't tell him that the only reason I'm here is because Tiffany has ever so smoothly worked out the perfect way to blackmail me, and I can't bring myself to keep mustering up lies either. If Dean does ask, perhaps I'll tell him my argument with Tyler was about our parents. That'd work. I strip off my clothes and stuff them into my backpack, and I realize I haven't even packed half the stuff I should have. Sighing, I zip up my backpack and toss it onto the floor as I make my way around the bed wearing nothing but my underwear. As Dean turns off the lights, I slip into the bed and pull the comforter around me. The room dips into darkness, and I can hear Dean shuffling around the floor, joining me seconds later.
Like I said, don't worry about it too much,
he murmurs as he presses his body against mine, his skin slightly cold as his chest brushes against my back. He wraps an arm around my stomach, and I breathe in as I place my hand on top of his.
It'll blow over,
he reminds me once more, and I really, really hope he's right. By 2 a.m., I'm still awake. I'm lying still, staring at the ceiling, and trying to force the image of Tyler's face out of my mind. I can't stop hearing his voice. I can't stop thinking about him. I think of the way his eyes looked when I told him I wanted to stay with Dean, and I think of the way he pleaded with me to rethink my decision. And by 3 a.m., I can't cope. Dean's rolled over onto the other side of the bed by this point, his body several inches away from mine, so I easily push the comforter away and get to my feet without him stirring. My eyes have long adjusted to the darkness, so I follow the outlines of the furniture as I search for my backpack, grabbing it when I find it and rummaging through it until I find my phone. I dial Tyler's number straight away. It's on speed dial. The first time it goes to voicemail, but that doesn't surprise me. It's 3 a.m. He's most likely asleep. But I'm desperate to talk to him, so I dial his number once more, hoping that if I'm persistent enough, it'll wake him up. Eden? A voice says down the line as the call is picked up. It's not Tyler's, though. It's Emily's. Emily? I keep my voice low, glancing over at Dean's sleeping figure. Where's Tyler? Eden? He's really drunk. Emily tells me without hesitation, her voice croaky and quiet as though she's half asleep. Like, really drunk. What? She exhales. Well, he woke me and Stephen up about half an hour ago. He was smashing bottles in the kitchen and he can barely stand. She pauses for a while, and I press my phone harder against my ear, listening to the sound of male voices somewhere else in the apartment. I can't make out what they're saying, but I do recognize Snake's thick accent. What happened between you two? Emily asks, and she sighs across the line. I hear her moving across the room as the voices grow louder, and she raises her voice in order for me to hear her over them. He's been super pissed off ever since you left, and now Stephen's pretty much babysitting him in the bathroom because he can't stop throwing up. She draws Tyler's phone away from her ear for a moment as she murmurs, "Bloody hell, Snake! You're supposed to keep his head up. Here, talk to Eden." There's some fumbling as the phone is passed between them, and in the background I can hear Tyler retching in between groans. Emily continues to sigh, and Snake continues to cuss. That's when I start to feel even guiltier, even worse than I did before. I know I'm the reason. I know I caused this. "I'm coming over," I say, my voice no longer quiet. I reach for my bag with my free hand and begin to haul out some of my clothes. "I don't think that's a good idea," Snake says immediately, his voice so firm that I stop what I'm doing. I pause with one leg half slipped into my jeans. "He kinda hates you right now. We don't need you over here making it worse. We've got it, don't worry." Right after he says this, I hear Tyler throwing up. Emily sighs again, and on my side of the phone I can do nothing but run a hand through my hair, a frown upon my lips. "Fuck, man," Snake groans, promptly hanging up the call immediately after. For a minute or so, I stare at the brightness of my device in disbelief as I step back out of my jeans, kicking them to one side. Now I really am dripping with guilt, and if the lights were on right now, I'm pretty sure I'd look pale. Grinding my teeth together, I throw my phone across the floor in a fit of rage at myself, not even caring that it makes a loud thud. Dean doesn't even flinch, however, and as I start to break down again, I crawl back into bed next to him. I find comfort once again in his being, so I press my body against his back and reach for his hand. I play with his fingers for a while, twisting them around mine, before I squeeze his hand tight and bury my face into the back of his shoulder. In just 3 days' time, I'll be letting him go. I'll be telling him the truth, and I can do nothing but hope that both he and Tyler will forgive me for the decisions I've been forced to make. Chapter 25. By the time I fall asleep, it's almost 6 a.m. I don't end up waking again until afternoon, so when I do finally wake, I'm slightly disoriented. My head feels heavy, the way it always does if I've cried too much, and Dean is no longer by my side. I prop myself onto my elbows and glance around the room through half-closed eyes. My phone is laying face down on the floor, and half my clothes are still spilling out of my backpack. I sigh. Yesterday was a mess. The suite is silent. No voices, no TV. I can't blame Dean for leaving. He's in New York City. He can't afford to waste time lounging around in the hotel. There are so many things to see and so little time. This doesn't stop me from calling out his name, however, just to check. I'm surprised when I get an answer back. Dean's voice echoes through from the living area, and seconds later he pops his head around the door, smiling warmly at me as he says, "Finally." Rolling my eyes, I sit up further and hug the comforter to my chest. "Where are Rachel and Tiffany?"
Rachel went out for lunch with the lizard guy.
I arch an eyebrow. "You mean Snake?"
Yeah, him.
Dean says. Pushing the door open further, he steps into the bedroom and closes it behind him. He's still only wearing those navy sweats from last night, and it seems like he's been having a pretty laid-back morning.
Isn't he like 25?
21, I say quietly. If I wasn't still so in disbelief over what happened last night, then perhaps I'd wonder why the hell Rachel's going out for lunch with him. Ever since Trevor broke up with her during spring break, she's drilled the idea of being independent into herself. That mindset clearly hasn't lasted long. "Where's Tiffany?"
I don't know.
Dean says, as he climbs onto the bed next to me, lying on his side and propping himself up on his elbow.
And I don't care.
He reaches for my waist, placing a cool hand on my hip as he pulls my body closer to his. His lips immediately find their way to my neck as he trails slow, soft kisses along my skin.
I've missed you.
He murmurs, voice low. He shifts his body across the mattress, pressing his chest to mine as he delicately runs his hand up and down the side of my ribs and moves his lips to the corner of my mouth. He kisses me gently, just as I remember, but I can't kiss him back with the same tenderness. I can't bring myself to kiss him at all, because out of the corner of my eye, I can see my chucks lying on the floor.
They remind me of Tyler. Of course they do. He gave them to me. He wrote on them. He told me not to give up, yet that's exactly what he now thinks I've done. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to make it clear to Tyler that I haven't given up, that all this is only temporary, just until Tiffany leaves New York. I'm not sure how I can fix any of this. Frowning against Dean's lips, I run my hand through his hair and gently push him away from me. Not today. Dean glances up at me with wide eyes, confused. What? My eyes find their way back to my sneakers, the faded white material, Tyler's scrawled handwriting along the rubber. It's entirely irrational, but an idea springs to my mind. It's an idea that only Tyler will understand. There's something I gotta do, I tell Dean. Without even a split second of hesitation, I shove the comforter off me and swing my legs out of the bed, reaching straight for my backpack on the floor. What? Dean says again, sitting up on the bed as he stares at me, as though he can't believe I've just turned him down. For starters, I just woke up. Second, I've been sleeping with his best friend. Third, I'm telling him the truth soon, and I think sticking around here and making him believe that everything is fine is quite literally the worst thing I could do.
What do you need to do right at this moment that's so important?
Still wandering around in my underwear, I scoop all of my belongings up from the floor, my bag and my phone and my Converse, and make for the bedroom door. I can't tell you, I call over my shoulder. I head into the living area, darting straight into the bathroom. I hear Dean follow behind me. I lock the bathroom door before he can catch up.
Eden?
He says through the wood, knocking once.
What's going on? Is this about what happened last night?
Ignoring him, I rush to pull my clothes out of my bag again, this time not in the darkness of the middle of the night, and I scatter them all over the bathroom as I try to piece together an outfit from the random items of clothing I managed to grab when I was leaving. I don't want to hang around, so I don't even shower, just freshen up. I spend 5 minutes in total pulling myself together, and once I've slipped on my shoes, I zip my bag back up and swing the strap over my shoulder. When I open the bathroom door, Dean's leaning against the frame. He instantly jumps back, his eyes full of panic as he takes in the expression on my face. Ever so quietly, he asks,
Have I done something wrong?
You haven't done anything wrong, Dean, and that's the problem, I groan, shaking my head at him as I squeeze sideways past his body. I'm so angry at myself right now, so furious that I seem to be taking my rage out on him. I feel my heart shattering at the worry in his eyes. It's so hard to know that I have to hurt him soon, because he's the one person I never, ever want to hurt. He deserves way better than me. I'm waiting for him to reply, but he doesn't. It's like he doesn't know where to even begin when it comes to figuring out what I'm thinking right now, and I can't bring myself to look back at him as I leave the suite. I just pull the door shut behind me and keep walking. And the further along the lobby and the further away from the suite I get, the more my attention shifts from Dean to something else. My current motive and mission. My irrational idea. As I head down to the main lobby in the elevator, I double-check my backpack to ensure I threw my wallet in there last night, and breathe a sigh of relief that I did. I pull out my phone and weave my way around a group of tourists gathered around the front desk, careful not to bump into any of their luggage, and then thank the doorman again for opening the door for me. I walk away from him as fast as I can, making my way along the street as I stare down at my phone. I draw up the subway map at the same time I search for potential studios. With no idea yet which direction I'm going to be heading in, I pause on the corner as I figure it out. The streets are heaving, just the way they usually are, so I step back against the wall of the building nearest to me, adamant that I won't block the flow of pedestrians. It takes me no more than 10 minutes to decide on the studio and to map out the subway route.
And even though I have to head 2 miles across Manhattan on my own, I feel pretty confident about it. I expertly slip between fascinated tourists as though I've lived in Manhattan for years. The grid layout of the city has become easier and easier to navigate, especially after walking these streets for a month now, so I've got my way around Upper East Side memorized. I reached the station in just over 5 minutes, and luckily I've got my Metro card with me. 4 weeks ago, the subway terrified me. Tyler had to drag me into the station back then, yet now I'm navigating a new station without a worry in the world. That is, of course, until I reach the right platform. There's a god-awful stench. The station is sweltering hot, made worse by the flocks of people, and I can't even try to hide my distaste for it all. Before I came to Manhattan, I never expected the subway to be luxurious or even clean, but at least the other stations haven't made me want to throw up. I hold my breath and come to a stop, jammed between a woman with a stroller and a group of young Asian tourists. If my mom knew I was down here alone, she'd kill me. The train arrives after a few minutes, but there are so many people gathered on the platform that I don't even make it on. I'm not bold enough to elbow my way through the crowd, so I hang back as it fills up and leaves, and then I edge my way closer to the platform edge, silently wondering to myself how long I'm supposed to be able to survive down here before the toxic fumes kill me. I'm scared to breathe, so I close my eyes and hold on to my backpack as tightly as possible as I wait for the next train. It turns up around 5 minutes later, and this time I do fight for my space. There's no way I'm sticking around in the black hole that is the 59th Street station for a second longer. It's packed, so I stand, but I don't mind. I'm only on it for a couple minutes, just until Grand Central, so it's not long before I'm off the train. I've been to Grand Central Station numerous times over the summer so far, so I transfer straight to the 42nd Street shuttle with ease. The entire time, nerves are building up inside of me, but I tell myself I won't back out. I might be acting upon a split-second decision, and it might be crazy and it might be stupid, but it just makes sense. It just feels right for some odd reason, and for that reason alone I keep pursuing my plans, taking the shuttle over to Times Square. Quickly, I head out of the station when I arrive and follow the map I'm looking at on my phone, glancing between the streets of Manhattan and my screen as I check to ensure I'm on the right route. I make a left onto the avenue and head 2 blocks south, just past 40th Street and the New York Times building, and that's when I find what I've been looking for. It's nestled above a store selling New York souvenirs and next to Subway, and I don't even take the time to study the studio from the outside before I head inside. I just want to get it over with quickly, rather than allowing myself to overthink what I'm doing. I do stop on the stairs, however, to glance down at my chucks. Tilting my foot onto its side, I run my eyes over Tyler's handwriting. It's been 4 weeks since he told me not to give up. All I can do now is let him know that I haven't, in the rawest possible way I can think of. And by the time I'm pushing open the door to the tattoo studio, I'm smiling. I'm just making my way down Lexington Avenue when Emily calls. It's almost 5 by now, and rush hour is upon the city, with the traffic jammed and the sidewalks bustling. I didn't intend to stay out all afternoon, but after traveling around, suffering through a 2-hour wait at the studio and stopping for coffee and lunch for almost an hour, I've ended up returning to the apartment only now. So when my phone vibrates in the back pocket of my jeans, I answer Emily's call as I continue to walk. "Hey, what's up?" "I'm sort of locked out of the apartment," Emily says sheepishly. "What?" I accidentally brush shoulders with a guy as I pass him, and he fires me an indignant glare. I can only shrug in return, and then I scuttle away from him, desperate not to piss off anyone else. "How'd you do that?" "I've been over at my own apartment, boxing up some of my stuff, and I didn't think to take keys with me because I thought Tyler would be here. Like,
He's been in bed all day, so I didn't think he'd go anywhere, but I've been knocking for 10 minutes straight and no one's answering," Emily explains, sighing across the line. "Where's Snake?" "I'm pretty sure he took your friend out on a date," she says. And she's right. Dean's already filled me in on that, about Rachel and Snake heading out for lunch together. It's kind of weird. "At least, I think that's what he said," Emily continues. "I've no idea. I was still half asleep at the time because Tyler kept us up all night." "How is he?" Last night was the worst night of the entire summer, and Tiffany was the reason behind it all. If she'd never arrived in New York, if she'd let go of her deluded vision of being with Tyler years ago, then none of this would have happened. I wouldn't have told Tyler those lies, and he wouldn't have reverted to his old mindset, where being reckless is the best distraction anyone could ever ask for. Tyler, I mean. Hungover, but he was starting to feel a little better by the time I left, Emily answers with a laugh, like she's rolling her eyes. "You don't happen to have a spare set of keys on you, do you?" "You're in luck," I say. "I've carried the spare with me for the past 2 weeks. Never used it yet, though." Tyler finally trusted me enough to give me the spare, just in case I ever did need to get into the apartment when I was alone. And I've had it stored in the zipped compartment of my wallet ever since. "If it's not too much of a hassle," Emily says, "do you think you could bring it over?" "Sure." My voice is loud over the buzz of the city, like a true New Yorker. "I'm on my way back just now, anyway. I'm only a couple blocks away." "Perfect," she says. "Thanks, Eden. See you in a few." Ending the call, I slip my phone back into my jeans. As I head along to Tyler's apartment, I can see the building towering over the corner of the block, just across the street, but my eyes don't rest on it for long. They end up drifting back to my wrist, and I feel the same disbelief I've been experiencing the entire way over here. Even on the subway, I stared endlessly, twisting my left arm in every position possible as I tried to get the light to hit my wrist at just the right angle. Even as I climbed up flights of stairs and weaved my way back through the stations, I couldn't tear my eyes away from my arm, occasionally running the tips of my fingers over the saran wrap just to remind myself that I'm completely and entirely insane. My dad will quite literally kill me when he sees me. That's if my mom doesn't kill me first for traveling around New York on my own. When I reach the apartment building, I sweep past the mailboxes and head straight for the elevator. In the 10 seconds that it takes for me to reach the 12th floor, I quickly grab a hoodie from my bag and pull it on, ensuring that my wrist is covered. I don't want Emily to question me about it, and I really don't know how Tyler will react when he sees it. I just hope he'll understand what I'm trying to tell him, without the need for me to even say a single word. Tiffany said I couldn't tell Tyler what was really going on, but that doesn't mean I can't attempt to show him the truth. Emily's sitting cross-legged by the apartment door when I reach her, looking slightly worn out. She gets to her feet immediately, pushing herself up and smiling. "Hey," I say, quickly adjusting the drawstrings of my hoodie as I think about our phone call 5 minutes ago. I didn't really pay attention to her words then, but now that she's in front of me, it's like I suddenly remember everything she said. "I didn't know you had your own apartment." "Yeah, over in Queens," she says with a shrug. "So why have you been staying here? Tyler never told me the reason." "I was sharing an apartment with this guy, and it was great for a while, but recently it wasn't working out. We got into a huge fight and he pretty much kicked me out," she admits, not quite meeting my eyes. Her voice has grown softer and she sighs, frowning. "Honestly, he was just a prick, and I didn't know where else to go, so I called Tyler." I swing my backpack off my shoulder and unzip it, raising my leg and balancing it on my knee as I rummage around for my wallet. I keep talking to Emily, but I'm too focused to look at her. "Why were you boxing up your stuff?" "Because I'm about to ship everything home," she says.
I'm heading back to London next week. I stop fumbling and gaze up. What? I mean, it's about time I leave. The tour ended over a month ago. She smiles in such a way that it becomes clear she doesn't really want to leave, like the thought of heading back to England doesn't fill her with excitement. I can't blame her. Part of me doesn't particularly ever want to go back to Santa Monica. So do you have those keys? She asks, the tone of her voice altering as she changes the subject. Yeah, here. I reach for my wallet, unzipping the tiny compartment inside it and pulling out the single key. I pass it to Emily as I close everything back up, and then follow her into the apartment. She stops immediately after stepping over the threshold, and I promptly walk into the back of her, my body bumping hers. When I glance over her shoulder, I'm greeted by the last thing I ever expected to see. Never, ever in a million years would I have believed that such a familiar sight would unfold in front of me. In fact, it takes at least 10 seconds for my eyes to fully take in the scene, and at least 12 for Tyler to pull away from Tiffany. He has her pressed against the kitchen worktop, and her hands are cupped around his jaw as he kisses her shoulder, the same way he kisses mine. He's got one hand on the small of her back and the other on her waist, and it doesn't take me any longer than a single second to notice the way the lacing on her blouse has already been undone. I'm having flashbacks to the very first time I ever met Tiffany, that day when they were fooling around in the fitting rooms at American Apparel, and I can't bring myself to take in the fact that it's happening again. I can't accept that she's getting her way again. I can't even begin to fathom the fact that this entire thing, this whole game of manipulation, has worked completely in her favor. Even more so, I can't believe Tyler. I can't believe he's made it so easy for her to get exactly what she wanted. When he finally notices Emily and me out of the corner of his eye, he immediately draws his lips away from Tiffany's skin, taking a large step back. He stares at only me, his eyes widening right before he glances down at the bulge in his jeans.
Eden.
Tiffany dramatically gasps, stepping forward and wrapping her arms tightly around his bicep, the one with my name on it. Oh my God, this is so awkward.
Eden.
Tyler says again. He doesn't nudge Tiffany's grip off him. He doesn't even flinch, in fact. He just stands there, looking at me with no shame whatsoever. Admittedly, he does look awful. His hair is all over the place, and his eyes are heavy, like he's exhausted. I'm not upset. I'm livid. Furious. Pivoting around Emily, who's blinking in shock and doesn't know how to react, I take a bold step across the room. Don't try to explain yourself, Tyler. I hiss through gritted teeth, my hands balled into fists by my side. I can't even believe that you would...
Eden.
He cuts in, saying my name for the third time, his voice edgy yet firm.
I wasn't gonna explain myself,
He says.
I was gonna ask if you could get the fuck out of my apartment.
My shoulders immediately sink, and I falter as I blink at him, stunned. What? You heard him, Tiffany says. Unsurprisingly, there's a glorious smile spreading across her face. She looks vicious. Can both of you leave and give us some space? Don't you guys have gyms and therapists to visit? My jaw falls open. Her words, thrown at us so casually, hit me so hard that I can't even find the energy to build up anger. I exchange glances with Emily. Her lips are parted, eyes wide, completely and entirely shocked at the remark. In that exact moment, I pity Tiffany. I pity her because she gains satisfaction from hitting people where it hurts. I pity her because she uses others' weaknesses to her advantage. For that, I'll never forgive her. Not now. Not ever. When I glance at Tyler, I realize he's no longer glaring at me. His eyes have shifted to Tiffany and he stares at her, disgusted. He reaches for her hands, pulling her grip off his arm as he takes a large step away from her, shaking his head.
You didn't just say that,
he says slowly. Tiffany rolls her eyes at him, but the entire time, something other than fury is building up inside of me. It's seeing her and Tyler together that's making me so uncomfortable. None of this was ever supposed to happen. Tyler was never meant to turn to her again for a goddamn distraction, no matter how upset and pissed off he is at me. And I realize that the feeling within me that keeps growing more intense with each passing second is nothing but desperation. I'm desperate to fix all of this, desperate to show Tyler that I'm still here, still endlessly in love with him. Screw Tiffany. Forget her games. Right now, I can't keep any of this going for a second longer. I can't watch Tyler look at me with that expression of rebuke in his eyes, like he doesn't want to be around me. I don't even care that Emily's in the room. I don't care that Tiffany will tell Dean the truth. I don't care because Emily and Dean finding out the truth is a lot less terrifying than having Tyler never forgive me for the things I said last night. Before I even realize it, I'm walking across the room, edging my way toward Tyler, and the words begin to spill out of my mouth before I can rethink what I'm doing. What I told you last night was bullshit, I splutter, my eyes focused on Tyler and only Tyler. I don't choose Dean, I choose you. It's always been you. I flash my eyes to Tiffany, now furious and brave enough to lock my glare on hers. She made me end things with you last night because she's a bitch. Tiffany still keeps smiling, but I can see the cracks appearing as she tries to hide her anger. Trying to maintain her calm, innocent persona, she stiffly says, "Why would I do that, Eden?" "Because you want Tyler back," Emily cuts in sharply from behind me, and when I twist my neck around to face her, she's walking over to join me. I'm taken aback by the fact that she's not surprised, not gasping in disbelief in the background. I just made it clear that Tyler is a lot more than just my stepbrother, yet she hasn't even blinked. She just looks defensive as she folds her arms across her chest, her eyes on Tiffany. "You threatened her. I heard you at the diner." Her voice grows softer as she diverts her eyes to Tyler's, and she glances between him and me for a moment. "Eden's telling you the truth, Tyler." "Please, if you're going to lie, at least make it sound logical," Tiffany scoffs, but I can see the panic in her eyes as she adjusts her blouse, well aware that the moment of winning Tyler back is now slipping through her fingers. She knows she's losing. "I'd never do such a thing." Tyler's eyes are still fierce, but this time it's not because of me. It's because of Tiffany. He takes another step away from her, not to the side, but in front of her, joining Emily and me. It's the three of us against her. "Get out," he orders. "What?" "Get the fuck out," he repeats, his temper snapping as he points his thumb over his shoulder toward the door. His voice is sharp and his posture is firm, and he's definitely not backing down. "Right now." Furious, Tiffany scrunches up her face and barges straight through us all, purposely shoving her palm into Tyler's chest as she pushes him to one side. She rams her shoulder into Emily's, unable to control her growing contempt for us all, and then promptly stops and turns to me. She only shakes her head and, unbelievably, she smirks. "You've really done it this time," she hisses, and I know that I have. I know she'll tell Dean now. Of course she will. "The door's that way," I say, calmly. despite however much I could yell and scream at her right now, and I step to the side. I nod to the door, and she finally storms out, slamming it behind her. Silence ensues. None of us know what to say or how to react. No one wants to be the first to speak. Emily mostly just looks at me with raised eyebrows, and Tyler mostly just stands there, his back turned to us and his head tilted down to the floor. I can hear him breathing heavily, and it's like I can almost hear him thinking everything through. And I eventually realized that I need to be the first to say something. Numb from what's just occurred, I have to force myself across the room, slowly approaching Tyler from behind. I reach for his arm, gently touching him with just my fingertips. Tyler? Softly, he shakes his head. I gotta clear my head, he says quietly. Turning away from me, he makes his way across the living room and into his own room. A few seconds later, he returns while pulling on a pair of shoes. His car keys are looped around his index finger. You shouldn't be driving yet, Emily points out, concerned. I glance over to her, still wondering why she has yet to question what I said about Tyler. Maybe she didn't understand. I don't know, it's just odd. For the past 2 years, I've always expected that people would be outraged and disgusted and confused when and if they found out. Emily's the first person I've indirectly told, and she hasn't even reacted to it. I just keep waiting for it. I keep waiting to hear her ask, what the hell is going on between you guys? I'm just waiting for something. Anything. Whatever, Tyler says. He grabs his keys for the apartment from the kitchen counter and brushes past both Emily and me, careful not to touch us, and then disappears through the door. He doesn't slam it like Tiffany did, just quietly pulls it shut behind him. I want nothing more right now than to go after him, to explain everything more fully, but I know he needs his space. He needs to get his head around the basic facts first, and then I can talk to him about it. Later, when he gets back, whenever that ends up being. Right now, though, I'm still dumbfounded over Emily. Telling the truth wasn't supposed to be so easy. It was supposed to be terrifying. Emily? I say slowly, feeling uneasy. She might not be asking any questions, but she must surely be thinking them. I can't let it go without clearing things up, without her knowing what's really going on, so I build up the courage to face my biggest fear, having to explain myself. About Tyler and me. You don't need to explain it, Emily says with a shrug, making her way past me as she heads for the kitchen. I blink at her from the living room as she grabs herself a bottle of water from the refrigerator. Casually, she unscrews the cap and leans against the worktop. To my utmost surprise, she looks back at me with a warm gaze and does nothing but smile in the gentlest and most comforting of ways. I'd already figured it out. Chapter 26. At first, Emily's words don't make sense. Figured it out? Impossible. Tyler and I have been so careful, so cautious. It scares me that even though we've tried our hardest to keep our relationship a secret, Emily's still noticed. It momentarily terrifies me that she might not be the only one. How many other people over the years have had suspicions? How many other people have wondered if there's always been something more between us? All I can hope is that the answer is none. Emily, on the other hand, doesn't seem fazed by the fact that Tyler is my stepbrother. Not uncomfortable or judgmental, not disgusted or confused. All I can ask her is, how did you know? She takes a sip of her water, still smiling. I'm glad that she's smiling. I was worried Tiffany's remark about therapy would upset her, but she seems to have let it go over the top of her head, the same way the remark about the gym has gone over mine. It was a cheap shot at trying to hurt us. Now, however, there are other matters at hand. Slowly, Emily twists the cap back on the bottle in her hand and shrugs. It just became obvious. How? It wasn't supposed to be, I admit quietly, struggling to grasp the fact that I'm actually discussing the subject with someone other than Tyler. It feels foreign. I'm not used to it. Yeah, I figured that too, Emily says with a small laugh, a warm, friendly one. Honestly, it was a number of things. I make my way across the living room toward the kitchen counter. When I get there, I lean down and rest my arms on the worktop as I look across at Emily, both curious and confused. Like what? What gave us away? Well, she says, Tyler went from sleeping on the couch to sleeping next to you. I mean, sure, siblings share beds all the time, but it just seemed like something more than that. When you guys went to sleep early the other night, I was looking for you both when I got back here, and when I checked Tyler's room, you were both asleep, but totally wrapped up in each other. All I could think was that I would never be caught dead like that with my brother. I raise my eyebrows. You figured us out just from that? No, she says. There was Tyler's tattoo, too. I noticed it one morning when you were in the shower, and when I asked him why he chose to get your name, he just shrugged and said it was because you're his sister. I thought that was weird, because what about his brothers? Why wouldn't he get their names, too? Especially considering they're actually his real brothers. No offense. None taken. I knew that tattoo was a bad idea, I say, almost laughing. It's also rather ironic, given what I've just done, and I quickly glance down at my wrist to ensure it's still hidden under my sleeve. I'll show Tyler later. Right now, however, I'm focused on Emily. And of all the times I had imagined this conversation with someone, about Tyler and me, I never once imagined it to be like this. So casual, so easy. What else gave us away? Emily thinks for a moment as she brushes her fingertips over her lips, her eyes squinting at nothing in particular for a short while before she meets my waiting gaze. Did Tyler ever let you read his speech from the tour? She asks. It takes me aback for a second as I try to think about the answer, blinking at her. Tyler and I shared countless phone calls over the year that he was gone, but I don't recall him ever reading his full speech to me. When he first moved over here to New York, he was still in the process of writing it, and back then he did sometimes ask for my thoughts on the words he'd pieced together. I always told him everything sounded just fine, raw and honest and so him. I never heard the finished version. I never asked. No, I finally admit. Why? Emily's smile grows wider again as she leans back on the balls of her feet, passing the bottle of water back and forth in her hands. Toward the end of our speeches, we had to talk about the after effects of abuse, the psychological damage, she says, and I wonder if she's uncomfortable, but she's not. She's talked about this endlessly for an entire year, just like Tyler has. She's used to it. And so Tyler would talk about the drugs and the booze and everything else. She continues. And he always spoke about a girl. He never once mentioned her name, but he would talk about the fact that she was the first person in years to care about what he was going through. The first person to actually want to help, and that was exactly what she did without her even realizing it. He told everyone that she was the reason things started changing and getting better. He spoke about her as though he was in love with her, and we always wondered why he never said her name. She pauses for a minute, not quite smiling, but not quite frowning either. Exhaling slowly, she parts her lips and says, I've realized it was because that girl is you.
Her words take a while to sink in. I can do nothing but stare at her as I try to process them. Tyler never mentioned that he spoke about me in his speech. He never once told me that he talked about me in such a way. I'm not sure how to feel about it. Uncomfortable? Not quite. Surprised? Yes. All I can think about is that I am so in love with him, yet he's not even here. I desperately want to reach out for him right now. Touch him, tell him I love him. And not in French this time. When Emily realizes I don't have the ability to muster up a reply right now, she continues, walking around the kitchen counter as she does so. So I thought there was something going on between the two of you, she says, but I didn't want to ask. And then your boyfriend turned up, so I thought I must have been imagining that there was something between you and Tyler. But then last night, I found out that I was right, and that I wasn't just imagining the entire thing. When I walked out on him, I guess, pushing myself away from the counter as I turn to face her. No, she says, after that. Moving away from me, she heads across the living room and my eyes follow her. She talks over her shoulder as she walks, raising her voice as she disappears into Tyler's room. Tyler took a bunch of videos of the tour, so I was emailing them over to myself, I hear her say, reappearing at his bedroom door with a laptop in her hands. And I found something that I think you should see. I'm not sure if you know about it or not. My curiosity piques, and I rush over to join her on the couch as she places the laptop down on the coffee table, tilting open the screen. I interlock my hands anxiously in my lap as she starts it up. Neither of us relaxes back into the couch. We both sit right on the edge, leaning forward, staring at the screen. Emily doesn't take long to log into Tyler's account to pull up his files. She scrolls straight to the most recent video to be transferred onto the laptop, and she opens it. It's nothing but a dark screen. She quickly pauses it before the video can even start, and she turns to look at me. So, I opened this video by accident, and I swear I only watched the first 10 minutes or so, and... Her words taper off as she glances back to the laptop. She reaches for it, picking it up and gently placing it on my lap. Well, I just think you should watch it. You might want some space, and you might want to get comfy. I furrow my eyebrows at her as she gets to her feet, feeling curious yet slightly suspicious at the exact same time. My eyes follow her as she heads back over to the kitchen to fetch her water, her loose ponytail swinging around her shoulders. She's always been so nice to me. Always. Emily? Anxiously, I bite down on my lower lip as I wait for her to turn around. When she does, she raises her eyebrows at me and listens. I'm sorry, I tell her. She tilts her head slightly to one side. What? For the way I treated you at first, I say, and then I shrug rather sheepishly as I admit, I thought you and Tyler had a thing. Embarrassed, I throw my head into my hands and groan. Now Emily laughs. Really, really laughs, and I join in with her. Don't worry about it, she reassures me. I can't blame you. It feels nice to be laughing after everything that's just happened. Despite the fact that Tiffany is most likely storming her way back to her hotel suite to tell Dean the truth, and despite the fact that Tyler's disappeared to God knows where, I'm still smiling. I'm smiling because our secret no longer seems so wrong or so scandalous or so terrifying. I stand up, the laptop resting on my arm as I look back to Emily once more. And thanks, I add. What for? For not judging us, I say softly. She doesn't reply, only nods. She's the second person to know, yet she's the first to accept it, and for that I'll be forever grateful. Acceptance feels nice.
With one final exchange of smiles, I turn and head over to Tyler's room, scooping up my backpack from the floor with my free hand and then closing the door behind me as I lay the laptop down on his bed. The curtains are closed, like they haven't been opened all day, and Tyler's bed isn't quite made. I can't blame him. He must have been so hungover earlier. Sighing, I carefully pull off my hoodie and throw it to the side along with my bag. That's when I remember the new addition to my wrist. I flick on the lights, holding my arm up as I study my skin up close. The saran wrap feels damp and clingy, and the letters are bold and dark underneath it. As delicately and as carefully as I can, I remove the plastic. My skin is slightly raised and a little inflamed, but looking good. It's exactly what I wanted, just the way I imagined it. Along my left wrist, the words, "No te rindas," stare back at me. It's in Tyler's handwriting, exactly as he wrote it on the Converse he gave me. His words, his writing, his one simple request. He's the only one who will understand it, and for that reason alone, I adore it. Tossing the plastic wrapping into the trash can in the corner of the room, I turn the lights back off and grab my earphones from the bedside table. Getting comfortable, I adjust the pillows and place them up against the headboard, climbing into the bed and leaning back. I pull the comforter over me and reach for the laptop. Without wasting another second, I plug in my earphones and stare at the dark screen. I hit the play button. At first, nothing seems to be happening. The video does shift slightly, but it's too dark to make out what exactly I'm supposed to be looking at. I increase the volume, and to my surprise, I hear Tyler's voice. Low and hushed. Nothing but a gentle whisper. I close my eyes and listen, feeling my stomach twist as I hear his voice. He tells the camcorder my name. He tells it my birthday, my favorite color, my birthplace, the color of my hair, and the color of my eyes. Slowly, he keeps going. It takes him a minute to describe my eyes alone, and that's when I decide to pause the video. I wave the cursor over the screen to bring up the timeline, and the moment I see it, I blink and check it again. The video lasts for 4 hours and 27 minutes. It has to be a glitch. There's no way. For 4.5 hours, I listened to Tyler's voice, endlessly whispering and quietly laughing. He tells the camcorder about the first time we met. He talks about all the things he loves about me, some of which are habits and mannerisms that even I'd never noticed before. He talks and talks and talks, hardly ever pausing and without a single second of hesitation at all, as he reflects on the moments we've shared together, of conversations and kisses, trespassing and parties. As the video goes on, as the hours go by, the darkness gradually lessens. It continues to brighten over time, and outlines begin to become clearer. After the second hour, I can see Tyler's entire face, his bright eyes. He's in his room, right in the spot I'm in now. By the third hour, he turns the camera away from himself and points it at me. Me. Right there. Right next to him. Sleeping the entire time. By the time the video wraps up, it's daylight on the screen. Tyler doesn't even look tired as he mentions La Breve Vita, and that's when it all begins to sound familiar. His words after that point, I've heard those words before. It's at that exact moment that Tyler turns the camera on me again, his soft voice murmuring, "Hey, you're finally awake." What are you doing? I sound half asleep as my tired eyes stare straight into the lens. I stare back at myself through the screen. Just messing around. His voice echoes through my earphones, and I shake my head in complete disbelief. Just messing around. He's been talking about me for over 4 hours. It's almost as though he never wanted me to see this, never wanted me to know about it. I listened to us briefly talk about the 4th of July, just like I remember we did, and then he moves the camera to the bedside table. That's when I pull him toward me and he presses his face to mine and we kiss. We're laughing in between it all, right until I ask him to switch off the camera. He asks if we can keep it on. Seconds later, he scrambles toward the lens and the video shuts off. It ends. After spending my entire evening hearing what Tyler had to say about me, and hearing everything he's remembered over the past 2 years, even the smallest of details, he's managed to reduce me to tears. They're rolling down my cheeks in warm waves as I stare at the screen. It's gone black again, straight back to the beginning of the video when it's the middle of the night, and I can see my reflection looking back at me. I'm not crying because I'm upset. I'm overwhelmed. My entire body feels numb. To really understand just how deeply Tyler loves me, to really feel it, I think it's the most comforting, yet frightening thing in the world. I play the video again, this time skipping straight to the 2-hour mark. I jump back and forth for a while within the half-hour time frame, searching for a specific moment. It's my favorite one from the entire video, the only time Tyler speaks to me directly rather than the camera as I'm still sleeping. When I find it, I exhale, leaning back against the pillows. Hitting the play button once more, I close my eyes and listen.
I don't know what being in love with someone is supposed to feel like,
Tyler admits with a breathy laugh.
but if being in love means thinking about someone every second of every day, if being in love means your entire mood shifts when they're around, if being in love means you do anything and everything for them,
He murmurs.
then I am endlessly in love with you.
Chapter 27. It's almost 10 by the time I shut down Tyler's laptop. I've been lying here for a while, just thinking. About Tyler and about the video, and about him and me. I wonder where all of this is going. When Dean finds out the truth, and when we break the news to our parents, what happens then? What's next? Will Tyler and I get together? Are we supposed to wait a few months and let everything cool down first? I don't know. All I know is that I'm growing tired of waiting. It's been 2 years and we haven't gotten anywhere yet. 2 years and I have yet to be able to proudly introduce Tyler to people as my boyfriend. Will I ever get to do that? I can only hope, and I can only pray that no one looks back at me with wide eyes and shocked gasps. I'm still sitting alone in silence, comfortable in the dark, when the door slowly opens with a creak. I glance up, expecting to see Emily, but instead I see Tyler. His head is hung low as he lingers at the door, his hand resting on the handle. He appears calm now. Not confused or angry, but not quite relaxed either. Just calm.
Can we talk?
He asks quietly. There's a nervous undertone to his voice, like he's expecting me to say no. I might not be able to clearly see his face, but I can tell that he doesn't want to look me in the eyes right now. He's staring at the ground. I don't reply, only nod once and hope that he can see it. I press my palms down on the mattress and shift my body over to the other side of the bed, closest to the window, and I wait for him to join me in the warm space I've just left. That's exactly what he does. In silence, he closes the door behind him with an inaudible click and makes his way over, gently slipping into the bed by my side. He stays on top of the comforter, putting an arm around me as I rest my head against his shoulder. We both breathe softly for a while, and even though he asked if we could talk, neither of us wants to. We both just look ahead of us to the mirrored closet doors opposite the foot of the bed, staring at the reflections of our outlines through the dark. After a short while, Tyler decides to finally say something, but he doesn't move an inch as he clears his throat.
What happened yesterday?
He asks, so quietly that it's almost a whisper. The silence feels too fragile to speak any louder. I squeeze my eyes shut and try to consider everything that happened today and yesterday. Everything has gone wrong since Tuesday, since the moment Tiffany stepped foot in Manhattan. I'm just relieved now that although I made a mess of it all and that Dean's probably already been told the truth by now, Tiffany didn't get her way. It backfired. The fact that Tyler's here with me right now already proves that he's taking my side, that it's me he believes. Tiffany wanted you back, I admit, my head still against his shoulder. His chest rises and falls. She thought the only way that would happen was if I wasn't in the way. She said I had to cut things off with you or she'd tell Dean the truth. If we beat her to it and told Dean first, she'd tell our parents. It's a little more complicated than that, but I simplify it all for the sole reason that I don't particularly want to talk about it. I try to glance up at Tyler, but from my angle I can only see his forehead.
Fuck,
he murmurs. I see him run his free hand back through his hair as he exhales a long breath. Slowly, he shakes his head and squeezes my body tighter against his.
I'm sorry for being such an asshole earlier. I was just pissed off at you and I wasn't thinking straight.
I'm sorry too, I tell him. He manages to laugh a little, a quiet, breathy laugh, just like the times he laughed during the video. I don't think I'll tell him that I know about it. I think I'll keep that a secret.
Seriously, I thought you'd given up on me,
Tyler admits.
Don't ever scare the hell out of me like that again.
I don't think I'll ever give up, especially not now. And I think this exact moment is a better time than any to show Tyler the new addition to my wrist. I don't need to reply to him right now. I think his own words, his own quote, is the only reply he needs. Smiling, I hold up my hand and raise my pinky, purposely angling my wrist in Tyler's direction as I say, I promise I won't. He's just about to interlock his pinky with mine when he pauses, grasping my wrist instead and bolting upright, then leaning forward. When I glance sideways at him, he's squinting through the dark at the words inked upon my skin. He looks to me with wide eyes.
What's this?
You might want to turn on a light, I say, biting down on my lower lip as I grow slightly anxious. I can imagine Tyler's eyebrows shooting up as he unwraps his arm from my body and reaches over me to turn on the lamp on the bedside table, his other hand never letting go of my wrist. The room immediately brightens up, setting both our faces aglow, and I don't even look to my wrist. I look at Tyler, admiring the way his eyes gloss over and his lips part, his entire face lighting up with surprise in the most adorable of ways as he studies my wrist with great intensity.
No way,
he says, blinking at me with an expression full of innocence. It all makes him seem younger in that exact moment, like he's just a kid again. I laugh and pull my wrist free from his hand, scanning my new tattoo again for myself. It's still rather red, and occasionally I can feel a hot sting, but it's all worth it for Tyler's expression alone. I got it this afternoon, I say, answering the question he hasn't even asked. I know he's wondering about it, though, so I continue to explain. It was the only thing I could think of that would make sense to only you and me. It's yours. It's what you wrote.
You were way more thoughtful than me,
he says with a sheepish smile as he lifts his left arm up a little, glancing down at his own tattoo, the one on his bicep, and the one that's only 4 letters long. I wasn't that original. Hey, the tay looks a little squint, he says, pointing to the words on my wrist again. That's because you wrote it, a little squint. I fire back at him, rolling my eyes, and he seems to realize only then that my tattoo is in his very own handwriting, because color rises to his cheeks and he looks away. I roll out of the bed, still smiling, dropping to my knees on the carpet and looking back across the bed to Tyler. It's hard to believe that this afternoon everything went wrong and now everything feels right again. By the way, I say, Emily knows. Knows what? Tyler asks, his eyes never leaving mine. About us, I say slowly. I push myself up from the floor and get to my feet. I look down at Tyler, still in the bed, studying me. She knows that we're more than step-siblings. You told her? Immediately, he pushes back the comforter and slides out of the bed, straightening up as panic pools in his eyes. She figured it out herself, I tell him. His expression shifts from worry to confusion as he tries to process the fact that Emily knows the truth. And, I say, walking around the bed with a wide grin toying at my lips, she doesn't even care. She's totally cool with it. Tyler's eyes are wide again as they follow me across the room. She is? Yeah. When I reach him, I cup his face in my hands and stretch up to kiss him, pressing my lips to his before pulling away to add, people knowing the truth isn't that bad after all. He looks at me hard for a moment, his eyes searching mine. I wonder if he thinks I'm kidding, but I'm most definitely not. So I kiss him again, almost as a way to reassure him that everything is okay for once. I can't stop myself. I'm smiling against his lips, squeezing my eyes shut, and I bask in that feeling of acceptance again. It's so overwhelming and so incredible that I don't quite know how to handle it. I'm no longer terrified of people discovering that I'm in love with my stepbrother. We're just two people with a label plastered on us. That's all it is. Even though he struggles to tear his lips from mine, Tyler pulls away, and he drops his hands to my waist and gently pushes me back a step. Does Snake know? Don't think so, I say, shaking my head once. Slowly, a smile fueled by nervous excitement grows on my lips as I reach for one of Tyler's hands. I remove it from my waist and twist my fingers around his. Is he back yet? We should tell him. Come on, can we tell him? Tyler lets out a laugh, throwing his head back at the same time as he pulls my body against his. If only you were this enthusiastic about breaking the news to your dad, he murmurs, smirking as he reaches for the door with his free hand. He leads me into the living room, and it's the first time I've left his bedroom in almost 5 hours. I was too caught up in the video Emily showed me, the one that lasts for 4 hours and 27 minutes. Speaking of Emily, she's perched on one of the couches in the living room, surrounded by notebooks and odd scraps of paper that decorate the coffee table. The TV is on, but the volume is low, as though it's only on in the first place to serve as background noise. She glances up when she hears us shuffling our way across the carpet, and immediately her lips curve up into a smile. So I take it you two have sorted everything out. Tyler doesn't answer her question, only walks me over to the couch instead. He lifts up our interlocked hands and arches his eyebrows at her. You know? Yeah. And it doesn't freak you out? He asks, just as confused as I was earlier. For 2 years straight, both of us predicted reactions that were nothing like hers. Tyler drops our hands back down, letting go. Nope, Emily says. She shakes her head and clicks her pen a couple of times, expression nonchalant. Honestly, just do what you guys want to do. Life's way too short not to. Her words make me smile, and I wrap my arms around Tyler's bicep as I squeeze him tight. La breve vida, I murmur, glancing up at him. Life is short. Just as he's about to open his mouth to say something back, there's some commotion at the door. Some tapping and some fumbling. All three of us glance over, and at first I think it could be Dean trying to ram the door down so that he can kill both Tyler and me. But I breathe a sigh of relief when I hear a key being inserted into the lock. It's Snake, finally. The door swings open only moments later, and out of habit I let go of Tyler and jump back a step or two. Besides, we haven't told Snake yet. That was one hell of a long lunch date, Emily throws at him, leaning forward on the couch so that she can see him past Tyler and me. She bites down on the end of the pen in her hand as she wiggles her eyebrows at him, teasing him a little. Snake only rolls his gray eyes as he saunters over to the kitchen. It's the first time I've seen him since he left to buy groceries last night, and surprisingly, he's now dressed up rather nice. He's even wearing a shirt, pressed and all.
Yeah. I took her out for dinner, too. I gave her the grand tour of Manhattan.
Snake, I say, playfully throwing him a stern glance as I fold my arms across my chest. Who told you you could take my best friend out on a date? I'm only kidding, of course, but he still spins around and narrows his eyes at me.
And what's she doing back here already?
He asks, directing his eyes to Tyler instead. But he's only being playful, too.
Are you guys best buds again?
Actually, I cut in, stepping forward and twiddling my thumbs anxiously. I want Snake to know the truth. I want to tell him the truth. We've never done that before, and right now I feel brave enough to try it. We have something we want to tell you. I steal a quick glance at Emily, who's now gnawing at her pen on the couch as she watches in anticipation, and then I look over my shoulder to Tyler. He's smoldering his eyes at me as he smirks, but not in a malicious way, more in a let's do this kind of way. He takes a step forward so that he's by my side again. Snake studies the two of us with curious eyes. I don't exactly know what to say or how to phrase the truth, but suddenly I no longer even have to say anything at all because I'm being spun around by Tyler as he draws me toward him. Out of nowhere, he crashes his lips to mine for what feels like the 100th time now. It takes me by surprise. It's the last thing I expected right now, but at the same time I can't pull away. I keep kissing him back, caught up in the familiarity of how his lips feel against mine. I'm most definitely aware that both Snake and Emily are watching us, yet I can't bring myself to care. Tyler quickly draws away, almost as abruptly as he kissed me in the first place, and he flashes his eyes back to Snake.
Give me your opinion,
he orders.
Right now.
I look at Snake. He's staring back at us from the kitchen, his posture frozen, and he does nothing but blink at us. He's a little stunned, but that's okay. I expect people to be shocked at first. Slowly, he swallows and exchanges a rather concerned glance with Emily.
What the fuck?
He says. Pulling a face, he breathes an uncomfortable laugh, unsure of what to think and what to say.
I'm in love with her,
Tyler tells him, and his voice is so soft and so honest that I can't help but smile sideways at him. I think I could listen to Tyler say those words over and over again, forever on repeat. I don't think I'll ever get bored of hearing him say it out loud.
But
Snake tapers off and glances to Emily again, as though he's looking for backup. He must wonder why she's not as shocked as he is and why she's smiling as she watches the scene unfold before her. Snake shakes his head and exhales.
Aren't you guys, like, step-siblings?
Yeah, I say, brave enough to speak up and defend our case. I'm done feeling as though I'm doing something wrong just because I fell for my stepbrother. I know it's okay. So we're not related by blood, I explain.
We didn't grow up together, so we don't view each other as siblings. Get it? I widen my eyes at him as innocently as I can, praying that he'll understand and that he'll hopefully come to terms with it. Right now, he still looks a little taken aback. So are you guys dating or what? He asks. He grips the edge of the kitchen worktop with one hand and then scratches his head with the other. Is this even real right now, or are you guys just messing with me? We're not dating, Tyler answers in reply to his first question, his voice firm. It's complicated. Just tell me what's going through your mind right now.
Snake shrugs.
I mean, it's a little weird,
he admits.
My parents are totally religious. I'm pretty sure they'd expect me to report you guys to Jesus.
He eases up a little, rolling his eyes, then turning to pull open a cupboard door and searching around inside it. He pulls out a bag of Doritos and opens it up. He leans against the back of the farthest worktop. He tosses a couple chips into his mouth and chews loudly while studying Emily.
What do you think about all of this?
He asks her after a minute. I already knew, Emily says with a shrug. She shuffles the scraps of paper in her hands. It doesn't bother me. Snake munches on several more chips as he thinks, tilting his head a degree to the side.
It's a little weird,
he says again.
But I don't have a problem with it.
He starts to smile, but it quickly transforms into a smirk instead as he raises an eyebrow at Tyler.
So, do you guys have kinky family traditions?
Both Tyler and I let out a laugh at the exact same time, but our moment of relief doesn't last long. There's a knock at the door that draws all of our attention. Not just any old knock either, but a pounding rap that echoes around the apartment. It's relentless and so forceful that it's blatantly obvious it's fueled by anger. I glance to Tyler as panic sweeps through me. It's late at night. We're all here. There's only one other person who'd turn up at this time, and there's only one person who could possibly be livid enough to bang on the door like that. Tyler realizes this too, because his eyes pool with dread as he swallows. We both know it's Dean. Tiffany must have finally told him the truth.
Don't open the door,
Snake blurts out quickly in a low voice, squeezing the bag of Doritos tight in his hand.
Sounds like a cop.
It's not a cop, I say quietly, but my eyes never leave the door. Dean's still knocking. After a second, he yells my name, and the moment I hear the strain in his voice, my heart breaks. He definitely knows. He knows the truth, and he found out in the worst way possible. I know I have to open the door. I've got to face him, however much I really don't want to. Tyler, Snake, and Emily watch me in silence as I force my body across the apartment. My legs feel stiff and my stomach feels unsettled, and when I reach the door, I slowly unlock it. I pull it open. Dean's standing before me, breathing heavily as his tightened fist pauses mid-air, ready to keep knocking. His furious eyes meet mine, and my entire body freezes, the blood in my veins thinning as my limbs give way. The expression in his eyes is something I've never, ever seen before. They're so dark, so sharp, and so pained. It's so not Dean, and that's what's so frightening. His cheeks are flaming red as the anger consumes him.
Is it true?
He asks, voice strained. I grip onto the door even harder than I already am as I keep holding it open, and I feel so sick that I don't think I can possibly speak. I squeeze my eyes shut and hang my head low. I can't bear to look at him. It hurts too much, but my silence tells him everything he needs to know. My silence tells him that it's true, that I've been in love with Tyler this entire time. Dean blows out a long breath as he processes this, and I can sense him shaking his head for a while right before he demands,
Who?
Now I really do have to look up. My eyebrows furrow in confusion as I study him, tears welling in my eyes as I consider the harsh reality of the situation. I knew Dean would get hurt at the end of this. I knew it straight from the moment I arrived in this city, right from the second Tyler made it clear he wasn't over me. It was inevitable. We had no other choice. If we didn't tell him the truth, he'd get hurt. If we did tell him the truth, he'd still get hurt. That we understood. Dean's question, however, I certainly don't understand. What?
Who have you been cheating on me with?
He spits. His voice is seething with contempt as he glares at me in disgust. I can't blame him. I hate myself for all of this, too.
At least have the decency to tell me.
My throat tightens. Of course. Of course, Tiffany didn't mention Tyler. Of course, she would want to make me admit it on my own. I don't know if I can, though. I don't know if I can say Tyler's name. That would hurt Dean too much. I could lie. I could refuse to tell him, or I could blurt out a fake name, but as I look at him again, really, really look at him, I see his agonized eyes, and I realize that honesty is really the only thing I can give him right now. I can't lie to him anymore. Forcing myself to keep breathing, I throw a glance over my shoulder. Snake's leaning over the worktop, tossing chips into his mouth as he watches Dean and I with extreme interest, and Emily is still gnawing on her pen as she listens, but she at least makes the effort to appear inconspicuous about the fact that she's watching the fallout, because she angles her face down toward her notebooks, all while looking at us out of the corner of her eye, and either Dean hasn't noticed that we have company, or he simply doesn't care. Tyler, however, is already on his way over. He stops directly behind me, placing his hand on the door too, just above mine. Now that he's holding it open instead, I let go and focus on Dean again. He's still waiting for an answer, growing more enraged with each second that passes. I'm glad that Tyler's come over, though. I'm relieved that I'm not doing this on my own, that he's by my side, and that we're in this together. I sense Tyler take a deep breath from behind me, and he dares to breathe the words,
She's been cheating on you with me.
Dean flinches, his entire face consumed by disbelief as he steps into the lobby, backing away from us. He shakes his head fast.
What are you talking about?
Dean, I whisper, my voice hitching in my throat. I swallow back the nerves, fighting the urge to cry. I love you so much. It hurts to say it, because it's true, and that's the worst part about this. I do love him. Perhaps all of this would be much easier if I didn't. It's just that I love Tyler, too.
What do you mean?
Dean now looks more confused than furious. Our words don't seem to be sinking in. Glancing between Tyler and me, he moves his lips as though he's attempting to say something, but the words evade him.
Look.
Tyler starts, stepping forward. He tries to place his hand on Dean's shoulder, but Dean aggressively shrugs it off, backing even further out into the lobby. Tyler continues, spluttering out an explanation as a messy string of words.
I'm the other guy she's been seeing. We didn't set out for it to happen like this. Honestly, we didn't, but we couldn't help it. You think I'd choose to fall for my goddamn stepsister? Because I didn't. It's just the way things have turned out, and we were gonna tell you. Trust me, we've wanted to for a long time, but we didn't know how. I'm sorry, man. I really fucking am, but I need her.
Dean stays silent for several long moments. his mind trying to take in the new information he's just been hit with.
The two of you?
He starts, struggling to get the words out at first. Curling his hands into fists by his side, he flashes his glare to me.
How long has this been going on for?
2 years, I whisper. I know I'm going to burst into tears any second. I can feel them pressing at my waterlines, fighting to break free. I will them not to. I fell for Tyler before I fell for you.
2 years?
Dean echoes, gaping at me in disbelief, his eyes dilating with both disappointment and fury as he discovers that the entire time I've been with him, my heart has been in 2 different places. He's trying to make sense of it all, and when he finally does, he takes a step forward to close the small distance between him and Tyler. He edges his face toward Tyler's, his lips pressed into a bold line as his pained, vicious eyes scour Tyler's expression. Finally, their eyes lock, only inches from one another.
Have you slept with her?
Dean asks slowly. The question shatters him. He doesn't want to hear the answer. He really doesn't.
Have you fucking slept with her?
Man, look. Tyler tries, but attempting to muster up an explanation couldn't be more pointless right now. His best friend is already snapped.
You fucking asshole!
Dean snarls. His knuckles turn white as he raises his fists, and within a split second he spirals his left into the side of Tyler's face, just below his eye. Tyler stumbles backward into the apartment, his body nudging mine, and I lose my balance. I fall back a step, as does Tyler, and both Snake and Emily gasp from somewhere in the background. I forgot they were still watching. Emily's now on her feet, her jaw hanging open as she struggles to decide whether or not she should get involved. Snake's still ramming more chips into his mouth as he observes the scene with raised eyebrows. Tyler straightens up again as he regains his balance, narrowing his eyes across the room to Dean as he enters the apartment, fists still tightly curled.
Go for it,
He orders firmly with a nod.
Hit me again. I deserve it.
Come on. Dean doesn't object. Within seconds, he swings at Tyler once more, his knuckles grinding into the center of Tyler's cheek with a dull, aching sound. Dean's cheeks are flaring hot with rage, and he lifts his fists again, ready to throw another punch. Slowly, Tyler rubs the side of his face, massaging away the ache as his eyes start to look lethal. They never leave Dean's.
All right,
He says sharply, voice threatening.
hit me again, and I'm hitting you back twice as hard.
I suck in a horrified gasp as Dean spins his fist through the air once more, but Tyler swiftly blocks the hit, their bodies lunging into each other. They spiral backward, tumbling across the apartment as Emily darts out of the way just before they collapse into the back of the couch. Dean finally gets the third punch in, catching Tyler hard right on the bridge of his nose. Tyler has lost his temper for the first time in years, and he's so riled up by this point that the depths of his eyes are now like storms, fierce and dangerous and unpredictable. He winds back his right arm and slams his fist into Dean's jaw. His biceps are bulging, all his strength being transferred into his hands as he continues to spin his fist at Dean, hitting him so fast and so relentlessly that Dean doesn't even stand a chance at swinging back. "Tyler, stop it!" I scream, but it comes out as nothing more than a strangled cry. I rush over, attempting to grab at the back of Tyler's t-shirt to pull him away from Dean. But it's like he doesn't even notice that I'm there, because as he continues to throw punches each second, he ends up almost elbowing me in the face. I stumble backward, pressing my hands to my cheeks. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. Somehow Dean manages to duck down, ramming his body into Tyler's chest as he shoves him backwards, both of them flying into the coffee table in the center of the living room. There's a tremendous crash as the glass shatters beneath them and a sickening thud as Tyler's body hits the floor first, surrounded by tiny shards of glass and all of Emily's scraps of paper. It doesn't stop them, though. There's so much adrenaline running through both their veins right now that they don't feel any pain whatsoever. "Do something!" I scream at Snake, firing my eyes over to him as he continues to watch from the safety of the kitchen. He's the only one who's strong enough to help, and I don't even realize I'm crying until now. All right, Snake says loudly, tossing the bag of Doritos onto the worktop and quickly rushing around the counter into the living room. Rolling up his sleeves, he edges around the couches and grabs at Dean, wrapping his arms tightly around his torso as he tugs him up and off Tyler. "Fucking cut it out already," he yells. Roughly, he throws Dean to one side, toward me. Even Emily rushes in to help, extending her hand to Tyler as she pulls him up from the ground. His jaw is clenched tightly as he glares at Dean from across the room, but then the adrenaline rush seems to fade because he glances down at himself and his eyes soften up. There's a lot of glass stuck to him, and he doesn't hesitate to reach for the hem of his shirt, quickly pulling it off. A series of scratches now decorate the skin on his back, but I'm more focused on his right arm. There's blood gushing from his tricep, flowing straight down past his elbow, dripping onto the carpet. When he finally notices it, all he can do is blink as Emily runs into the kitchen to grab the first aid kit. With tears flowing down my cheeks, I glance over to Dean to see if he's okay. He doesn't look too hurt in comparison with Tyler, although his jaw is deeply grazed and his left eye is swollen. Panting heavily, he squeezes that eye half shut as he looks back at me. "Get outside," he orders, his voice still as harsh as it was when he first turned up at the door. He doesn't wait for me. Storming across the apartment, he stomps out the door and into the lobby. Feeling sick to the pit of my stomach, I look back to Tyler before I make my move. He's still standing amongst the glass where the coffee table once stood, his expression a little spaced out as though he's in a daze. Emily's by his side again, and Snake is offering his assistance, the two of them tossing bandages around. I want nothing more than to help too. After all, I caused all of this. But I know that right now I need to deal with Dean. Trembling with nerves, I force myself toward the door, following Dean out into the lobby. The second I get there and stand before him, he slams the door shut behind us. This time it appears he doesn't want an audience, and at this point I feel too broken to speak, so I don't. I just wipe the tears away while I struggle to meet his eyes. "You've been cheating on me," Dean mutters, like he needs to say it out loud so that he'll believe it. Cautiously, his narrowed eyes meet mine, and my heart shatters at his expression. Devastated. Destroyed. "I've loved you, and the whole entire time, you've had this thing with Tyler. He's my best friend, Eden. He's your brother." "I'm sorry," I cry, my voice cracking. It's far too late for apologies, but it's the only thing I can do. I don't think Dean will ever forgive me. I can tell by the loathing that has spread over his features. I'm not used to seeing Dean like this. I'm used to seeing his soft eyes and his gentle smile. I don't think I'll ever witness them again. I don't know what else to say. "Don't ever talk to me again," he warns. His voice is raspy and coarse. Taking a step back, he increases the distance between us and roughly shoves his hand into the back pocket of his jeans, pulling out his wallet. His grazed cheek has started to bleed, and I fight the urge to touch him, to help.
Here.
Dean spits after a few seconds. Harshly, he tosses a $5 bill at me. It hits my chest and I catch it before it falls to the ground, and when I glance down to look at it, I realize it's our $5 bill. I look back up, my heart breaking even more than it already is. My lips are quivering as Dean mutters,
$5 for both of you to stay the hell out of my life.
Stuffing his wallet back into his pocket, he rubs at his cheek and turns his back on me. Without waiting a second longer, he storms off, marching down the lobby toward the elevator without even so much as a glance over his shoulder. I watch him leave, tears streaming down my cheeks as I stare after him, feeling entirely helpless. I press my back to the door of Tyler's apartment as my knees weaken beneath me, and I simply cannot remain standing any longer, so I slide down the door into a seated position. Burying my head in my hands, I sob even harder, and I listen to the sound of Dean leaving. The one thing I always hoped was that I would never lose him. I always hoped he'd be able to understand and be able to forgive us, even if it took a while. I always hoped Dean would be okay, but I clearly didn't hope long and hard enough, because everything I hoped wouldn't happen is exactly what has. Chapter 28. The following morning, there's some tension between us all in the apartment. I sensed it from the moment I woke up a couple hours ago. No one has been talking much, all four of us silently pivoting around one another. I think Snake is still trying to come to terms with the truth about Tyler and me, because every time I come within a 2-foot radius of Tyler, I notice Snake studying us intensely from afar. Tyler is quieter than usual today. I understand because I am too. It's hard to be bubbly when I feel so lost and upset over everything that's happened. Tyler and I don't want to talk about what went down last night. We don't want to talk about Dean. Dean, who I haven't heard from since he turned his back on me last night. I'm not surprised. I doubt I'll ever hear from him again, let alone the very next morning. I haven't heard anything from Tiffany either. No texts flaunting her glee at being able to tell Dean the truth. No more sadistic taunts, just silence. Rachel is the only one who's messaged me, and it was for the sole purpose of demanding an explanation as to what's going on, so I'm meeting her for coffee soon. I'm dreading it. Exiting the laundry room after miserably shoving mounds of clothes into the dryer for a half hour, I make my way through to the kitchen and steal a glance at the clock on the wall. It's nearing 11:30. I shift my gaze over to the living room where Tyler and Snake are musing about the results of some football game. The room seems a little bare without the coffee table. It took us forever to clean up last night, and now we're no longer allowed to walk into the living room barefoot just in case there are still some pieces of glass hidden in the carpet. I'm gonna get going, I say. I've been ready for a while now, but I've kept myself busy while I wait for the right time to leave. I don't want to be there too early, but I don't want to be late either. Tyler immediately gets to his feet, his forehead creasing with concern. His entire upper right arm is still wrapped in gauze. The glass cut him up pretty bad.
Are you sure you don't want me to come?
I think it's just better if I explain it to her on my own, I say, offering him a smile of appreciation at the offer. Of course, I'd love for Tyler to be by my side, but I know it's really only me who Rachel wants to talk to. I have to face her alone. I shouldn't be too long. Eden? Snake says, snapping his fingers once in the air to grab my attention. When I look to him, he grins. Tell Rachel I'll come by her hotel tonight at 8 to pick her up. I fold my arms across my chest and frown at him, suspicious of his motives. You are aware that she leaves tomorrow, right?
Eden,
he says again, his tone stern as he shakes his head at me. He straightens up, looking back at me from the couch and pressing both hands to his heart.
don't you believe in true love? It has no boundaries. Distance ain't nothing but a number.
He tries to keep a straight face, attempting to look sincere, but he can't hold it for long. The words have only just left his lips when he snickers and drops his hands from his chest. Give me a break. Rolling my eyes, I laugh and reach for my keys on the worktop before heading for the door. Of course, I do throw a glance over my shoulder to Tyler before I leave. He's still frowning at me. He looks helpless, like he wants to come with me so that I don't have to explain our situation all on my own. I can only shrug and force myself to smile reassuringly back at him, despite how nervous I'm beginning to feel. Without hesitating, I leave the apartment. I take the stairs rather than the elevator, and as I make my way down all 12 flights of them, I fire Rachel a text to let her know that I'm on my way. I'm meeting her at Joe Coffee, just around the block. I've only been there once with Tyler, but it's the first place I thought of, and I remember their coffee being great. Rachel and I figured meeting at the Lowell would be a bad idea, given that Dean never wants to see me again for the rest of his life. So we're staying clear of the hotel. As I make my exit from the building, that's when the nerves really begin to take over. I'm not entirely sure what to expect from Rachel. She could be understanding. She could be disgusted. She could be furious. I've got a lot of explaining to do about both Tyler and Dean. Based on the tone of her messages earlier this morning, I get the impression that she's not very impressed with the decisions I've been making. Breathing deeply as I turn onto Lexington Avenue, I try to remain as calm as I possibly can be right now. Joe Coffee is just ahead, but I halt and press a hand against the window of a clothing store to steady myself. It takes me at least a minute or so to slow down my breathing and for the knots in my stomach to loosen. I just want all of this to be over already. I just want everyone to know the truth and to accept it. I just want to skip this part entirely, the part where we explain ourselves. Frowning, I realize the next people who are going to find out the truth are our parents. By the time I reach Joe Coffee, it's just after 11:30. I head inside. It's rather small, with only a few tables. I join the line and pull out a $5 bill from the back pocket of my jeans. Glancing down at it, I heave a sigh. It's not that bill, but still, it's enough to remind me of it. Am I supposed to keep the $5 bill I've shared with Dean for the past 2 years? The bill that he recklessly wrote all over? Am I supposed to just spend it? Throw it in the trash? Donate it to some homeless guy out on the street? I'm sure he wouldn't mind that the bill is a little wrecked. The line edges forward, and as I continue to wait, I end up staring at the jars of cookies lining the counter. I wonder what Dean's doing right now, how he's feeling, if he's okay. I doubt that he is. Last night he looked destroyed. I could hear the devastation in his voice, and I could see it in his eyes. There's no way he's okay. My throat feels dry by the time the barista gets to me, so I croak out my order. I skip my usual extra shot of caramel. Too fattening. Swallowing hard, I drum the tips of my fingers along the counter as I wait, stepping to the side. I wish I could ignore the thoughts in my head. I don't want to think about Dean. I don't want to think about how despicable I am and how dreadful I feel. It doesn't take too long for my latte to be served, steaming hot as requested, and I make my way over to the empty table against the front windows. I set down my coffee and pull out a chair, slowly slumping down into it as my eyes scan the avenue outside. Right now, I could be in the refinery. I could be staring out at Santa Monica Boulevard. I could be back home in Santa Monica. At least it feels that way for a moment. But then I remember that I'm not in the refinery and that I'm not in Santa Monica. I'm still in New York. Part of me feels homesick. Part of me feels glad. Joe Coffee has a relaxed ambiance, yet I feel anything but. My heart feels like it's throbbing against my chest as my gaze rests on the faint reflection of myself in the window. Right now, I'm not proud of myself. For 2 years, I've been doing everything wrong. I've messed up, and now I'm wondering if it's even worth it. Without thinking, I wrap my hands so tightly around my mug that I end up scorching my palms, and I recoil, snapping out of the trance I'm in. Feeling slightly empty, I stare down at my hands for a while, studying the creases of my palms. Eden? My eyes drift up to discover Rachel. She's frowning down at me, her lips pressed into a firm line as she pulls out the other chair and sits down, placing her purse carefully onto the table. I watch her as she looks out the window for a while. The tension is clear. Neither of us is willing to speak first, and the silence feels strained. My throat feels tight, yet I know I need to say something, so I pick up my mug and take a long sip of my latte. Placing it back down on the table, I part my lips. But Rachel turns her head to face me at the exact same time, and, surprisingly, she talks first. "I can't believe you," she says through gritted teeth, her voice low and hushed. "Rachel?" I try to think of what to say, how to explain myself, but she cuts me off before I have the chance to muster up another word. "No, Eden," she snaps. "I cannot believe you cheated on Dean. And with Tyler. Tyler!" She scoffs and swallows hard, shaking her head in disgust and angling her body slightly away from me. "Please, just hear me out," I plead, glancing around us to ensure no one is overheard. I'd much rather the other customers aren't made aware that I'm a horrible person. "Do you know how long it took me to calm Dean down last night? Do you have any idea at all?" Rachel flashes her eyes back to me, her expression irate and her tone sharp. "Because for 3 hours straight," she continues, "I had to watch one of my best friends cry. Do you know how shitty that was? Watching him cry because you thought it was okay to cheat on him?" "I didn't think it was okay," I murmur. Looking away from her, I prop my elbows up on the table and bury my head in my hands. I exhale deeply against my palms, squeezing my eyes shut. I'm too ashamed to meet her gaze. I can't justify my decisions and my actions, but I can at least try to explain the reasons behind them. So that's exactly what I do. "I was involved with Tyler before I was involved with Dean," I admit, my voice muffled by my hands. A lump grows in my throat. "All of this started 2 years ago when I first met all of you. Back then, it just wasn't possible for things to go any further between Tyler and me, so I gave up on him. Not because I wanted to, but because I had to. It still feels unusual talking to people about my relationship with Tyler, being so open about it. It feels odd. Keeping all of this secret has become far too familiar by now." I tilt my head further down, my words still murmured and quiet. "And then I realized I liked Dean too," I admit. "But there was always something still there with Tyler. I've ignored it for 1.5 years, Rachel. I tried so hard to ignore it. Honestly, I did." Swallowing the lump in my throat, I run my hands through my hair. Slowly, I lift my head and glance sideways at Rachel. She's listening carefully. "But then I came over here and I realized that I really do love Tyler and that I want to be with him. We were going to tell Dean today, but Tiffany beat us to it." Rachel doesn't say anything for a while. She only glances between the window and me, her lips occasionally twitching.
I can't believe you're even saying that.
Saying what?
That you love Tyler?
She quite literally shudders as the words leave her lips.
Like, what the hell, Eden?
I groan under my breath and reach for my latte again, taking a long sip to buy time as I try to piece together a logical explanation. I can imagine it being hard for someone to comprehend unless they've ever been in the same situation under the exact same circumstances.
Let me put it into perspective for you, I say.
Leaning forward and shifting to the edge of my chair, I look at her hard as I place my mug back down.
Imagine your parents are divorced. Then imagine your dad got married to, say, Steven's mom.
Rachel tries to suppress the blush that rises to her cheeks, gnawing on her lip as she listens to me.
Using Steven to get through to her is the only thing I can think of, the only thing that'll make sense to her. So that means Steven would then be your stepbrother, but would you really view him as your brother? No blood relation, I clarify with great emphasis, and then fold my arms across my chest. He would literally just be some stranger who you're forced to consider a sibling. You can't help it if you fall for him, can you? What if that person is the one, and the only thing stopping you from being together is some fucking marriage certificate between your parents? Because that's what happened to Tyler and me, I say. And it sucks, Rachel. It really sucks. I let out a long breath as I shake my head, saddened by the reality of it all. If my dad and Ella weren't together, being in love with Tyler would be totally fine. But they are together, so being in love with Tyler is considered unacceptable.
Glancing away from Rachel, I fix my eyes on the sidewalk outside again as I slump back against my chair.
I've looked at the two of you as siblings for years, Rachel says quietly. So, obviously it's freaking me out. Why didn't you say anything before? I'm your best friend. Why didn't you tell me? I was scared, I admit with a shrug. I still am scared, just not as much as I used to be. The thought of keeping my relationship with Tyler a secret forever is definitely scarier than the thought of telling our parents. I felt ashamed of it, too. I felt like I was doing something wrong, but I'm over that now. I know it's okay to feel the way I feel about him. I glance sideways at her to gauge what she's thinking, and I'm relieved to find that she no longer looks as angry as she did when she first arrived. She just looks overwhelmed by it all, like there are 100 questions running through her mind that she's dying to ask. And she does. Do your dad and Ella know? Your mom? We're telling them when we get home, I say. I try not to dwell on this thought for too long. I might not be quite as nervous or apprehensive about it anymore, but that doesn't mean I'm still not dreading it. If I overthink it too much, I'll end up thinking of everything that could go wrong. And then what? Rachel presses, tilting her head. Our voices have risen from low whispers to relatively normal levels. The churning and the steaming and the clicking of the coffee machines are giving us no choice. You're gonna get together? I don't know. Rachel frowns and then throws her hands up in frustration. Then what's the point? What was the point in fucking Dean over like this if you and Tyler aren't even going to get together? Her chair screeches against the floor as she pushes herself away from the table and gets to her feet. Honestly, I don't know what you're thinking, she says. Grabbing her purse from the table, she backs a few steps away from me. Dean loves you. You know that. He's been nothing but good to you since the day you met him, and yet you're choosing Tyler over him? What do you even see in Tyler? You know what they say about kids who've been abused, she murmurs, reaching for the door.
A couple people from the communal table behind us have glanced up, surprised by the topic of conversation. Rachel doesn't even flinch, just shrugs and pulls open the door as she finishes. They end up being abusive too when they grow up. Don't come crawling back to Dean when Tyler turns vicious. I drop my hands to my lap, where Rachel can't notice that they're balled into fists. My teeth grind together as I will myself not to explode. I even bite back the shocked gasp that's rising in my throat. I'm well aware that Rachel has never really liked Tyler, despite the fact that they've always been in the same friendship circle. But that doesn't give her the right to be downright rude and nasty about him. She doesn't know him the way I do. She doesn't understand how hard he's tried to fix things, to be better. Trying to keep calm, I wrap my hands around my latte again, turning to face the window once more. Have a nice flight home tomorrow, I say stiffly. I refuse to listen to her opinion on Tyler. I don't care what she thinks about him, and I don't care if she accepts the two of us together or not. I really, really don't care anymore. I'm over it. By the way, I say, crossing one leg over the other and reaching for my coffee. Stephen says to be ready for 8. And with that, a draft breezes over me as the door to Joe Coffee falls shut behind her. Rachel doesn't hang around outside, only disappears out of view within a matter of seconds. Letting out a breath I didn't know I was holding, I drop my gaze to the table and focus instead on the steamy wisps that rise from my latte. I don't think I could be any more relieved to know that Rachel, Dean, and Tiffany are heading home tomorrow. The past few days have flown by in what feels like a painful blur, and I'm glad I no longer have to face them. At least until next week. Tyler and I are heading home, too, in just 4 days' time, on Wednesday evening. Maybe by then Rachel's anger and disbelief will have subsided, and maybe by that point I'll be able to talk to her again. Maybe by then she'll have forgiven me. Likewise, maybe I'll have forgiven her for the remark about Tyler. Maybe, just maybe, she'll finally understand that I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I hang around at Joe Coffee for a while. It's nice to be alone again, as alone as I can be in New York City. I trace circles on the wood of the table. I head back over to the counter for a second latte without feeling guilty about it, and I add a shot of caramel. I study the people walking by the window as they head along Lexington Avenue. I take a few minutes to reply to some texts from my mom and Ella, omitting the fact that I'm no longer dating Dean. Mom loves Dean. So does Ella. Sweetest guy around, they would say. When I finally glance at my watch, I realize I've been here for almost 2 hours. It's nearly 1:30. Tyler must be wondering where I am by now, because although our relationship is complicated, it certainly doesn't take 2 hours to explain it. So I head back to the apartment, my pace slow and out of sync with the rest of the city. I walk as though I don't have a motive, because I don't. I'm just strolling down Lexington Avenue and onto 74th Street, feeling, well, nothing. That's just it. I don't feel empty or deflated or sad, nor do I feel overjoyed or thrilled. I just feel nothing. I'm numb. By the time I climb up the 12 flights of stairs to Tyler's apartment, half of me is ready to collapse into bed and sleep for an eternity. The other half? The other half is ready to kiss Tyler endlessly. And when I unlock the door and push it open, Tyler is the first person to greet me. He's already walking over from the kitchen with a butter knife in his hand, his forehead creased with concern, the exact same way it was before I left. I highly doubt he's relaxed since the moment I walked out the door. "How'd it go?" he asks immediately. He pushes the door shut behind me as I head into the living room, and then he stands still as he waits for an answer. "Let me put it this way," I murmur, pressing my lips and frowning. "When we get home, I don't think we're going to have many friends." Tyler's eyebrows slowly arch. "I'm guessing it didn't go that great." Cocking my head to one side and glancing over his shoulder, I run my eyes over Snake and Emily. They're in the kitchen, arguing with plates in their hands while waving cutlery around. In this apartment, making lunch is always a group task, and it never runs smoothly. I look back to Tyler and sigh, saying, "I swear, you better be worth all of this. You better be worth losing Dean, and you better be worth arguing with Rachel for." Almost in slow motion, the corners of Tyler's lips pull up into the smallest of smirks. He takes a step toward me, his eyes smoldering. "I don't know about that," he says quietly, "but I really hope so." His smirk widens into a grin, mirroring my own smile, both our faces aglow. Carefully, he cups my jaw with one hand and leans down to kiss me. "Hey!" Snake yells from the kitchen. It's so abrupt that Tyler and I immediately pause, flinching away from each other before our lips can even brush. We both flash our eyes over to Snake, only to find that he and Emily are staring back at us from behind the kitchen counter. They're both smiling, their expressions playful. With a plate in his hand, Snake points it toward us. "No immoral kissing in the living room." And for once, all four of us laugh. Chapter 29. 4 days later, I'm struggling to accept that my time in New York has come to an end. For an entire year, I counted down the days until I could come to the city, and now the experience I was so excited about is all over. My 6 weeks are up. Tyler's year here is done. It's time to head back to Santa Monica and the beach and the promenade and the pier. It's time for us to go home. As I'm rolling my suitcase into the living room, I'm beginning to feel nostalgic. It's true what people say about New York City. It really, really is incredible. I'll miss being woken up by the sound of the traffic outside. I'll miss the constant flow of people on the sidewalks. I'll miss riding the god-awful subway. Central Park, the endless buzz of noise, baseball, the hard accents. I think I'll miss every single thing about this city, and it's clear now why it's so iconic. "Are you ready?" I hear Tyler ask as he walks up behind me. I glance over my shoulder to him and wistfully sigh, my smile sad. "I guess so." He looks younger today, mostly due to the fact that this morning he decided to shave completely. Now there's no stubble whatsoever, and his jaw is smooth and bare. It's knocked a few years off him, so he looks 19 for once. Walking across the room, he dumps his black duffel bag on the couch and then turns back to face me, eyeing up my suitcase. It's completely overpacked. It could be that I've bought a lot of stuff while I've been in the city, or it could be that everything has just been thrown in carelessly. But either way, it looks so huge that I'm starting to worry that my luggage will be over the weight limit. It took me 5 minutes to zip it up, and even now I can see it threatening to burst open. "You know, you could have just shipped half your stuff when I did," Tyler says, finally letting out a laugh. When he walks over, he tilts my suitcase onto the floor and crouches down, opening it. I fold my arms across my chest and watch him as he grabs a pile of my things, then moves back across the room to place them in his own luggage. "Try it now," he says. Rolling my eyes, I attempt to zip up my suitcase once more, and this time it closes much more willingly. I straighten up and smile, and then quickly dart into his bedroom one last time to grab my shoes and my backpack. They're both lying on the floor, but before I scoop them up, I run my eyes over the room. is completely bare. No posters on the walls, nothing in the closet. The room usually smells like Tyler, of cologne and firewood, but not today. Today the room is empty. Tyler's car and the majority of his belongings were shipped across the country 3 days ago. The past few days, we've hardly been in the apartment. We've been too busy trying to fill our final days with as many memories as possible, like revisiting the main tourist attractions once more before we leave, and searching for coffee shops that we haven't yet stopped at, and playing baseball again at Central Park, and spending an entire day traveling between each of the 4 other boroughs. Last night, Tyler even took me to Pietrasanta again, to conclude our summer the exact same way we started it, and it couldn't have been any more perfect. Slipping on my Converse and carrying my backpack through into the living room, I frown. Tyler's smile fades, his expression questioning. I don't want to go home, I admit. Tyler doesn't reply for a while, only looks at me with his head angled a degree to the side, his eyes smoldering. Aren't you excited to tell your dad that you're so deeply in love with me? He finally says, trying his hardest to suppress both his laughter and his smirk. Oh, I'm sure he'll be thrilled. My voice is dripping with sarcasm, yet I'm smiling. You know, since you're quite the charmer. Tyler chuckles as he shakes his head. We both know he and my dad have never really bonded all that well, so out of all the guys I could have fallen in love with, I don't think my dad will be too impressed that it's Tyler. And that's if he can even get over the fact that we're step-siblings first. The door to Snake's bedroom swings open, and Snake sticks his head around it, leaning against the frame. You guys are still here? You think we'd leave without saying goodbye to you, Stephen Rivera? Tyler shoots back, narrowing his eyes challengingly as he advances across the room toward his roommate. God, I'm so glad to be getting rid of you, Snake mutters, and he grins as they embrace one another in one of those half-hugs, thumping each other on the back. It feels just like yesterday morning all over again, when all 3 of us were saying goodbye to Emily. It was just after 5 a.m., and we were all half asleep, and Emily was getting upset. We promised we'd all stay in touch, even joked about a yearly reunion. These kinds of goodbyes are the scary goodbyes. The goodbyes where you know the chances of seeing each other again are very slim. Emily will be back in London by now, and by tonight, Tyler and I will be in Santa Monica. Snake's the only one left in New York, with his final year of college still to go. Honestly, I don't think I could have asked for 2 better people to enjoy my trip to New York with, and I still couldn't be more grateful for their acceptance. I'm really going to miss them both. Tyler and Snake reflect on the past year for a while, laughing and playfully insulting each other before sighing. Snake even draws me into a hug at that point. He tells me that I'm not that bad, and I tell him that he's not that bad either. We smile at each other before he musters up one final Portland joke, and then Tyler and I grab our luggage, and we leave the apartment for the last time. It's nearing 8 back on the West Coast by the time we arrive in L.A. We're at LAX, of course, and Tyler and I spend a good 20 minutes lingering by the baggage carousel before our luggage is the last to roll around. It's what we get for being among the first few people to check in back at Newark. And even though Tyler has grown gruff with impatience, he manages to lighten up again by the time we start to make our way across the arrivals level of Terminal 6. It doesn't take us long to spot Jamie. It's hard to miss him. He comes out of nowhere and makes a beeline straight for us, throwing a hand up into the air to grab our attention. His entire face is dominated by a grin. It's a rather warm feeling seeing Jamie happy to see us, and for a moment coming back home doesn't seem so bad anymore. There he is, I say, and when I glance sideways at Tyler, he's barely even listening to me. He's too focused on his brother, his smile reaching his eyes. Only a few moments later, Jamie finally reaches us, and Tyler immediately draws him into a hug. I hang back a step or two, my own smile growing as I watch the two of them. After spending 6 weeks with Tyler, I've forgotten that the rest of our family hasn't seen him in over a year. Tyler pulls away after a while, resting his hands on Jamie's shoulders as he studies him with wide eyes.
Man, I hardly even recognize you,
Tyler says with a laugh.
When'd you get this tall? And what'd you do to your hair?
Jamie shrugs a little sheepishly, awkwardly reaching up to touch his hair. I don't really see that much of a drastic change, mostly because I haven't been gone for so long, but Jamie has grown several inches and cut his hair over the past year. It's been cut short for months now, and his height is quickly catching up with Tyler's. Both of them are way taller than me.
Yeah, whatever,
Jamie says, slightly embarrassed. He averts his eyes to me instead.
How was New York?
Amazing, I say. I refrain from exchanging a knowing glance with Tyler, and instead I bite my lip and keep my eyes trained on Jamie. Did you manage to get here all right?
Yeah, eventually,
he answers. Reaching into the back pocket of his jeans, he pulls out a set of car keys.
Ended up on the lower level first. Finally found my way up to the parking lots. Mom's directions weren't that clear.
Hey, Tyler says, lunging forward. He snatches the keys from Jamie's hand and holds them up, scrutinizing them before he shifts his gaze back to his brother.
She gave you the Range Rover? What the hell? Mom never let me drive it when I was your age. Didn't she buy you a BMW? Where's that?
I totaled the front bumper last week, Jamie admits, dropping his eyes to the floor of the terminal as color rises to his cheeks. I hit a street light. It's at Hugh Carter's garage right now, so you can tell Dean to fix it up real nice for me and then throw in a discount while he's at it, he jokes, but neither Tyler nor I laugh. We exchange a sideways glance, our smiles faltering. Tyler runs a hand through his hair and sighs just as there's an announcement over the intercom. It allows for us to be silent for a moment without Jamie wondering why we've gone quiet. Perhaps we should mention the fact that Dean no longer wants to deal with Tyler and me, and that I don't think Dean or his dad will be offering discounts to our family on our car repairs anytime soon, but it just doesn't feel like the right time.
Let's get going,
Tyler says, shrugging the strap of his duffel bag further along his shoulder as he nudges Jamie forward, nodding toward the exit.
I want to see these shitty driving skills of yours.
Better than yours, Jamie mutters, but he's still grinning as he grabs the keys back from Tyler. He dangles them from his index finger, and I notice that there's a photo attached amongst the collection of key rings Ella has added over the years. It's only a small photo, one of Tyler, Jamie, and Chase when they were much younger. I bet Ella can't wait to see her eldest son. I can picture her already, probably pacing the house as she waits for him to return. As Tyler and Jamie head off, Tyler's arm slung over his brother's shoulders, I wheel my suitcase along behind them. I slowly exhale, finding myself smiling almost sadly. It's hard to believe that Tyler's been gone for an entire year. And honestly, I'm not quite sure how he's managed to cope with being on his own for so long. Sure, he might have smoked weed again over the past year, but not anymore. It's comforting to know that he's here again, that he's home.
Hey, have I ever hit a street light?
Tyler shoots back at Jamie, his tone light and playful.
Never, because I'm a better driver.
Really? Jamie asks with an air of sarcasm. Because your car arrived last night and you definitely need some new tires. What the hell did you do to them?
You can blame Eden for that,
Tyler murmurs, glancing over his shoulder at me. He smirks and I glare back in return, pushing the back of his shoulder. We head out of the terminal, making our way across the roadways to the Terminal 6 parking structure, following Jamie deep inside the lower level until we spot Ella's car. It's wedged into a tight spot, and Tyler immediately clucks his tongue in disapproval as Jamie pops the trunk. "What?" Jamie demands as he folds his arms across his chest in agitation, lingering by the door to the driver's seat.
"Shit parking skills, too,"
Tyler comments. Throwing his duffel bag into the trunk, he turns around and takes my suitcase from me, still smiling as he places it inside. It still weighs a ton, and I couldn't even pull it off the baggage carousel on my own without his help, let alone lift it. So I say thanks, and then slide into the back seat. Tyler slams the trunk shut again with a thud before both he and Jamie climb into the car, throwing several more remarks at one another while Jamie starts up the engine and begins the difficult task of navigating his way out of the airport grounds. Kudos to him for offering to pick us up, because if I were him, I'd have definitely said no. Far too many looping roads. Far too easy to end up on the wrong boulevard. Nonetheless, with Tyler's help, Jamie manages to get us onto Lincoln Boulevard, heading north straight for Santa Monica. It's the easiest route back to the city. I relax in the back seat as he drives, slumped against the leather while I gaze out of the window. It feels strange being able to see what's in the distance. It feels odd not having buildings and skyscrapers towering above us. By now, the sun has slowly begun to disappear, the sky a gorgeous orange. The radio is playing quietly in the background as Tyler and Jamie talk softly for the majority of the ride, catching up on a year's worth of conversations and laughing every few minutes. I keep out of the conversation and instead fumble around with the AC in the back so that it's directed straight at my face, and then I cross my legs on the seat and close my eyes, resting my head against the window. So peaceful. So chilled out. So California. 20 minutes later, just as we're arriving into Santa Monica, my attention is grabbed when I hear Jamie say,
"There's something I need to tell you, but later." "Why not tell me right now?"
Tyler asks. Slowly, I peel open my eyes slightly, not moving an inch as I listen. Jamie says, glancing in the rearview mirror at me. I squeeze my eyes shut again, hoping that I'll pass as being asleep.
"Eden's here?" "And?"
Tyler fires back. His tone is no longer gentle, but aggravated.
"Unless you've knocked up that girlfriend of yours or something, then whatever you gotta tell me, you can tell me right now. What is it?"
When I peek through my eyelids again, I notice the way Jamie turns to look directly at the road, both hands gripping the steering wheel. He remains quiet for a while, his posture stiff. Tyler angles his body to face him as he narrows his eyes, waiting. Very slowly, Jamie's shoulders sink as he sighs deeply.
"I'm only telling you this because Mom was planning not to, and I think you should know,"
he says. He sounds nervous, and he pauses again for a long moment. Finally, he glances directly at Tyler, and that's when he says the words I least expect to hear.
"Dad's out."
Tyler's lips part.
"What?"
He got out a couple weeks ago," Jamie says, voice feeble. When I glance at the rearview mirror, I can see him frowning. Tyler, however, turns pale as he falls back against the seat, staring blankly out of the windshield as he tries to process the news Jamie's hit him with. The radio is still playing, the quirky pop song out of place in the tense atmosphere of the car. I really do open my eyes wide this time, pushing myself up from my slumped position. I'm a little shocked, too. I've always known their dad was in prison. I'd only ever imagined him being locked up in a cell. But what I'd never thought about was the fact that one day he'd be getting out. Because that's the part you don't think about. You don't think about that person walking the streets again. You don't think about that person having the free will again to do whatever they want. You don't think about that person living a life again. That's the scary part. That's the part no one wants to think about.
It's been 7 years already.
Tyler asks, almost in disbelief as he shoots forward, his body upright. Pressing a hand to the dashboard, he releases his seatbelt and turns directly to face Jamie, eyes fierce, voice angry.
I thought it'd only been 6, he snaps. It's only been fucking 6.
It's been 7, Jamie mumbles. He glances between Tyler and the road as he tries to focus on his driving, but Tyler's growing fury is making it difficult for him.
Mom's hardly telling me anything,
Jamie continues.
But do you remember Wesley Meyer? He came around so often we used to call him Uncle Wes.
Again, he glances quickly at Tyler to gauge his response, but Tyler's only clenching his jaw in return.
Well, Mom thinks Dad's been staying at his place.
He's in the fucking city, Tyler hisses, immediately turning off the radio. The car falls silent, the only noise the sound of the engine as we continue through Santa Monica, crossing Pico Boulevard.
He's here?
From the back seat, I feel helpless. There's nothing I can do about the situation, but I do know that Tyler is growing more and more livid with each passing second, so I move forward and place my hand on his shoulder. I squeeze tightly to let him know that I'm here.
Drive there,
Tyler orders out of nowhere, thumping his fist twice against the dashboard as he fixes Jamie with a firm, slightly threatening glare.
What? Wesley Meyer's place, right now.
Tyler. Jamie tapers off and shakes his head.
I'm not driving you over there. All right, then pull over.
Angling his body away from Jamie and toward the door instead, he reaches for the handle and glances back at Jamie again over his shoulder, still glaring. Only this time he's waiting.
I'm not pulling over,
Jamie says. He grips the steering wheel even tighter.
I'm not kidding, Jay.
Tyler growls, slamming his palm down against the dashboard once again. The abruptness startles Jamie because he flinches and the car swerves slightly to the right, almost mounting the curb. If Ella's car gets home without a single scratch, then I'm pretty sure that at the very least the dashboard will have some dents in it.
Pull the fuck over.
Groaning, Jamie finally succumbs to the pressure. Pulling up against the sidewalk, he leaves the engine running as he throws open the car door and slides out.
You know this is a stupid idea,
he mutters. Kicking at the road, he makes his way around the vehicle. Tyler's just about to push open his own door, but before he can jump out, I hold his shoulder tight against the back of the seat to prevent him from moving. Unbuckling my seatbelt with my free hand, I lean forward over the center console and tilt my head to look at him. What are you doing, Tyler? Now that I can look directly into his eyes, I can tell just how enraged he really is. Part of me can't blame him for being aggravated, but part of me is also wondering what's running through his mind right now. Knowing how irrational Tyler can be, I'm a little concerned, especially with the way he's looking back at me, his eyes blazing and his jaw tight. Refusing to give me an answer, he shrugs my grip off his shoulder and kicks open the car door, stepping out onto the sidewalk. Tyler! I yell, but he's already out of the car and walking around to the driver's side. Jamie slips into the passenger seat, slamming the door behind him, then folding his arms across his chest in defeat. Even I frown and settle into the back seat again, twiddling my thumbs. I'm unsure of what I'm supposed to do. Tyler slides into the car behind the wheel, taking a moment or two to adjust to the automatic controls, then he takes off. Ella's car screeches along 9th Street, controlled by Tyler's fury as he continues to head north through the city. I try to catch his eye in the rearview mirror a couple times, but he never seems to be checking it, so he doesn't notice.
This is why Mom didn't want to tell you,
Jamie says, throwing up his hands in exasperation as Tyler runs a stop sign.
She knew you'd flip out.
Tyler doesn't reply to his brother, the same way he didn't reply to me, and I think both Jamie and I have figured out by now that he's done talking. Neither of us attempts to say anything more. We only exchange concerned glances and shrug as Tyler drives. We also both know exactly where he's heading, yet there's nothing we can do about it. He even taps his index fingers against the steering wheel as the anger continues to build up inside of him. And in less than 10 minutes, the car is crawling eastbound along Alta Avenue as Tyler glances from left to right, his eyes searching. He slams on the brakes at the intersection of 25th Street, his glare coming to rest on one specific house. The one before us right now on the corner, with the white bricking and the red roof tiles. It's Wesley Meyer's house, whoever the hell he is, which means that it's also Tyler and Jamie's dad's current place of residence. And of course, that is the sole reason why we're even here. Because of their dad. Tyler cuts the engine, allowing silence to fall as he stares at the house. That's all he does. Just stares as he breathes heavily, clenching his jaw over and over. It's like he's mentally fighting with himself over whether or not he should get out of the car. "So what?" Jamie asks after a minute or so, breaking the tense silence. "You're gonna walk up to the door and tell him you hate him? Throw a punch? Kick his ass?" Tyler grinds his teeth together and angles his face even more toward the window, as far away from Jamie's stern glare as he can get. "You don't get it," he hisses, and the glass steams up. "Hey," Jamie says quickly, shaking his head despite the fact that Tyler's not even looking. "You don't think I want to beat the hell out of him too? For your sake? But come on, think about it. What's the point? It's stupid, and Mom will only have a breakdown if she knows you went near him." Jamie's speaking a lot of sense, but it only seems to push Tyler toward the idea of getting out of the car, because that's exactly what he does. He throws open the car door and slides out just as I'm parting my lips to speak, and immediately I jump out too. It's almost like a reflex action to go after Tyler by now, and I run around the vehicle and throw my body in front of his on the middle of the lawn. Pressing my hands hard against his chest, I push him back a step. "Jamie's right," I say. "You don't want to do this." "I do." He still has that terrifying look in his eyes that I'm not quite used to anymore. 2 years ago, I was. Now, not so much. It's not him anymore. Tyler lost all that hostility a while ago, and it was replaced by all the positivity that came into his life while using his past as a means to help others. Yet now it seems like that's all gone again. That aggravation is back. The kid with the hardened expression and the fierce eyes. The kid who spent every second of every day loathing his father is exactly who's standing in front of me right now. Why the fuck shouldn't I? And just like I did back then, I try my best to help to do what's right for him. And right now, the best thing for him is to get away from this house before he does something he'll regret. Because you've been okay for almost 2 years now, I whisper. My hands are still pressed to his chest, so I can feel his heart beating hard and fast beneath my palms. Please don't get wrapped up in all this mess again. Look what it did to you before, Tyler. Just stay away from him. Eden, Tyler says slowly through gritted teeth. Reaching up, he takes both of my hands in his, still holding them against his chest. His heart seems to beat even faster as his eyes soften for the briefest of moments. I want him to see me now. I just want to stand in front of him for the first time in 7 years. I need him to know that he messed up because he doesn't get to be part of our lives anymore. Not mine, not Jamie's, not Chase's, not Mom's. We're all doing perfectly fucking fine without him now. I want him to know that. Tilting his head down, he sighs and squeezes my hands. After a moment, he glances back up.
And maybe swing a fist or two.
I get it, I say, keeping my voice low. I fear that if we raise our voices any louder, his dad might hear us from inside. That's if he's even here in the first place. I get that you want to face up to him. I can't blame you, but Tyler, think about it. What happens if you snap the second you see him again? You're already mad, so just drop it. At least for tonight. You can deal with your dad another time. You need to let all of this sink in first, okay? Tyler glances over my shoulder toward the house. He studies it for a while, a range of emotions flickering in his eyes. I can't work out exactly what he's feeling. They change too fast. Relaxing his jaw, he swallows and looks back to me.
Okay,
He whispers. Letting go of my hands, he moves to my face, gently cupping my cheeks as he tilts my chin up so I can look at him more directly.
okay.
Closing his eyes, he leans in, pressing his lips softly and slowly against mine. It takes me aback for a split second. It's so out of place amidst his rage. I'm not sure what the reason behind it is, whether it's for comfort or for reassurance or both. But I do know that it's clear Tyler has forgotten we're not alone. As panic sweeps through me, I quickly recoil. Pulling my lips away from Tyler's, I push him away from me and then fire my eyes over to the Range Rover still parked out on the road. Through the windshield, our brother is blinking back at us. Chapter 30. Jamie drives in silence. He's back behind the wheel, his lips pressed into a firm line. His eyes don't leave the road because he doesn't even so much as glance at Tyler or me. I can't figure out if he's stunned or furious or both. Either way, his expression makes it clear that he hasn't taken the news well. Perhaps Tyler could have been less blunt when he told our brother the truth, and perhaps I could have made a better attempt at offering an explanation, because now Jamie just looks disgusted. However, the new situation at hand was enough to distract Tyler and get him back to the car and off Wesley Meyer's front lawn. I'm in the back seat once more, anxiously gnawing on my lower lip and fumbling with my seatbelt while feeling, yet again, rather ashamed. Seeing Jamie appear sickened at the idea of Tyler and me together is giving me absolutely no hope whatsoever for our parents. If our 16-year-old brother can't handle it, then I highly doubt Dad and Ella will. Thankfully, we're not heading there right now. We're going to my mom's place. We're breaking the news to her first. Tyler's idea. We were going to wait until tomorrow, but now that Jamie knows, it's best to just tell the rest of our family tonight. Each second, I grow more and more nauseous at the thought of it. The time really is here. The drive to my mom's place only takes a few minutes. Jamie pulls up behind my car on the sidewalk, leaving the engine running while he remains silent. He doesn't say a single word, nor does he take his hands off the wheel. He just stares out of the windshield with narrowed eyes. Tyler does look at his brother for a long while, trying to catch his eye, but it's useless. Eventually, he just glances over his shoulder to me and shrugs, letting me know that it's time to go. I release my seatbelt and numbly slip out of the car. There's a frown upon my lips, mostly because I'm feeling incredibly guilty. I can't help it. Tyler and Jamie have always been close, much closer than either of them is with Chase, and they rarely ever argue. But now Jamie just seems pissed off, and I feel like it's all because of me. This tense atmosphere would not be suffocating us right now if I hadn't fallen for Tyler. All I can do now is hope that soon Jamie will come around, the same way I'm hoping Rachel will.
but there's absolutely no point in hoping that Dean will ever accept Tyler and me. I'd be deluded if I ever believed that could happen. Gently closing the car door behind me, I head around to the trunk where I meet Tyler. He's already hauling my suitcase out onto the sidewalk, expression pained as he tries to offer me a reassuring smile. It doesn't make me feel any better, because there's no genuine reassurance in his features. Tyler's as worried as I am. Sliding the strap of his duffel bag onto his shoulder, he slams the trunk shut and moves around the vehicle. He stops by the driver's side window and taps his knuckles twice against the glass. Jamie doesn't react to begin with, but when he realizes that Tyler's not going to walk away, he decides to roll the window down. For the first time since we left Wesley Meyer's front lawn, Jamie turns to look at his brother.
We'll be coming over to the house soon,
Tyler murmurs softly, his eyes gentle as he tries to appeal to Jamie's sympathetic side.
So just don't say anything, please. We gotta tell Mom and Dave on our own.
Tilting his head down to the ground for a second, he blows out a breath and then glances back up.
Okay?
Jamie doesn't react, so we can't be sure if he'll rush home and break the news to our parents himself or not. All he does is turn his head away again as he puts the window back up. It forces Tyler to remove his hands from the door and step back, frowning the exact same way that I am. The two of us watch as Jamie drives off, and the Range Rover disappears around the corner only moments later. I don't know about Tyler, but I feel uneasy.
I guess that could have gone down a whole lot better,
Tyler says. As he turns to face me, I notice how his lips have formed a sad smile. Yet it's warm and somehow almost playful, which is enough to make me forget for a second that we're about to walk inside my house and tell my mom the truth. Yeah, I say, shrugging my backpack further up my shoulder. I don't think kissing me in front of him was the best way to break the news. Slowly, Tyler grins.
My bad.
Rolling my eyes, I pull out the handle of my suitcase and begin to pull it along the path toward the front door. Tyler follows close behind me so that I can hear him breathing. And just as he places his hand on the small of my back, the front door swings open. Immediately, his touch disappears. "You're home!" Mom yells as she hurls herself over the threshold, rushing toward me. Within a split second, I've been drawn into her warm embrace as she wraps her arms tightly around me. She hugs me so tight that I fear I might stop breathing, and just as I'm about to attempt to wriggle my way out of her grip, I hear a familiar, loud bark. Over Mom's shoulder, I can see Gucci bounding out of the house toward me, ears pricked upright, tail wagging fast, tongue out. I squeeze my eyes shut and prepare myself, waiting for the moment that her strong body will knock me to the ground. And that's exactly what happens. She jumps, stretched up on her hind legs, her paws against my chest, and I promptly fall out of Mom's arms. I tumble backward from Gucci's weight, only I don't land on the ground. Tyler catches me before that can happen, my body crashing into his as the two of us fall back a step. Gucci finally drops back down onto all four legs. "Geez," I say, brushing myself off as Tyler steadies me. Thankfully, Gucci shifts her attention to him, but as she eagerly circles his legs and loudly sniffs at his boots, her tail repeatedly whacks the back of my knees, so I step away from the two of them and wheel my suitcase back toward my mom. "She cried for a week straight after you left," Mom says with a laugh, pulling me into another hug. This time it's only brief, and she stands back to run her eyes twice over me. "But I've definitely missed you way more than she has. I'm so glad you made it home alive." I roll my eyes, shaking my head at her. "Yep, here I am, alive. Even after riding the subway and walking around Manhattan on my own and visiting the Bronx," I add, my smile teasing. Mom looks horrified. Tyler! Tyler glances up from scratching behind Gucci's ears, tilting his face up to look at my mom. Huh? You took my daughter to the Bronx? Mom questions, but we all know she's just playing. Sternly, she folds her arms across her chest and taps her foot as she waits for a reply. Sorry about that. Tyler apologizes with a smile, patting Gucci's head once more before he straightens up. His eyes, his smile, and his voice are all innocent. It was for a baseball game, but other than that, I think I took good care of her. His eyes meet mine, and his smile widens. You convinced me to sit on the edge of the roof of your apartment building, I point out. He jumps forward quickly, looping his arm around me from behind and pressing his hand gently over my mouth. Shh. Shrugging, he nervously laughs and throws my mom another one of his smiles, the type that makes it impossible to be mad at him. Oh, Tyler, my mom says with a laugh. Shaking her head, she exhales and studies him with a warm glow to her face. Welcome home. I bet it feels weird being back, but hey, both of you come on inside and tell us all about New York. Clapping her hands together, she whistles once and calls, Gucci, inside! To which our hyperactive dog responds by leaping back into the house. Mom follows. Neither Tyler nor I budge an inch, and once Mom disappears, I turn to him and take a deep breath. So we're really doing this? I ask, my voice low. We sure are, Tyler says without hesitation. Throwing an arm over my shoulders, he pulls me in close and presses his lips to my temple. I hope your mom isn't looking out the window, he whispers. I glance sideways at him, only to find that he's smirking. Laughing, I shrug his arm off me and push him away as I reach for my suitcase instead, dragging it toward the open front door. I'm glad that Tyler still has the ability to muster up some humor right now, because it's making all this seem much less daunting, and I'm glad that he's no longer thinking about his dad. I'm happy that right now everything seems okay. 10 minutes from now, I don't know if it still will be. Tyler follows me into the house, closing the door behind us, and immediately I can smell cinnamon. My forehead creases with worry at the thought of Mom attempting to bake, and I ditch my suitcase by the door and pad my way over to the kitchen, studying the worktops for any catastrophic, deformed scones. Before I can find anything, Mom comes along from the hall with Jack by her side, and I instantly stop fumbling around by the cupboards. I can see Tyler rolling his eyes at me. So, Eden, Jack urges as he smiles at me with his sparkling white teeth. At the same time, he's fiddling with the watch on his wrist as he adjusts the clasp on it, and I figure from his ruffled, damp hair that he might have just got out of the shower. How was New York? Amazing, I say, but my eyes have wandered to my mom's hands. I study them with great intensity just in case anything major might have taken place while I've been gone, but nope. Still no ring. Sigh. Mom turns to him and rests her hand on his arm, her smile warm. They look a little tired. How about some coffee? She throws a pointed glance at both Tyler and me. You look like you could both do with some good old caffeine, she tells us. I'm on it, Jack says, rubbing her shoulder before he brushes past me, heading for the coffee machine. That's okay, I say quickly. I fire Tyler a glance and nod once at him, right before I look back to my mom. We're not staying long. We haven't seen Dad or Ella yet, so we gotta drop by their place, too. Actually, Mom, could you just sit down for a sec? You too, Jack. I think the shaky tone of my voice makes it pretty damn clear that the two of them should be worried, because the moment the words leave my lips, that's exactly how they both suddenly look. Their smiles fade, and their eyebrows arch in suspicion. They exchange a cautious glance, and then follow me over to the living room. Oh, God, Mom groans, pressing her hands to her temples as she walks over. Even Gucci comes bouncing back through from the other side of the house as though to hear the news, brushing up against Mom's legs as she sits down. Jack joins her. "What happened in New York? What did you do, Eden?" When I glance at Tyler, he offers me a small smile of reassurance, and this time it's sincere. He slides his bag off his shoulder, letting it drop to the floor, and then he walks over to me. Pressing a hand to the small of my back, he directs me toward the opposite couch, and we both sit down. When I look up to see my mom and Jack facing back at me with wary gazes, that's when it hits me that we're really doing this. We're really about to confess the truth. We've done it before. We've told Snake the truth, or rather, we've shown him the truth, but telling our parents is different. Ella and my dad are the ones who really matter because they're our parents, but telling my mom is still a big step, too. "Eden?" Mom presses. Anxiously, she tucks stray strands of hair back into her once neat pinup. "What is it? You're scaring the hell out of me." I know that if I stay silent for any longer, Mom will most likely jump to conclusions. She'll think I committed murder in New York. She'll think I robbed a bank. She'll think I broke every single law ever known to mankind, so I know I need to start talking pretty soon. Tyler seems to sense my apprehension because he leans forward slightly, placing his hand on my knee and squeezing to get my attention. My eyes flicker sideways to meet his, and he looks back at me from beneath his eyelashes, parting his lips as though he's about to speak for me. But thankfully he doesn't. He only nods. We both know I have to be the one to tell my mom the truth, and I'm hoping that Tyler will do all the talking when it comes to telling Dad and Ella. I shift my eyes to Gucci. She's sprawled out on the floor by Jack's feet now, breathing heavily. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I let out the breath I've been holding. "What we need to tell you is really important," I begin, still staring at the dog. Tyler's hand has yet to leave my knee. "So please keep an open mind." "Eden?" Mom says. "What's going on?" I glance up. She's folded her arms across her chest now, her expression growing more stern than worried. Even Jack looks a little exasperated, as though my slow unraveling of the truth is torturing the pair of them. I can't help it. It's hard to force the words out. Tyler squeezes my knee even harder. "Okay," I say, mostly as an attempt to convince myself that I can do this. My stomach twists as I try to meet Mom's eyes, but it's hard. I'm afraid that in a few moments from now they'll pool with disgust and disappointment. "Okay," I say again. Breathing deeply, I rest my eyes on Mom's shoulder, and I force myself to bluntly utter the words I've always dreaded having to say. Only 3 words. So simple, and most definitely the easiest way to phrase the truth. And so I murmur, "I love Tyler." Silence ensues after that. Mom and Jack only stare at me. I want them to say something, anything. Growing frustrated with the lack of reaction I'm getting, I glance at Tyler for help, but he's too busy furrowing his eyebrows to even attempt to offer me a suggestion. I turn back to my mom, and as though to emphasize my words, I place my hand on top of Tyler's on my knee and shift my body closer to his on the couch. Still no reaction. "Like, in love with him," I clarify. She doesn't even blink. "Like, this Tyler, him," I add, jabbing my finger toward Tyler in a final attempt at making myself clear. "You know, my stepbrother?" Finally, Mom slowly parts her lips. She and Jack exchange a look. I'm waiting for her to explode, to demand an explanation for my irrational feelings, but instead she playfully pushes Jack's shoulder. "You owe me $70." Jack groans, but he's laughing as Mom's lips curve into a smile, and all I can do is rapidly blink back at them. Now I'm the one waiting for an answer. Even Tyler rubs his jaw from beside me, attempting to understand why the people sitting across from us are laughing. Laughing? Perhaps Mom thinks I'm kidding. Maybe she thinks this is all a joke. I remove my hand from Tyler's, shaking my head in confusion. Mom? Her gaze shifts from Jack back to me, and her small laugh subsides, but her smile remains. As she sighs, her shoulders relax. We made a bet, she admits. $50 that there was something going on between you guys, she continues, nodding to Tyler and me. And another $20 if you told us about it. What? I breathe in disbelief. Even Tyler laughs now, but I still don't understand. I'm not sure what's going on. I don't get why I'm not being yelled at. Eden, please, Mom says, rolling her eyes as she leans down to scratch behind Gucci's ears. I'm your mother. I notice everything about you, especially the way you look at him, she murmurs, glancing up from the dog for a second to grin at Tyler. I always thought it was similar to the way you look at Dean. Immediately, she pauses and sits back up. Her smile falters, and once again her forehead creases with concern as a new thought occurs to her. Eden, what about Dean? My chest tightens at the mere mention of his name. I'm still drowning in guilt. I've been trying not to think about Dean too much, but it's difficult. It's hard to ignore the fact that I hurt him. Bile rises in my throat, but I swallow hard and blow out some air. He knows, I murmur quietly, unable to meet my mom's eyes. It's over. He hates us. Oh, Eden, Mom says, her lips pursing in sympathy. She must see the way my expression shifts, and she must surely notice the way Tyler rubs my thigh as though to make me feel slightly better, because she frowns at the two of us before she says, I'm sorry about Dean. He was a nice kid. Her words only make me want to burst into tears, and she must notice, because she quickly attempts to lighten the mood by asking, So from now on, whenever I see Liz at the grocery store, do I have to give her the my kid broke your kid's heart smile? Or would you rather I kept my head down and kept walking? Mom, I say sternly, be serious right now. You really don't care? Just to be clear again, I motion between Tyler and me. Of course it's not ideal, Mom admits. But know that if you're going ahead with this, I doubt it'll be easy. You're going to get people who won't like it. You're going to get people who won't support you. But when it comes to me, I don't mind. Who can blame you? She throws a dazzling grin in Tyler's direction, her eyes sparkling as she gives me an understanding nod. It's almost horrifying, in fact, given that she's like 40. Mom! I gasp, mortified. When I look at Tyler, he's blushing a little sheepishly as he laughs under his breath. And as though to validate my mother's point, I notice that his eyes have begun to smolder. It wouldn't even surprise me if he's doing it on purpose. That's just Tyler. Jack pats Mom's thigh quickly as he gets to his feet, playfully shaking his head in disapproval. I don't know about you guys, but I definitely need some coffee. And Karen? Stay away from the teenagers. Winking at her, he moves around the couch and heads over to the kitchen. Gucci gets up and follows. Mom rolls her eyes at Jack and then leans back against the couch, crossing one leg over the other. So I take it you haven't told your father and Ella? Not yet, Tyler answers for me, shifting his body to the edge of the couch and leaning forward slightly. He clears his throat after having been silent for a long while. That's what we're doing next. You guys are brave, Mom says, as the coffee machine churns to life in the background. Good luck. We'll need it, I say, smiling. Pushing Tyler's hand off my leg, I get to my feet and reach for my mom's hands, pulling her up from the couch and drawing her tightly into my arms. Acceptance, again. I don't think I'll ever be able to get over how great it feels. Thanks, Mom. Honestly, thank you, I whisper, burying my face into her shoulder as I hug her close against me. Hey, I'm okay with anything you decide as long as it makes you happy, she tells me. As she pulls away from me and steps back, I think she's just about to smile, but then her expression falters. She grasps my wrist, examining the scabbing words on my skin. What the hell is this? I smile wide and pull my wrist away from her. Quickly, I spin around and reach for Tyler, sliding my hand into his and yanking him up from the couch. I think I almost dislocate his shoulder in the process. Sorry, Mom, gotta go, I call, pulling Tyler toward the front door. I let go of him, rushing into the kitchen to grab my car keys from the key holder on the wall, almost tripping over Gucci at the exact same time. Jack raises his eyebrows at me, but I shrug and dash back over to Tyler, who's grabbing his bag from the floor. Eden? Mom yells, but I'm already over the threshold. Your kid is way too reckless, Tyler calls back into the house, wholeheartedly laughing as he pulls the front door shut behind us. He's still laughing as he jogs to catch up with me, his lips moist and his eyes soft. Neither of us expected the past 5 minutes to go down the way they just did. Neither of us expected it to be so easy. Next up, I say, my voice mocking that of a TV commentator. We have the ultimate showdown. Unlocking my car, I run around to the driver's side and slip inside, starting up the engine. It feels a little odd being behind the wheel of my car again. Tyler throws his bag onto the back seat before he jumps into the passenger seat, a lopsided smile playing on his lips. Just think, he says as he pulls the door shut behind him. This is the final time we ever have to do this. That's why I can't wait, I tell him, because he's exactly right. After we tell our parents, we're done with having to tell the truth. Everyone that matters will know. No more secrets. Even the thought of this is enough to make me grin as I maneuver my way into the road, beginning the short ride to our parents' house. By the way, I add, this time all the talking is on you. Tyler laughs again, leaning back in the seat as he places his hand on my thigh. I think he does it without even thinking about it, but on my end it's awfully distracting. No problem, he says. It's your dad I'm worried about most. He hates me enough as it is. Wait till he hears I've been sleeping with his daughter. Scoffing, he squeezes my thigh tighter, and I quite literally almost crash into a parked car. Yeah, do me a favor and don't mention that to him, I murmur, throwing Tyler a sideways warning glance as I regain control of the vehicle. He's smirking, though, and so am I. We both know my dad would kill him if he were to find out. Dad was never happy with the fact that sometimes I'd spend the night at Dean's, and he liked Dean. So, how'd you like me to word it? Tyler asks, angling his body to face me as I drive. He's got a stupid expression on his face, almost giddy in a way, and he dramatically clears his throat and uses his free hand to sync movements to his words. Mr. Monroe, may I take a second out of your holy time to inform you that I totally have the hots for your one and only daughter, who, by the way, is no longer a minor and can make her own decisions, he says, his voice mockingly solemn as he adopts a sophisticated tone. Also, David Monroe, your stubborn and persistent and intelligent and gorgeous daughter has an incredible ass. I pull around the corner onto Deirdre Avenue, rolling my eyes at Tyler. He's on the verge of bursting into laughter, but he's biting it back. Well, he urges, you think he'd like that? Let's not take that route either, I say. Tyler finally gives up on the joke, letting out the laugh he's been suppressing, and I can't help but think about how nice this feels. The two of us laughing right now, of all times. I like that we can make the situation seem humorous, even when it's far from it. And I like that we're only minutes from the house, yet I don't feel nervous at all. Only seconds later, we pass Dean's house. It's impossible to ignore the way the atmosphere in the car immediately thickens. Both Tyler and I glance over at the house at the exact same time, our eyes never leaving it as we drive past. Dean's car is parked on the drive. So is his dad's truck. The one Dean and I wrecked the tires of. As though Tyler feels guilty, he takes his hand off my thigh.
You think he's in there right now?
He asks, voice quiet. I don't know, I say. Swallowing hard, I shift my eyes back to the avenue ahead and keep driving, pressing my foot down on the accelerator even harder so that I can get away from Dean's house faster. I refrain from looking back in my rearview mirror. I only keep on driving. From now on, I'll start tracing a different route between my mom's place and my dad's place, a route that bypasses Dean's house entirely. It's after 9 by now, and the sky is continuing to darken, but our house is well lit as I pull up behind Tyler's car out on the sidewalk. Dad's Lexus and Ella's Range Rover occupy the drive, the same way they always do, forcing us kids to use the road. Jamie's car is missing, of course, because of that dented bumper he mentioned. I'm guessing they're home? I joke, nodding through the windshield toward the house. Every single light possible must be switched on, and the entire place looks like a giant light bulb. Even the light in the room I sleep in when I stay over is on, which stresses me out for a split second as I wonder why the hell that is.
Hey, I'm just glad my baby got here in one piece,
Tyler says. He points to his Audi, smiling with satisfaction as he pushes open my car door and steps out. Grabbing his bag from the back seat, he heads off without me to circle his vehicle, probably searching for any suspicious scratches that might have resulted from lousy handling as it was shipped from one coast to the other. Sighing, I cut the engine and slide out of my car, which looks like a piece of junk next to Tyler's, and then glance between the house and my stepbrother. Now I'm starting to feel a little nervous. So are you coming?
Uh-huh,
Tyler says, a little spaced out. Sliding the strap of his duffel bag over his shoulder for what feels like the 100th time today, he pats the hood of his beloved car and then walks over to join me on the lawn. Slowly, his lips quirk up into a small smile, and at the exact same time we both turn to face the house. Side by side, we're about to face our biggest fear after 2 years. It's been a long ride, one that's been rough from the moment it began, but it's a relief to know that it's finally all about to be over. Our parents always needed to find out eventually. It's taken us 2 years to accept the truth and build up the courage to admit it to those who matter most. And now that the final hurdle is right in front of us, it's impossible to back out now. Exhaling from beside me, Tyler's hand finds mine, and tightly he interlocks our fingers. We exchange a sideways glance. Both of us are smiling.
let's do this,
He says. Chapter 31. As always, the house smells like lavender. It's Ella's trademark. When you've been gone for a while, it always seems to be more noticeable when you return. As Tyler and I edge into the hall, we linger by the bottom of the staircase. We glance into the living room, but there's no one there, despite the fact that the TV is on. Tyler drops his bag onto the stairs, relaxing his shoulders before he clears his throat and yells, "We're home!" For a few seconds, we wait. There's some commotion as Ella comes rushing through from the kitchen at the exact same time as we hear footsteps upstairs, but Ella is the first to reach us. She's in tears before she's even said a word, a huge smile on her face as she grasps Tyler in her arms and pulls him against her. He's much taller than her, but she rests her hands on his hair as he hugs her back. I watch them with a small smile on my lips, a smile that's both sad and content. Ella and Tyler have always had a close bond, and I know firsthand just how much she's missed her son over the past year. All the time she would talk about him, mention how proud she was, ask if calling him 5 times in one day was too much. Dad would often roll his eyes and leave the room. I'd always stay. I'd always tell her that I missed Tyler too. Ella takes a step back, cupping Tyler's jaw in her hands as she gazes up at him with undying love and affection. "You're really here!" Almost bubbling with joy as the tears continue to escape her eyes, she smothers his face in kisses. "Mom, come on," Tyler says as he turns his head to the side. Reaching for her wrists, he moves her hands from his face and lets out a laugh. "Gross." Ella sniffs, her smile sheepish as she wipes away her tears with her thumb. She's just about to part her lips to say something else at the exact same time as Chase comes through from the kitchen, but Tyler doesn't even get a single second to acknowledge his brother, because suddenly our attention is drawn to the pounding on the staircase. Dad is definitely not thrilled to see us. He comes storming down the stairs, his eyes narrowed and his cheeks a flaming red. Before he even reaches the bottom, he's already growling. "Is it true?" He's not looking at Ella. He's not looking at Chase. He's looking at Tyler, and he's looking at me. It's perfectly clear what my dad is referring to. We both know it. My entire body deflates. My heart sinks in my chest. I can't bring myself to answer, and neither can Tyler. We're too taken aback by Dad's question to even react. "Dave," Ella murmurs, stepping forward and turning to face her husband. Her expression is perplexed, her eyebrows knitting together. "What are you talking about?" A figure moves at the top of the staircase, which immediately catches my eye. I glance up, looking past Dad to find Jamie. He's hovering on the landing with his lips pressed into a firm line and his arms folded across his chest as he watches the scene unfold. It's not difficult to make sense of the situation, to know that Jamie simply couldn't keep quiet until we got here, even when Tyler made it clear that we wanted to tell our parents on our own. Telling them ourselves would have been the right thing to do. Jamie being the one to break the news to Dad is quite literally the worst thing that could have happened. It makes it seem like we weren't planning on telling him and Ella the truth in the first place. Tyler must notice Jamie too, because he lunges toward the stairs with his hands balled into fists, muttering something under his breath that I don't quite catch. Without a second of hesitation, however, Dad blocks him from going any further by grabbing his shirt and pushing him back across the hall. He slams Tyler against the wall, pressing his arm firmly across his chest as he holds him there. Ella sucks in a horrified gasp at the exact same time as she jumps forward, attempting to shove Dad off Tyler by pushing at his shoulder, but he's too strong for her and doesn't even budge.
"Is it true?"
Dad yells again, his face only inches from Tyler's as he leans harder against his chest. There's suddenly a waft of booze in the air, too, and I squint at my dad suspiciously when I realize it's coming from him. Ella takes a cautious step toward him and Tyler. Her eyes slowly widen as she quietly asks, "Is what true?"
"The two of them."
Dad almost chokes on his words, so wrapped up in fury and disbelief that he can hardly string his sentences together. His voice is still loud and coarse, though, and he manages to give a clipped nod in my direction.
"Him and Eden. God, I don't even know what to think."
Tyler finally pushes Dad away from him with one firm shove, immediately straightening up. The veins in his neck stand out as he mutters,
"Let us fucking explain."
Ella still doesn't understand what's going on. She glances around Dad, Tyler, and me for a few moments, as though she's searching our expressions for answers. Dad's breathing heavily, both hands pressed to his temples as he shakes his head at the floor, trying to comprehend this new information. And so she turns to Tyler instead, her features twisting with worry the same way my mom's did. I can only imagine what's running through her mind right now. Explain what, Tyler? Tyler runs a hand back through his hair as he looks at her, taking a second to think of the right words to say. Dad's glanced up again to glare at him as he waits to hear what the explanation will be, and his breathing is so loud that the only sound we can all hear right now is that and the TV. But Tyler doesn't even look at my dad. He only keeps on looking straight at Ella, and occasionally at Chase, who doesn't really know what's going on but is listening anyway. And after a while, Tyler finally drops his eyes to the floor and exhales, ready to talk for us both.
None of this was supposed to happen,
he says quietly, never looking up.
but all of it did. I can't feel bad about it, and I can't feel sorry about it, because I'm not. It's just the way things have turned out. And honestly, it's not our fault. If it's anyone's fault, it's yours.
He tilts his face up now, glancing between Ella and my dad. He swallows hard.
It's your fault for putting us together in the first place.
Dad immediately scoffs, placing his hands on his hips as he turns to face the opposite direction, still shaking his head. Ella, however, only blinks. She looks more perplexed than she did a few seconds ago. "What are you talking about?" she asks.
I'm talking about Eden,
Tyler says without a moment's pause. He glances over his shoulder at me, locking his eyes with mine. They soften briefly, and he nods, so I edge forward, joining him by his side. I'm so thankful that he's doing all the talking. I can hardly even look Dad and Ella in the eye, let alone come clean to them. Tyler, on the other hand, keeps going now that he's gotten started.
I'm talking about the fact that I'm in love with her. Have been for 2 years, so sure, Dave, it's true.
Ella's jaw falls open slightly, and she barely manages to whisper, "What?" as she blinks fast and rapidly.
This is disgraceful. You're making a mockery out of this family. Is that what you want to do? Make us all look like fools? God, can you imagine the laughter if this ever gets out?
Dad spits, turning back around to face us all. The wrinkles around his eyes seem even more noticeable right now, perhaps with how narrowed his glower has become. And as though he can no longer bear the sight of us, he begins to walk away, muttering,
"You disgust me."
It's to me, of course, and as he storms by, he shoulders me out of the way. Suddenly, Tyler jolts from beside me, taking a step forward and hurling his clenched fist through the air. It hits the exact center of my dad's cheek with a sickening thud. Dad instantly spirals to one side, his body falling against the stairs as he lands in a sprawling heap. "Tyler!" Ella yells, jumping forward. She doesn't go to her son, though. She goes to Dad, bending down to check if he's okay, rubbing softly at his face. At the exact same time, I turn to Tyler. I throw my hands up in exasperation at him, wondering what the hell he's playing at. His chest is rising and falling rapidly as he breathes, and his eyes are still set on my dad. So as a precaution, I grab his fist, just in case. Jamie has descended a few steps toward Dad while trying his best not to make eye contact with Tyler and me. His cheeks are rather flushed by now, and maybe he's feeling too guilty to get involved because he just lingers in the background, observing but not helping. Even Chase decides to stay out of the situation. He backs slowly away toward the kitchen, watching from afar.
"Hey, Eden,"
Dad mutters in contempt, drawing my attention to him as he rises to his feet again, his eyes fierce.
"Even if Tyler wasn't your damn stepbrother, is this the kind of guy you want to be with, huh?"
He points to his cheek and then nods toward Tyler.
"Some out-of-control kid who's gonna end up in a cell just like his father?"
"David!" Ella gasps. Dad's words are so cruel that I momentarily feel sick at the fact that he thought it was okay to say such a thing, no matter how furious he is. It's enough to cause me to become enraged myself, and I grind my teeth together so hard that I fear my entire mouth might just shatter. When I force myself to glance sideways at Tyler, I can see the pain and devastation in his eyes, and he reacts to Dad's words the only way he knows how, with anger and violence, the way he was raised. The muscle in his jaw is twitching, and his fist is clenching even harder beneath my hand. So I let go. Dad deserves it. Tyler throws another punch without hesitation. Of course he does. This time, I can't blame him. In fact, I even feel rather satisfied when his fist catches Dad's nose. Dad only falls back a step or two this time, managing to keep his balance as he reaches up to touch his face, checking for blood. There is none, but he still raises his eyebrows and manages to smile in disbelief.
Look at this,
Dad bellows.
Assaulted twice within a minute. God, Eden, your life choices are fantastic. First you choose some bullshit school halfway across the country, and now you choose this asshole? Your stepbrother?
He starts to laugh, his entire demeanor vicious as he leans against the wall. Tyler steps toward him again, ready to throw another punch.
Look who's talking.
Honestly, I think I could swing at Dad too by now. Ever since he walked out on Mom and me, my relationship with him has been strained. Maybe it's the fact I didn't see him for 3 years. Maybe it's the fact he didn't want to see me for 3 years. Something changed when he left, and ever since then it's been hard, but it's been stable for a while. We've been trying to get along, and it's been working until now. He's never been so nasty before, never so harsh. I'm trying my best to keep my temper cool, but it's hard not to explode. There are a million things I could yell back at him, but before either Tyler or I can do anything stupid, Ella comes running through from the kitchen. I didn't even notice her disappear, but she's suddenly in front of us again, pushing both Tyler and I backward and away from Dad. "Look, get out of here," she says quickly in a low voice, forcing Tyler's car keys into his palm and squeezing his hand closed around them. "I don't know what to think right now, and I'm sorry about him." She throws a glance over her shoulder toward Dad. He's still laughing, but now Jamie is attempting to shut him up, and when Ella turns back to face us, she's frowning. "He's got the rest of the week off work, so he's had a few drinks, and look, you two, I'm really sorry. We need to really talk about what's going on between you both, but right now you need to leave." "Don't be mad at us," I whisper, swallowing hard. "Please don't." Ella releases a heavy sigh, glancing back to check on Dad again. Her frown deepens. "Just let me think about it. Now go." Gently, she pats Tyler's cheek. "And fix up that hand." Both Tyler and I glance down at the exact same time. I don't think he's even noticed until now, but he's busted open 2 knuckles on his right hand and he's bleeding. He sighs, shaking his hand and glancing back up. I try to meet his eyes, but he refuses to look at me. Instead, he reaches for his bag, which has been knocked onto the floor, at the same time as Ella returns to Dad, helping Jamie to calm him down. Chase is still hiding in the kitchen. Tyler doesn't say a word as he turns back around for the door, only brushes his shoulder against mine as he walks past me, heading straight outside. I immediately spin around and follow close on his heels, jogging to keep up with his strides as he marches across the lawn toward his car. "Tyler?" I say. No reply, just silence. "Tyler?" I say again, reaching for his elbow. When he senses my touch, he finally stops walking and turns around to look at me.
"What the hell do we do now?"
He asks, eyes dark. All the color in his face has completely drained, and his expression is blank. "You can stay at my mom's place," I say immediately. "Mom won't mind. Mom likes Tyler, and given the circumstances, I'm sure she'll let him spend the night. Come on, follow me over,"
Okay.
is all he says. He turns and walks the final few feet to his car as I study him, wondering if it's safe to let him drive. He looks slightly numb and spaced out, like he might just pass out any second, but he slides into his car nonetheless and starts the engine. I drive my own car back to my mom's house with Tyler trailing along behind me, and the entire time I wonder why I don't feel anything. I don't feel upset, not angry, not anymore at least, not frustrated, not anything. In a way, the outcome is almost like I always expected it to be. Dad was never going to take the news well, sober or not, and Ella... I don't know about Ella. I can't quite figure out if she's repulsed or just shocked. Dad, however, is just an asshole, the same way he always has been. I'm used to it by now. Sometimes he's all right. Sometimes he's the guy he is tonight. I don't know what's going to happen now. I don't know if by tomorrow everything will have calmed down again. All we need is a chance to explain ourselves, to make them understand. And that can only happen if Dad and Ella give us the time to do so. Tonight, they certainly didn't. Maybe once the initial anger and confusion and shock wears off, they'll hear us out. They have to. They don't have another choice. What else can they do? Kick us out of the family forever? Forbid us from being together? I bypass Dean's house on the way home, tapping my fingers impatiently on the wheel as I drive in silence. I keep glancing in my rearview mirror to check that Tyler's still there. He is, of course, tailgating me to the point where I firmly believe that any second now he might just rear-end me. Both our cars make it back to my mom's place without a scratch, however, and I waste no time clambering out of my vehicle. It's after 10 by now, and I walk around to Tyler's car door and wait for him as he steps out. He still looks pale as he did when he first got in, and his hand seems to have gotten worse.
I'd say I'm sorry for hitting your dad,
he says quietly as he reaches back into the car for his bag.
but I'm not.
Slamming the door shut, he turns and advances along the footpath toward the front door. Again, he doesn't wait for me, and I'm starting to get the feeling that he's mad at me. Did I do something wrong? I ask, once I catch up to him again. I fall into place directly opposite him as we pause by the door for a second before heading inside.
No,
he says. As he glances out onto the street, he sighs and presses a hand to his forehead before his eyes meet mine again.
I'm sorry. Tonight has been a mess. I'm thinking about my dad, and I'm thinking about Jamie, and I'm thinking about my mom, and I'm thinking about your dad, and I'm thinking about you,
he murmurs. Slowly, his lips pull up into a half smile.
but mostly just you.
He drops his gaze to his watch, and when he glances back up, he shrugs.
You know, it's after 1 a.m. in New York. I don't know about you, but I'm exhausted.
I wasn't tired, but now that Tyler's brought it up, I suddenly feel my body sinking with fatigue. It feels like New York was forever ago, but the truth is, we were still there this afternoon. So much has happened since then, with a 6-hour flight in the middle of it all, and with the time difference thrown in too, I really do want nothing more right now than to just head straight to bed. So I say, "How about we deal with this in the morning?" To which Tyler nods, and we head inside. Mom and Jack are watching some Lifetime movie on TV when we walk in, both of them sprawled out on the couch, wrapped up in each other's arms. Gucci's asleep on the floor, and although she does open her eyes to the sound of our entrance, she doesn't bother to get up and greet us. Mom and Jack, however, immediately pause the TV and pull themselves into a seated position. "You guys don't look all that relieved," Mom comments, furrowing her eyebrows. She's draped in her gown by this point, so she holds it closed with one hand as she gets to her feet. "Tyler, what are you doing back here?" "It didn't go great," I admit, glancing sideways at Tyler as I shrug. He still seems quiet. "Dad was drunk, so he was a jerk, and Ella told us to leave." A huff of disapproval leaves Mom's lips as she shakes her head in rebuke, most likely at Dad, and she floats across the living room toward us. Quickly, she becomes sympathetic, smiling softly at us both. "I'm sure everything will be okay," she reassures us, her tone soothing. "Just give them some time to come to terms with it." My head feels heavy, and I frown. What if they don't? Mom thinks about my question for a short while, even glancing at Jack for help, but all he does is shrug, so all she can do is pull a face and shrug too. "I don't know what to tell you, Eden," she says. "Can you clean up Tyler's hand?" I ask quickly, changing the subject. I'm kind of done with Dad and Ella right now. I'm too tired to deal with them, and Tyler's hand is still busted up, so I focus on that instead. Gently, I reach for his hand and hold it up for Mom to examine. "God, what the hell did you do?" she blurts as her eyes flash up to meet Tyler's. Now he looks embarrassed. "He hit Dad," I answer for him. "Twice." "That's too bad for Dave," Mom murmurs, but she's suppressing a smile. "Tyler, come on over to the sink." Mom only takes a few minutes to fix up Tyler's hand. In those minutes, however, Jack manages to offer Tyler a beer, and I manage to awkwardly ask if Tyler can spend the night, and Mom agrees. According to her, anyone who can throw a punch at Dad is more than welcome to stay. Tyler's thankful for the hospitality, although he does decline the beer. He's too tired. "We're gonna get some sleep," I tell Mom as she tidies up in the kitchen while Tyler tightens and relaxes his hand repeatedly, as though the exercise will make the cuts disappear. "It's late in New York." "Well, I hope you both feel a little better about everything in the morning," Mom says, angling her body to face me as she pulls me into a brief hug, and then both she and Jack wish us good night as they return to their movie. I reach for Tyler's hand, interlocking our fingers as I pull him toward the hall. My room is the very first door, yet I barely even touch the handle when I hear Mom clear her throat from behind us. I quickly let go of Tyler and turn around. "I know I'm a super cool mom and all, but I'm not that cool," she says, giving Tyler a pointed glance, her expression stern. "Tyler gets the guest room." "No problem," Tyler says. Rolling my eyes, I turn back and head straight down the hall. The guest room is the last room on the left, and it's the one room in the house that's hardly ever used, so I lead Tyler over and then halt by the door. The lights in the hall are off, too, so when I turn to face him, I end up looking at him through the faint darkness. I keep quiet for a moment while I allow my eyes to adjust, and when they do, I realize that Tyler's staring at the floor. "Are you sure you're okay?" I ask, now growing more concerned than anything else. I try to force his gaze to meet mine, but it doesn't. Instead, Tyler reaches for the door and pushes it open, walking past me and into the guest room without even glancing up. "I'll talk to you later," he says quietly. "Hey," I say sharply, folding my arms across my chest as I follow him into the room and flick on a light. I stand and wait, pressing my lips into a firm line. "I asked if you were okay." Tyler sighs as he tilts his face down, his back still turned to me. He throws his bag onto the center of the bed and runs a hand through his hair, softly tugging on the ends before he turns his body to face mine.
I'm not gonna lie and tell you that I'm okay when I'm not.
He finally says. Then talk to me. I take a few steps toward him, closing the distance between us, and I press a hand to his chest. I look up at him from beneath my eyelashes, feeling his heart beating slow and hard beneath my palm. But Tyler clearly doesn't want to talk about it because he carefully reaches for my wrist and moves my hand away as he takes a step back from me.
I said I'd talk to you later,
He says, with a firm edge to his voice, like he really means it and doesn't want me to push the matter any further. Spinning back around, he sits down on the edge of the bed and bends forward, interlocking his hands.
shut the door on the way out.
He asks, his voice so low and so quiet that it's almost a whisper. I'm not entirely sure what's up with Tyler right now, but he's making it pretty clear that he wants some space, so I bite my lip and force myself to leave, despite how much I'd rather stay. When I reach the door, I press my hand to the frame and glance back over my shoulder at him. He's sitting still, hardly blinking, just breathing. If you want, you can sneak over to my room any time after midnight, I whisper. But he doesn't even react, let alone respond, so I shut the door and leave him alone. I don't know what time it is when I flinch awake, and I don't know how long Tyler's been nudging me for, but I do know that it startles the hell out of me. I almost roll completely off my bed, so surprised by the intruder in my room that I suffer heart palpitations. Pushing back my comforter, I push my body up and lean over my bedside table, fumbling around with the light switch in the darkness. Finally, I find it, and the corner of my room brightens up with a warm glow. Jesus Christ, Tyler, I mutter, exhaling as I tilt my head forward, pressing my hand across my forehead. I know I told him to try to sneak across the hall, but I seem to have fallen into such a deep slumber that I totally forgot. I'm not used to being in my own room again, and I'm certainly not used to having Tyler staying over. Way to scare the hell out of me. Tyler's standing by the side of my bed, but not too close, and as his sheer height towers over me, his face is illuminated by the lamplight. It allows me to see the tightness in his jaw, the nervousness in his eyes, and the lump in his throat.
I need to talk to you now,
he tells me quietly. Really? You need to talk to me now? Holding my comforter tight across my chest, I reach for my phone on my bedside table with my free hand and check the time. It's just after 4 a.m., so I groan and lean back against my pillows, rolling my eyes in irritation. That's when I realize that Tyler's still fully dressed, only now he's pulled on a jacket. I get the feeling he's not here to slip into bed alongside me, so I quickly sit forward again. Tyler? Tyler chews on his lower lip rather anxiously as he rubs at the back of his neck. At the exact same time, he retreats away from me even further, moving toward the door. The light from the lamp on my bedside table doesn't quite stretch that far, so there's a shadow cast over his face that prevents me from seeing his expression as he says,
I need to get out of this city.
At first, I don't understand. His words don't make sense, and they come so out of nowhere that I don't reply to begin with. I listen to the silence of the house instead, blinking at Tyler's silhouette by the door. What do you mean? I finally bring myself to ask.
I mean that I'm gonna leave for a while,
Tyler says. My stomach twists, suddenly knotted. Now I'm wide awake, and Tyler has my full attention. A shiver even surges down my spine, as every inch of my body tells me that none of this is good. Why? Tyler releases a slow, deep sigh. He walks back around to the side of my bed, back into the light, and his shadow flits across the walls.
There's too much going on right now,
he admits.
and I need to figure things out.
Leaning back against my wall, he pauses for a second to string together his next few sentences, deeply thinking about the right words to say and the right things to tell me. The entire time, my body is growing stiff.
You know I don't want to be anywhere near my dad. I can't cope with it, and I don't think I can handle your dad either because I might just end up beating the hell out of both of them.
Another pause. Now my body is starting to feel cold even though I'm under the comforter. Worry crosses Tyler's face, and his voice drops to a whisper as he asks,
"What if your dad's right? What if I do end up like mine?"
"You're nothing like your dad, Tyler."
"But I am,"
he argues, his jaw tightening.
"My temper snaps just as fast as his used to, and that's what scares the hell out of me. I want out of this city and as far away from him as I can get."
"Come to Chicago with me," I blurt immediately. It's the first thing that hits me, and it's not a bad idea. I'm leaving in the fall, packing up and heading halfway across the country to settle down in the Windy City. And I realize then that I haven't once thought about what would happen in September when I left. I never considered the fact that Tyler and I would be separated by distance again. So suddenly the idea of Tyler coming with me to Illinois is the only thing I'm rooting for. Kind of like running away together. Kind of. But my new plan for us both is quickly shot down because Tyler simply says,
"No."
"Why?" I ask, both dismayed and confused. My moment of excitement comes to an end. So much for Chicago. Tyler closes his eyes for a second and tilts his face down to my carpet, leaning against the wall. He still looks tired, and I'm starting to wonder if he's even slept at all. The longer he takes to reply to me, the more nervous I grow, and it turns out I have every right to be anxious because when he glances back up at me, his expression has contorted, twisting with hurt as he whispers,
"Because I don't really want to be near you either."
I want to have misheard. I need to have misheard, because the moment the final word escapes his lips, Tyler's lips, everything inside of me shifts. My stomach tightens even more than it already has, and my voice catches in my throat, taken aback by his words. "What are you talking about?" I force myself to ask, my voice feeble.
"Maybe you were right before,"
he says without hesitation, talking fast as he shakes his head.
"Maybe we shouldn't be together."
"Where the hell is this coming from?" I demand, anger rushing through every single inch of my being as I push back my comforter and swing out of my bed, straightening up on my feet. I'm really praying that I'm dreaming right now. I have to be. Tyler would never say that. Tyler quickly flinches away from me as I approach, pivoting around me and walking back toward the door again. As his back is turned to me, his rasping voice dares to tell me,
"I don't know if I want to do this anymore."
And right then, everything inside of me shatters. My heart stands still, my lungs collapse, my blood thins, my throat hurts. Everything, absolutely everything suddenly hurts. From the way my head suddenly feels way too heavy to the way my knees slowly buckle beneath me. I have to press a hand to the wall to stabilize myself. My breathing has quickened, and I'm almost hyperventilating as I try to understand what's going on. "You didn't just say that," I croak.
"I'm sorry,"
Tyler blurts quickly, spinning around to look at me. His eyes are dull, far from furious, looking more damaged than anything else, yet his apology doesn't sound sincere at all. He doesn't sound sorry.
"Look, I gotta go."
He pulls out his car keys from the pocket of his jeans and reaches for the door. Although I feel paralyzed, I force my legs to move and I rush over to him, sliding my body between his and the door. I press my back against the wood, pushing it closed as I block his only exit. "No! You don't get to just walk out like this!" I yell, exasperated with the abruptness of the situation and the reasoning behind it. At the moment, Tyler hasn't given me a reason for his sudden change of mind, and it's making this all hurt even more than it would if he was just honest with me. "What's happened to this, huh?" Pushing Tyler a step back from me, I throw up my arm and force my wrist toward his face, my hand clenched so tight that my veins are visible beneath my tattoo. "You said as long as I didn't give up, you wouldn't either." I don't care if I wake Mom and Jack. Right now, they're the last thing on my mind. "And I haven't given up, so why the hell have you?" Tyler pinches the bridge of his nose with his thumb and his forefinger, closing his eyes and refusing to look at his very own words, the words that are etched upon my skin. It's clear now that he no longer believes in them, and it's even clearer that I'm an idiot for believing that he did. As I drop my hand back down, my chest heaves, and I think I might just hurl, so I clasp a hand over my mouth. I shouldn't, though, because Tyler sees it as a prime opportunity to grasp my shoulders and quickly move me to the side. That's exactly what he does, finally throwing open the door and making his lame departure. But we appear to have woken Gucci, because she's sitting out in the hall on the other side of my door, her eyes glistening, and Tyler promptly trips straight over her as though he hasn't even noticed that she's there. Gucci lets out a sharp cry, darting away. "Tyler!" "Fuck," Tyler mutters, steadying himself. He pauses in the darkness of the hall, frowning, and then heads toward the living room. Of course, I rush after him, racking my mind for something, anything I could say to him that might make him stay, or at least reconsider what he's doing. As he grabs his bag from the couch, I say the only words I can think of. "Please, please, please," I beg, my throat so dry that it's starting to hurt when I talk. I step in front of him again, but it's hard to get him to meet my eyes, and so I press my hands to his chest instead. "Please don't. You're just upset about everything that's happened, so you're being irrational. That's all this is, Tyler," I whisper, as tears threaten to fall, my voice cracking. "You don't even have a real reason for why you're leaving like this. If you really want to get out of Santa Monica, then just come to Chicago with me. And don't repeat yourself by saying you don't want to be with me anymore, because I don't believe you. How can everything be going great? I mean, we finally told everyone, Tyler. The hard part is over, and then you suddenly decide this?" Tyler has closed his eyes again, because it seems to be the easiest way for him to avoid looking at me. I don't think he's been able to look me straight in the eye since the moment he woke me up. Parting his lips, he exhales, and then he slowly shakes his head. That's all. No reply, no further explanation. Just the weak shake of his head that makes it clear that no matter what I say, he's still going to leave. Reaching for my hands on his chest, he squeezes them tight and lowers them back to my sides, and I'm trying so hard not to cry that I can't even bring myself to attempt to stop him. That's why when he turns and walks through the dark living room toward the front door, I don't do anything. I don't go after him. I don't even turn around. I only stare at the wall, my lips trembling as the tears break free anyway. I touch my throat and swallow hard, fighting back the urge to sniff. I don't want Tyler to hear me crying, but when I hear him unlock the front door, one final wave of anger washes over me, so I'm forced to turn around. "So we pissed off our parents for nothing? We hurt Dean for nothing?" I yell, grinding my teeth together as my cheeks dampen. Tyler pauses to listen. "All because you're wimping out at the last second?" "I'm not." Tyler objects, finally deciding to talk again. He glances over his shoulder at me, his eyes pooling with an emotion I can't quite figure out. "I just need space for a while."
I'll come back when I'm ready.
But I love you, I whisper. Not because I think it'll change his mind, but because I want him to remember that when he walks out the door.
And I need you.
Tyler breathes. It takes me by surprise, given the circumstances. It contradicts the fact that he's claiming he doesn't want to do this anymore, that he's giving up.
And that's the problem, Eden. The only reason I didn't kick my dad's ass earlier was because of you. Not because I knew the right thing to do was to walk away. And when I was trying to get off coke, I was doing it for you, and not because I had to do it to get on the tour. It's like I need you in order to be okay, and I can't live my life depending on you like that. I need to be able to want to do the right thing, to do it for myself and not for you, so I need some space without you for a while. I need to know that I won't be like my dad, and as soon as I know that, I'll come back.
His eyes are swollen, like he's fighting back tears, and the only thing he can finish with is a pained whisper of,
I promise.
Without explaining himself any further, he rests his head on the doorframe, takes a deep breath, and then leaves. Just like that. He opens up my front door, throws me a gut-wrenching final glance, and walks out. He lets the door fall shut on its own behind him, and when I hear that awful click, it hits me even harder at that exact moment that Tyler just gave up. And I still don't really know why. The house is dark and silent and even slightly cold, and numbly, I remain in my spot in the middle of the living room. Through the cracks in the blinds, I see Tyler's car light up as his figure nears it. He slides into the driver's seat, and I hear the thud of his door as he slams it shut. Then his engine. My throat tightens when I hear it growl to life. He's really leaving, I think, and there's nothing I can do to stop him. His car pulls out onto the quiet road, and he drives away. He leaves. My throat releases a pained whimper through my sobs as the car headlights race across the walls of the living room and then disappear. I feel so weak that I can no longer stand, so I reach around for the furniture to give myself a crutch as I move to the couch. I drop my body down onto it, pulling my legs up and holding them to my chest as I try to control my excessive trembling. I don't know what to think. How long is Tyler going to take to find his own willpower and strength? How long is it going to take for him to control them both? A few days? Weeks? Months? What am I supposed to do in the meantime? Put my life on pause and wait for him? Unfortunately, that can't happen. Now I've got to face Dad and Ella on my own. I've got to deal with Dean on my own. I've got to handle Rachel and Tiffany on my own. Tyler has left me to deal with our mess all by myself. It was supposed to be us against the world. Tyler and me versus everyone else. Now, it's just me. Out of nowhere, I hear Gucci's paws on the hardwood flooring as she quietly pads over to me, still weeping a little from the pain Tyler accidentally inflicted upon her. She jumps up onto the couch, nudging my knee with her nose as though she's concerned. It only sends a new batch of tears cascading down my cheeks. Reaching for her body, I pull her close and wrap my arms around her, burying my face into her fur. Don't worry, I think. He hurt me, too. This book is over, but the story continues. Keep listening after the credits to hear the beginning of Did I Mention I Miss You? Book 3 in the Did I Mention series, free. This has been an Audible Studios production of Did I Mention I Need You? Written by Estelle Maskame, performed by Kelly Burke. Copyright by Estelle Maskame 2016. Production copyright 2017 by Audible Limited. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Limited. Chapter 1. The water is cold, yet that doesn't stop me from wading into it, only up to my ankles. I have my Converse in my hands, the laces wrapped around my fingers, and the wind is picking up, like it always does. It's too dark to see far out over the low waves, but I can still hear the ocean crashing and rolling around me, and I almost forget that I'm not alone. There's also the sound of fireworks, of laughter and voices, celebration and joy. I almost forget, just for a second, that it's the 4th of July. A girl runs past me through the water, disrupting the calm and gentle flow. A guy is chasing her. Boyfriend, probably? He accidentally splashes water on me as he brushes past, laughing out loud before he grasps the girl and pulls her against him. I'm grinding my teeth together before I even realize it, my grip around my laces tightening. These people are around my age, but I've never seen them before. They'd most likely come from out of town, from a neighboring city, to celebrate the good old 4th of July in Santa Monica. I don't know why. The 4th of July isn't anything spectacular here. Fireworks are illegal, which is the second biggest bullshit law I've ever encountered in my entire life after it being illegal to pump your own gas back in Oregon. So there are no fireworks, only those from Marina del Rey to the south and Pacific Palisades to the north, which are visible from here. It's after 9 p.m., so both displays have just begun. The colors light up the sky far in the distance, small and out of focus, but they're enough to satisfy the tourists and the locals. The couple are kissing in the water now, in the dark beneath the lights of Pacific Park. I turn my eyes away. I begin to walk away from the pier, wading slowly through the Pacific Ocean, as I distance myself from all of the 4th of July commotion. The crowds are much thicker up on the pier. Down here on the beach it's not so busy, so I have room to breathe. This year, I'm just not feeling the whole Independence Day excitement. There are too many memories attached to this day that I don't want to remember. So I keep walking, further and further along the coast. I only stop when Rachel calls my name. Until then, I'd forgotten that I'd been waiting for her to return. I turn around in the water to face my best friend as she half leaps, half jogs across the sand toward me. There's an American flag bandana wrapped around her head as she comes bearing 2 sundaes. She disappeared to get them almost 15 minutes ago from Soda Jerks, which, like most stores along the pier, is open later than usual tonight. I got there just as they were closing up, Rachel says, slightly breathless. Her ponytail swings around her shoulders as she comes to a stop and hands me the sundae, but not before she licks some of the overflowing ice cream from her index finger. I edge out of the water to join her, thanking her with a smile. I've been quiet all night, and I still can't bring myself to pretend that I'm okay, that I'm happy just like everyone else. So I take my sundae in my free hand, my red Converse still in the other. Red footwear is as patriotic as I'm going to get today, and quickly run my eyes over the ice cream. It's called the Toboggan Carousel, named after the Toboggan Carousel itself, which is inside the Loof Hippodrome up on the pier. Soda Jerks is on the corner. In the 3 weeks that I've been home, we've stopped by for sundaes more than once. In fact, I think we take an ice cream break more often than we take a coffee break these days. It's much more comforting. Everyone's up on the pier, Rachel reminds me. Maybe we should head up? She sounds almost cautious as she makes the suggestion, like she's expecting me to immediately cut her off and say no. She drops her blue eyes to her ice cream and scoops up a quick mouthful. As she swallows, my eyes drift over her shoulder to the pier. The Pacific Wheel is performing its annual 4th of July show, where its thousands of LED lights are programmed to display transitioning sequences of red, blue, and white. It started just after 8 at sunset. The two of us watched it for a few minutes when it first began, but it got very boring very fast. Holding back a sigh, I shift my gaze to the boardwalk instead. It's way too overcrowded, yet I don't want to test Rachel's patience any more than I already have, so I say sure. We turn back and head across the beach, weaving our way through the people spending their evening down on the sand and eating our sundaes in silence from our plastic to-go trays. After a few minutes, I stop to slip my chucks back on.
Did you find Megan yet?
I glance up at Rachel as I finish tucking my laces in.
I haven't seen her.
In all honesty, I haven't been looking. Although Megan is an old friend of ours, that's all she seems to be. Nothing more than that. But she's home for the summer, too, so Rachel's making the effort to reunite our former trio.
We'll find her eventually, she says,
and then changes the subject almost immediately by adding,
Did you hear that the wheel is apparently programmed to the beat of a Daft Punk song this year?
She skips ahead of me, twirling on the sand and shimmying back over. She reaches for my free hand and pulls me toward her, her grin wide and dazzling as she spins me around. Unwillingly, I dance a little with her despite the fact that there's no music.
Another summer, another year.
I pull back from her, careful not to drop my sundae, and study her. She's still swaying, still dancing to whatever song is in her head. As she closes her eyes and twirls again, I think about her words. Another summer, another year. It's our 4th summer of being best friends, and despite a slight fallout last year, we're as close as ever. I wasn't sure if she'd ever forgive me for the mistakes I made, but she did. She let it go because there were more important things to focus on, like supplying me with ice cream and taking me on road trips around the state to distract me, to make me feel better. Desperate times call for best friends. Yet despite the fact that the time came for me to head off to Chicago, where I've spent the past year surviving my freshman year of college, we've still remained best friends. Now that I'm back in Santa Monica until September, we have months to hang out together. You're drawing a crowd, I tell her. The corners of my lips pull up into a smile as her eyes flash open, her cheeks flushing with color as she glances around. Several people nearby have been observing her silent dancing.
Time to make our getaway, she whispers.
She latches onto my wrist and starts to run. She yanks me across the beach, kicking up the sand beneath our feet, our laughter echoing around us as I'm given no option but to dash off with her. We don't run far, only a few yards, far enough to get her away from her spectators.
In my defense, she huffs, you're allowed to look like an idiot on the 4th of July. It's a rite of passage. It emphasizes the fact that we're a free nation, because we can do whatever the hell we want.
I wish that was the case. If there's anything I've learned in my 19 years of breathing, it's that we most certainly can't do whatever the hell we want. We can't pump our own gas. We can't set off fireworks. We can't touch the Hollywood sign. We can't trespass. We can't kiss our stepbrothers. Of course, we can do these things, but only if we're brave enough to face the consequences. I roll my eyes at Rachel as we ascend the steps up to the pier, the music from Pacific Park gradually growing louder the nearer we get. The Ferris wheel is still flashing with red, blue, and white. The rest of the amusement park is also illuminated, albeit not so patriotically. We're weaving our way through the upper parking lot on the pier, squeezing between cars that are parked way too close to one another, when I spot Jamie. He's with his girlfriend, Jen. They've been dating for almost 2 years now. Over by the corner of the lot, he has her pressed against the passenger door of an old, beat-up Chevy. They're making out, obviously. Rachel must notice them too, because she pauses alongside me and rests her eyes on the scene.
I've heard he's quite a troublemaker, she murmurs. He's like a miniature blonde version of his brother when he was that age.
I flash Rachel a warning glance, almost automatically at the mention of Jamie's brother. who is also my stepbrother. We don't talk about him. We don't ever say his name. Not anymore. Rachel notices the sudden tautness in my face and the sharpness in my expression, because when she realizes her mistake, she mouths a quick apology and then presses her hand over her lips. Relaxing only slightly, I look back at Jamie and Jen, still kissing. Rolling my eyes, I toss the remainder of my ice cream into a nearby trash can and then clear my throat, yelling, "Don't forget to breathe, Jay!" Rachel laughs under her breath and playfully swats my shoulder. When Jamie glances up, eyes glossy and hair ruffled, I lift my hand and wave. Unlike Jen, who almost collapses dead with embarrassment the second she spots me, my stepbrother only gets pissed off, the same way he always does whenever I try to say anything to him. "Screw you, Eden!" he yells across the lot, his coarse voice echoing around the cars. Grabbing Jen's hand, he turns and yanks her away in the opposite direction. He's most likely been trying his best to avoid Ella the entire night, because when all you want to do is hook up with your girlfriend, the last person you want spotting you is your mom. "He's still not talking to you?" Rachel asks once she stops snickering. Shrugging, I start to walk again as I run my fingers through the ends of my hair. It's just below my shoulders now. I cut it back in the winter. "Last week he asked me to pass him the salt," I say. "Does that count?" "No." "Then I guess we're still not talking." Jamie doesn't particularly like me. Not because he's 17 with a serious attitude problem that came out of nowhere last year, but because he's still sickened by me. And his eldest brother. He can't stand either of us, and no matter how many times I've tried to convince him that there's nothing to worry about anymore, he refuses to believe me. He usually storms away and slams a door or two in the process. I sigh with frustration as Rachel and I head over onto the main boardwalk, which is still as busy as it was hours ago. There are a lot of parents with small kids, and a lot of dogs dodging the massive strollers. There are many young couples, like the pair back on the beach in the water. I can't bear to look at any of them. Their interlocked hands and exchanged smiles only make my stomach knot. And not in the way that creates butterflies, but in the way that physically hurts. Today, of all days, here, of all places, I despise each and every couple I see. Rachel stops after a few minutes to talk to some girls she knows who were in her grade back in school. I remember them only vaguely, from passing them years ago at school or at the promenade. I don't know them. They know me, though. Everyone knows me now. I'm her. I'm that Eden. I'm the girl who gets disgusted glances cast over me, the girl who gets sneered and snickered at wherever I go. It's exactly what's happening now. No matter how hard I try to offer these girls a warm smile, it's not returned. Both of them fire me a sharp glare out of the corners of their eyes, and then angle their bodies away from me, stepping closer to Rachel and cutting me out completely. I press my lips together and fold my arms across my chest, kicking at the wood beneath my feet as I wait for Rachel to finish. This is exactly the kind of thing that happens every time I come home to Santa Monica. People don't like me here anymore. They think I'm crazy and weird. There are the few exceptions, like my mom and Rachel, but that's about it. Everyone else just judges, but they don't know the full story. I think the worst was when I came home for Thanksgiving last year. It was the first time I'd come home since I left for college in September, and word had gotten out and had spread like wildfire in the mere month that I'd been gone. So by Thanksgiving, everyone knew. At first I didn't know what was going on and why things were suddenly different. I didn't know why Katie Vance, a girl I shared some classes with back in school, put her head down and turned in the opposite direction when I waved at her. I didn't know why the young girl ringing me up at the grocery store laughed to her coworker as I was leaving. I had no idea why these things were happening. Not until I was at LAX on Sunday waiting to board my flight back to Chicago, when a girl I'd never seen before in my life quietly asked, "You're the girl that dated her stepbrother, right?" Rachel doesn't talk for long. She glances warily over at me every few seconds, as though she's trying to gauge if I'm okay or not. And even though I shrug nonchalantly back at her in an attempt to reassure her that I'm fine, she still cuts the conversation short and tells the girls that we need to be somewhere, even when we don't. That's why I love Rachel. "For that, I'm never talking to them ever again," she states once the girls walk off, her voice firm as she throws her sundae into the trash and hooks her arm around mine instead. She spins me around toward Pacific Park so fast that it almost gives me whiplash. "Honestly, it really doesn't bother me anymore," I try to tell her. We're drifting through the crowd, which actually doesn't feel that thick once we're in the middle of it, and I let her pull me along the boardwalk. "Uh-huh," Rachel says in a distant voice, like she doesn't believe me. I'm about to argue my point even further, telling her that no, really, it's fine, I'm fine, everything is fine, when both our attention is grasped before I've even opened my mouth. Jake Maxwell has come barreling toward us out of nowhere, sliding in front of us and stopping us dead in our tracks. He's an even older friend of ours than Megan is, and we've already spoken to him tonight. That was a couple hours ago, when he was still mostly sober. The same can't be said now.
"There you guys are!"
Reaching for our interlocked arms, he separates us and takes both our hands in his and places a sloppy kiss on our knuckles. It's the first summer that Jake has come home from Ohio, and when we bumped into him earlier, for the first time in 2 years, I was surprised to discover that he's now sporting a beard, and he was even more surprised to discover that I still live in Santa Monica. He'd somehow gotten the idea that I'd moved back to Portland like forever ago. But beard and assumptions aside, he hasn't changed. He's still a player, and he still doesn't try to deny it. When Rachel asked him how he was doing, he told us that it's not going too great because both of his 2 girlfriends have recently broken up with him and he still doesn't know why. I could guess. "Where do you keep getting the beer from?" Rachel asks, wrinkling her nose as she pulls her hand back from him. She has to talk over the sound of the music from Pacific Park.
"TJ's?"
Jake says, and in case we don't know, he rolls his eyes over his shoulder and points his thumb behind him off into the distance. TJ has a condo over on the beachfront. Like I could forget. My stomach flips at the thought of it.
"He sent me over here to round up the troops. Are you guys down for an after-party?"
His eyes light up at the word, and I find it hard to take the tank top he's wearing seriously. It's got an eagle on it, placed on top of the U.S. flag, with "Freedom" written in block capitals across the eagle's feet. It looks totally ridiculous, yet not as crazy as the temporary eagle tattoo he's wearing proudly on his left cheek. I'm starting to wonder if he's buzzed from more than just beer. "After party?" Rachel echoes. We exchange glances, and I can tell immediately by the look in her eyes that she's keen to go.
Yeah,
Jake says, his voice overflowing with enthusiasm as he grins down at us through that beard.
"There are kegs and everything. Come on, it's the 4th of July. It's the weekend. You gotta come. Everyone's gonna be there."
I frown. "Everyone?"
"TJ and all the guys. Megan and Jared are already there. Dean's coming by later. I think Austin Cameron—"
Pass. Jake stops talking, and his grin twists into a frustrated scowl. He looks to Rachel, and for a brief second I'm convinced he's just rolled his eyes. When his bloodshot gaze focuses back on me, he gently grabs my shoulders and shakes me around.
"Hello?"
He dramatically widens his eyes and pretends to scour every inch of my face.
"Where the hell is Eden? I know I haven't seen you in a hell of a long time, but surely you can't have gotten this boring in the space of 2 years."
Not amused, I shrug Jake's grip off me and take a step back. Because he isn't a close friend, or even a friend at all anymore, I don't find it necessary to explain myself to him. So I remain quiet, staring at my chucks and hoping Rachel will step in and save me as usual. Because that's all I've been depending on lately. I depend on Rachel to remind everyone that I never actually dated my stepbrother and that I never will. I depend on her to get me out of situations where I might bump into Dean. I'm still too ashamed to face him after everything that's happened, and I doubt he wants to deal with me either. No one wants to deal with their ex-girlfriend, especially one that cheated on them. As always, I hear Rachel tell Jake, "She doesn't have to go if she doesn't want to." I continue to stare at my shoes because every time Rachel comes to my rescue, I feel more weak and pathetic than I did before.
"You can't avoid him forever,"
Jake mutters. He suddenly sounds solemn. And when I glance up, I realize it's completely obvious to him that the reason I don't want to go to this party is because of Dean. I can't deny it, so I only shrug and rub at my temple. There's a second reason, of course. It's the same reason my stomach is tightened. I've only been to TJ's once before, and that was 3 years ago. I was there with my stepbrother. Tonight, of all nights, I really don't want to head over there again. "You go," I tell Rachel after a moment of silence. I can see how desperately she wants to go to this party, yet I know she'll most likely turn down the offer so that she doesn't leave me alone. That's what best friends do. But best friends also compromise, and Rachel has already spent her evening making sure that I've been okay on this dreaded day, so I really do want her to go have some fun. After all, the 4th has landed on a Friday this year, so many people are making the best of it. Rachel should too. "I'll go find Ella or something." "I don't mind." Even I can tell she's lying. "Rachel?" I say firmly. I nod toward TJ's condo off in the distance. "Go." Apprehensive, she pinches her lower lip between her fingers and contemplates for a short while. She's hardly wearing any makeup tonight. She rarely does anymore, so she barely looks 17, let alone 20. "Are you sure?" "Positive." "Then come on!" Jake explodes, his overbearing grin back on his eagle-tattooed face as he reaches for Rachel's hand, yanking her toward him. "We've got a party to get to!" He begins to pull my best friend away, hauling her down the boardwalk and away from the pier. She manages to wave goodbye just before they disappear through the crowd. Once they're gone, I check my phone for the time. It's after 9:30. Both the Marina del Rey and Pacific Palisades firework displays are over by now, so there are a lot of people beginning to head home. I pull up Ella's number and start to call her. Unfortunately, my mom and her boyfriend Jack are both working this evening, so only my dad and stepmom are out here at the pier to celebrate the 4th of July. They're my ride home, so I've got no choice but to hunt them down. But what's even more unfortunate is that it's Dad's turn to have me stay with him for the week. That's the worst part about having divorced parents, being thrown back and forth between different houses. I hate staying at Dad's place, and he loathes it even more than I do, mostly because it's unbearably tense and awkward. Like Jamie, Dad only talks to me if it's absolutely necessary. Ella's phone is busy, so the call is directed straight to her voicemail. I don't leave a message, only hang up as quick as I can. I dread the idea of having to call Dad instead. I scroll through my contacts, pulling up his number and calling it. It starts to ring, and I feel myself frowning as I wait for his coarse voice to answer. Yet as I'm standing on the boardwalk with people milling around me and with my phone pressed to my ear, something catches my attention. It's my youngest stepbrother, Chase. He's lingering over by the Bubba Gump restaurant, and he's alone when he shouldn't be. Despite this, he doesn't look too worried, mostly just bored as he paces slowly back and forth. I hang up the call to my dad and head over toward Chase. He spots me as I approach, and instantly he stops pacing and looks sheepish. "Where are your friends?" I ask once I reach him. I glance around, searching for a group of soon-to-be freshman boys, but I can't see them. Chase twirls a thick lock of his blonde hair around his index finger. They took the bus to Venice, but I didn't go because your mom told you not to leave the pier, I finish, and he nods. Chase's friendship circle is prone to getting into trouble often, but he's smart enough to know when not to break the rules. I'm sure his friends' parents don't want their kids sneaking off to Venice on the 4th of July. It'll be pretty rowdy over there right now, so I'm glad Chase has chosen to stay behind. Want to hang with me? Sure. Throwing my arm over his shoulders, I pull him away from the restaurant and head toward Pacific Park. Chase loves the arcade games, but before we've even gotten within a 20-foot radius of the Playland arcade, I have to stop when my phone starts to ring. Picking up the call, I have to take a second to prepare myself mentally before I can answer when I see that it's Dad calling me. What did you want? Is how he greets me, his tone gruff. That's all it ever is these days. Angling my body slightly away from Chase, I press my phone closer against my ear and tell him, Nothing, I was just wondering where you guys were. Well, we're at the car, Dad shoots back, as though he expects me to know that already. Hurry up and meet us here unless you want to ask your brother to give you a ride home instead, which I'm sure he won't. With that, I promptly hang up the call without saying anything more. Most of my phone calls with Dad usually end like this, with one of us hanging up mid-sentence and most of our conversations face-to-face and with one of us storming off. Admittedly, I'm the one who hangs up the calls. Dad's the one who storms out. Who was that? Chase asks when I turn back around. We're heading home, I answer, dodging the question. It's not that Chase is oblivious to the fact that my dad and I can't stand each other. It's just easier to keep the tension to a minimum when it comes to the rest of the family. Whatever our family is. I pull Chase even closer against me as I spin him around once again, this time away from Pacific Park and back toward the city. No arcade games tonight. Chase shrugs under my arm. I already won a load of tickets earlier. How many? Slightly smug, he grins and pats the back pockets of his shorts. They're both bulging with yellow tickets. Over 700? No way! What are you saving them for? I'm trying to reach 2,000. We talk about the arcade games and the tickets and the Pacific Wheel and the fireworks and Venice as we make our way back down the boardwalk and out onto Ocean Avenue, tracing our steps back to the car. Parking on the 4th is always incredibly hectic, and after spending a couple minutes disagreeing with Chase over where Dad parked earlier in the evening, I realize I'm the one who's wrong. We're not parked north of the freeway like I'd thought, but south of it, down on Pico Boulevard and 3rd Street. It's a good half-mile away, so we walk pretty damn fast. Dad doesn't like to be kept waiting. Ever. The Lexus is wedged against the sidewalk between 2 other cars when we reach it 10 minutes later, and to my surprise, Dad's standing outside the car. Arms folded across his chest, foot tapping the ground impatiently. Same ugly expression as always. Oh good, you found your brother, he says sharply, emphasizing that final word. Jamie and Chase are never simply just Jamie and Chase anymore. For the past year, Dad has always referred to them as my brothers, as though to prove a point. Jamie hates it as much as I do, whereas I don't think Chase has picked up on it at all. I keep my cool, and instead of growing irritated at Dad's disdainful tone, I glance over his shoulder, resting my eyes on Ella. She's in the passenger seat of the car, her body turned away from the window, but I can still see her phone pressed to her ear. Most likely still the same call she was engaged in when I called earlier. I look back at Dad. Business? Uh-huh. He leans over and raps his knuckles harshly and quickly against the window, startling Ella to the point where her phone almost flies out of her hand. She spins around in the seat and looks back at Dad through the glass, only for him to nod his head toward Chase and me. Ella nods back, moves her device back to her ear, murmurs something, and then hangs up. That's when Dad finally tells us to get inside the car. Chase and I clamber into the back seat, pulling on our seatbelts as Dad slips into the driver's seat, fixing me with a firm glare in the rearview mirror, which I ignore. As he starts to drive, Ella cranes her neck over the back of the passenger seat. "Don't you want to stay out a little later?" she asks me, blonde hair framing her face. It's nearing 10 by now, so I'm not sure what she was expecting me to stay out for. The last thing I wanted to do was go to that party at TJ's, so I'm happy to be going home. Not really, I tell her. I don't mention the party, nor the fact that the entire night sucked.
What about you, buddy?
Dad cuts in, nodding to Chase in the rearview mirror.
I thought Greg's mom was gonna take you all home later.
Chase stops texting to glance up. He fires me a sideways glance, so I rack my brain for a second before telling Dad. He didn't feel too good, so I told him to come home with us. To make it sound convincing, I look at Chase with fake concern and ask, "How are you feeling now?" "Better," Chase says as he plays along, pressing the back of his hand to his forehead and rubbing it soothingly. "I think the Pacific wheel was giving me a migraine, but I'm totally fine now. Can we stop for burgers? Please, Dad? I'm dying over here. You don't want me to pass out, do you?" Ella rolls her eyes and turns back around in her seat. Dad only says,
"Let me think about it."
With neither of them paying much attention to us, I curl my hand into a fist and rest it on the middle seat. He bumps his own fist against mine immediately, and we subtly smile at one another. If Dad knew about the trouble that Chase's friends often got themselves into, Chase would never be allowed to see them again. It's better not to mention it, even when Chase always does the right thing. We end up dropping by the Wendy's drive-thru over on Lincoln Boulevard on the way home. Dad and Chase both get burgers. I get a vanilla Frosty, a large. I spend the rest of the car journey home eating it, staring out the window at the dark skies, listening to Dad and Ella talk over the 80s music they've put on in the background. They're wondering if Jamie will be home before his curfew at midnight. Dad reckons he'll be an hour late. We're back on Deirdre Avenue within 10 minutes, due to the traffic having eased slightly, where Dad parks up on the drive by Ella's Range Rover. With my empty cup in my hand, I push open the car door and step out once Dad switches the engine off. I'm about to make my way up to the front door when Ella catches my attention, calling my name over the roof of the Lexus. "Can you help me get some groceries out of the trunk from earlier?" she asks in a firm voice, and gives the Range Rover a clipped nod. Because I like Ella, I make my way over to her car without hesitation. She follows me as she fumbles in her purse for her keys, and once she finds them, she pops the trunk. I glance down, ready to reach in to gather up a bunch of grocery bags, but I'm perplexed to discover that the trunk is empty. Wondering if Ella's having a moment of forgetfulness, I arch an eyebrow and look up at her. Her eyes are suddenly wide and wary, and she's surreptitiously peering around the car, watching Dad and Chase make their way into the house. Once they're inside, her eyes lock on mine. "Tyler called," she says. I take a step back, defensive. His name feels like a weapon. That's why I never say it anymore. That's why I never want to hear it. It always hurts far too much. Already my throat feels tight as I forget to keep breathing, and a shiver runs throughout my body. The earlier call wasn't a business call at all. It was Tyler. He always calls Ella, once a week or so, and I'm perfectly aware of this. She desperately awaits his calls, but she never mentions them to the rest of us. Not until right now. She swallows and glances back at the house before she talks again, fearful that Dad might hear her. No one is allowed to mention Tyler's name around me. Dad's strict orders, of course, and I think it's the only thing we've ever agreed on. Yet Ella continues, looking at me in a way that's both pitying and sad as she quietly says, "He asked me to wish you a happy 4th. The irony almost makes me laugh, but it angers me to the point where it's impossible to find it funny. The 4th of July, 3 years ago, Tyler and I were in the hallways at Culver City High School during the firework display. That's where all of this mess really started. That's when I realized I was looking at my stepbrother in the way that I shouldn't have been. We got arrested for trespassing that night. The 4th of July, last year, Tyler and I weren't at a firework display. We were in his apartment in New York City, alone in the dark as the rain drenched the city. He quoted a Bible verse, wrote on my body, said that I was his. They were the other 4th of Julys, not this one. To wish me a happy 4th tonight is almost like some sort of joke. I haven't seen him in a year. He walked out and left me when I needed him by my side the most. I'm not his anymore, so how dare he wish me a happy 4th of July when he's not here to spend it with me? As my mind tries to process everything, I feel my temper flaring up. Ella's waiting for me to say something back, so before I turn around and storm into the house, I reach up and slam the trunk shut. Tell Tyler it's been far from it.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.